What up, chat? How y'all doing? Good morning. Happy Tuesday. Welcome to Penalty Phase Day 2, where we're going to pick it up with Shawnee and his family, right? It's been all over the internet all of last night. We're going to pick it up with Shawnee. Then we're going to go to Isaiah. And I think we're getting a little bit of Davion. Can y'all believe? I was thinking about it this morning. I was like, can y'all believe that Davion's attorney was like, he is not good in the head. He has brain injuries. He has all of this stuff going on. So, interesting stuff. Y'all go ahead, hit the like button. We are on time today. We are here all day today. I'm not leaving you guys. I already have a plan for lunch. For lunch, we will likely look at some old Alicia footage since she has a motion next week. So, for anybody that's in the future, y'all know what they sound like. You know the people that come from the long crime chat, and then they go,
"Oh my God, AV, this is about to happen. These people are coming in, and this is what is going to happen."
Like that is what. Don't spoil it for the chatterhood. All right, just don't do it. Okay, don't do it. If you have seen the proceedings so far, and we're only like 15 minutes behind, like, don't tell us. Okay, so let us jump into the proceedings for the day. Okay, no spoilers. We're trying to beat the spoilers today. It looks like there is another person on the stand. Let's close that chat down. I am going to put the volume up, turn my volume down. My mic volume is down, and even the soundboard volume is on the first setting. All right. That being said, let's see what we missed. It looks like everybody started coming into the courtroom about 15 minutes ago. Here is Judge Cisco standing up. See what we missed.
Okay, state's here, defense counsel's here. We have an issue with one of the jurors I need to discuss. So I'm going to ask that this not be broadcast, as this is a confidential.
Oh shit! What? So something happened with a jury member. We just started the stream. We just opened the app. We just opened the app, and something was wrong already. The judge just said that there's something wrong with. They had an issue with a juror, and she asked that it not be broadcasted. The fact that she has a document there is interesting. You know what I'm gonna do? Let me go to the case file and see if I could dig something up while she's being quiet here. What happened? Sorry, people hate when my volume is too high with the judge. So I had to turn it down. Okay, let me see what's going on. What is that? Are we in mistrial territory? What's going on? All right, Sean in a turtleneck today. Whatever it is, they're showing it to Sean. It has something to do with Sean. And they keep looking over at that jury. Huh. They put Davion in a skinny tie today. Whatever it is, it's upsetting Davion. I really want to hear what he be saying at that table.
I believe it's Miss. Okay. No. And before we get going, I believe it's Miss. Is it Miss Lyles? Lyle is the mother of Mr. Gathright. I'm assuming you've had a talk with her and Mr. Gathright's sister about the need to maintain composure while they're on the stand. I recognize this is a very stressful situation. I do. But I did have the opportunity to watch Ms. Lau testify in the Alicia Andrews case. And then again, I understand the stress she's under, but there were times when really I should have intervened because she was talking over the attorneys and not listening to the question. And I really don't want to have to do that at this phase for Mr. Gathright. Okay, so I'm just assuming you've spoken with her about that.
Not us having to start the morning by checking Sean's mama. The judge already knows. She said, oh, this lady's coming back. If she coming back, she didn't listen to the attorneys. She was a pain in the ass. And, you know, Judge Cisco, when Sean's mama was on the stand last time, Judge Cisco had to say, you are not the judge. You are not the judge. I am. Stop talking. Right? Because remember, ChatGPT did that one. Right? Ooh, it's going to be interesting. All right, let me turn myself down. And we're going to go back in.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, very good. All right, I think.
Judge, before we bring him in, I have something I wanted to address the court on.
Yes.
When I was taking the deposition, this is on Davion Murphy yesterday, of Dr. Rubino, and also when I deposed Dr. Eisenstein, which was a couple of months ago, I think about 3 or 4 months ago, actually 2 months ago, they both referenced hospital records that they had reviewed. Dr. Rubino brought it up in his deposition yesterday. We have a massive amount of documents that were provided in this case, and it was provided very timely. I'm not complaining about those, but I can't find those medical records. They're from, I believe, UF Shands Jacksonville Council. Is that right? Or?
I believe so, but I can make sure you have whatever it is that you need if you didn't get them.
Okay.
But you have Shan's hospital records?
Yes.
Where are the records?
I don't look, I have them.
You have them in court.
I can try and look them now.
That's fine. And then we can make arrangements to have someone over here make copies.
Okay.
Okay?
Or,
So
Ms. Toomey, could you send them to me? I'm sorry, Your Honor. I didn't mean to interrupt this court.
It's okay.
Could you send me digital copy?
By a link to your box. Original, but I'll find myself.
Okay.
okay.
All right. Good enough.
Okay, very good. Okay, all right, so let me make sure the witness is on the Zoom and then we'll bring in our jury. Hello, Mr. Harrington, can you hear me?
Hi, Your Honor. How are you? Good morning. Yeah, I can hear you. How can you hear me?
Yes, we can. So we are ready to proceed. We're going to bring in our jury and then the clerk's going to step around and swear you in, okay? All right, let's bring in our jury.
Okay.
While we wait for them to do that, you guys remember I did pull this up yesterday. I do have Sean's list up here. These are all of his witnesses. Let me take this down, Retta, for a second. And we've gotten through a majority of them. So I'm going to print this out just to keep track, and I'll print out Isaiah's as well. So Maurice Edwards, we have Lisa Gathright, we have Clayton Wright, we have Miss Lyle is Sean's mama, number 4. It looks like she's going to go today. Actually, I don't think we saw Lisa Gathright. So number 2 might go today. The mother might go today. Lorna Allen, we saw yesterday. Nevaeh Gathright is Sean's sister. We're going to see her today. This man on the screen, Brian Harrington, is about to go. You have these people with the last name Posey. So Rosamond Posey, Jameson Posey, Mr. Petrowski we saw yesterday. Rhea is another one. Charlotte White, and then his friend, Mr. Tudor, we saw yesterday. So looks like we got about 4 people for Sean lined up for the day if we follow this schedule. But I just wanted to show you guys that. And as we are waiting, I'll go get Isaiah's But let us come back here. The jury is coming in. Turn my mic up a bit for those that are saying that it's too low.
All right. All jurors are in this.
Okay, very good. Welcome back, everybody. We are ready to proceed. Our next witness is going to appear via Zoom. And if the witness, Brian Harrington, would please raise your right hand so the clerk can swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this class will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Put your hand down and you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, ma'am.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for our court reporter?
Yes, my name is Brian Harrington, B-R-Y-A-N, last name Harrington, H-E-R-R-I-N-G-T-O-N.
Thank you, sir. And how do you know Sean Gathright?
Sean Gathright is my stepson. I also consider him as my son.
Okay. So are you currently married to his mother or previously?
Previously.
Okay. So tell me when did you guys
This is Sean's stepfather. It's a white man.
get married, or when did you meet Sean?
I met Sean in early 2009 when we were stationed in Okinawa, Japan. He was 3 years old at the time.
So you were in the service along with his mother?
I was in the Air Force and she was Marine Corps.
So you met Sean at 3, and then were you in his life pretty consistently up until the current day?
Until 2020, yes, ma'am.
And is that when you divorced?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you maintain a relationship with Sean after that divorce?
Unfortunately not.
Tell me about Sean as a child.
As a child, he was very vibrant, always inquisitive about things, very good student. He always wanted to learn, even at a young age. Loved sports, particularly football and basketball. We tried to get him involved in everything we possibly could, which he took to. And just say all around a very politeful, very respectful young man. And it was it's joyous to be around him. I really do like Sean, love Sean. And so very good child.
Did you guys have a good relationship?
I would think so, yes.
Were you involved in any discipline, or was that mostly left up to his mother?
That was left up to the mother. I had no disciplinary privileges whatsoever.
And to the best of your knowledge, did he have a relationship while you were his stepfather with his biological father at all?
Yes, they still maintained relatively good contact.
And what was Sean, how was he behavior-wise? Did he cause any problems?
Never caused any problems whatsoever.
You indicated that he liked sports, mostly football. Do you have any memories that you'd want to share with the jury about either any sports or anything that Sean did growing up that you find important or memorable?
Well, he's a relatively average football player. We tried to, get him to do everything. I tried to get him in baseball. He didn't really take to baseball, but he really did like football, particularly the Baltimore Ravens, which he referred to, and I don't mean to embarrass him, but Baltimore Raisins. And so that was always a joy to hear him talk about that. As far as basketball is concerned, he loved basketball. He always wanted to have the ball and, score as many points as possible. But a very good child growing into his teens. He maintained that drive and that motivation to be as best as he possibly could when it came to athletics.
And what about in school? Do you recall how he did in school?
He did very well in school, very smart. As a matter of fact, when we moved to Lejeune in North Carolina, we were actually trying to get him to skip a grade because he was doing so well. Very smart. And again, since I was Air Force, I was trying to get him to possibly prep for the Air Force Academy or so forth, because I'm a little biased that way. But I didn't let that dissuade him at all. But he very, very good in school. I'm very proud of his grades and the way he performed. Matter of fact, he kind of taught me, because that was around the time that Common Core was starting to rear its head, and he actually had to start thinking about outside the box, about how to come up with 2 + 2 = 4. I don't know how else you can decide that, but he would actually break it down and just think outside the box, and just really intelligent young man.
Yeah, they did add a lot of extra steps to that at some point.
Yes.
Tell me, I know since you were in the military and his mom was in the military, you indicated at some point you moved to Camp Lejeune. How did the moving around and kind of instability affect Sean?
I don't think it affected him at all. As military members and also military dependents, I think we're used to moving every 2 to 3 years. So it's always a brand new opportunity to meet new individuals, different cultures, see and experience different things. And again, that's what we opened him up to, him and his sister. And I think we did a relatively good job, but he never got disgruntled. He never got upset. He never got depressed. He just, he rolled with everything the best that he could, which was a relatively good job. And so never had any problems with that. He was a good mover.
What do you have any specific memories that you'd want to share with the jury about maybe time traveling or anything specific about Sean growing up?
Sure. Well, I'm an active commercial pilot, only of small airplanes, of course. But I would always take them flying. The family and I we, for instance, in Okinawa, we went to every single island within 167 miles of Okinawa. And again, it was for them to experience cultures. But the thing is, my point is, he would love to travel. I don't think he really enjoyed being in a small airplane. But once we got to our destination and everything, he was just overzealous to see what was going on, to experience the culture. Even when we moved to the States, we still maintained that travel arrangement of I tried to fly them everywhere we possibly could. And again, it was to have him experience things that a lot of people don't see. For instance, I remember when we flew in the Kitty Hawk, we just happened to wake up one day and said, "Hey, you want to go see where the Wright brothers first flew?" And this was in so anyway, we rented an airplane, we flew up to Kitty Hawk, we toured the facilities of the Wright brothers. And he was very interested in that, which pleased me because it was aviation based. But and then of course the food, we never left hungry. Really good memories. A lot of them were about traveling, camping, outdoor activities, and again, the athletics, going to his games. I don't know if you know what the PAL is, the Police Action League, I think is what it stands for. But he played in those basketball leagues, and so I always enjoyed going to his basketball games, and so forth. It was a joy.
I know you said that you haven't, since the divorce from his mother in 2020, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
You haven't had much of a relationship or contact with him, but have you spoken at all over those last few years?
Well, unfortunately not. I wish I would have tried to maintain contact with him, but at the time, I don't think it was feasible. And it wasn't his fault. It was more my fault.
What about moving forward? Are you open and willing, or do you want to have a relationship with him moving forward?
Oh, absolutely. I would love to talk to him every single day if I could, and assist him, give him guidance, give him feedback, advice, whatever. Like I said, yeah, on paper he's my stepson. Well, no longer, but I still consider him as my son, and I love him very much and stuff. So yes, I definitely want to be in his life.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll pass the witness.
Okay. Ms. Doherty?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Harrington, for the 11 years when you were with his mother, it sounds like that you had a very loving, supportive relationship with Sean Gathright. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You went to his games, and sounds like you went on a lot of trips with him. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you also saw that he was in a loving relationship with his mother.
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
There was no abuse or anything like that in the household.
No, ma'am, not at all. That would not be tolerated.
And you supported him and offered him advice during that time period.
Yes, ma'am, the best I could.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay, very good.
I don't have any other questions, Your Honor. You can be released.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Harrington. Your testimony is concluded, so you can log off the Zoom, all right?
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a
Okay,
great day.
you too.
All right, so that was Sean's stepfather. He is witness number 7 for the day. Like I said, I'm printing out Sean's list. We're getting through it. This is witness 7. He has 13 altogether. So we have a few more to go. The mother is scheduled to testify. I wonder if she's next, but let's continue. Also, can y'all do me a favor? Hit the like button. You know, these last few days I've been a little late, so like the algorithm doesn't let y'all know that I'm here anymore. It was just like we just gonna pass the torch, AV. You ain't here.
Any other Zoom witnesses at this time?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm going to put it on standby, yes. Do we have Zoom witnesses at all today?
Yes, Your Honor.
We do, okay, well then I'll probably put 10 back in the waiting room.
I think the other grandmother is next.
I mean, 505, sorry, forgot where it was. Okay, and who's going to be your next witness?
Lisa Gathright?
Okay.
Should be out in the hallway. Lisa Gathright.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this class will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Just make sure you're talking to the microphone.
Okay.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning. Sorry. Good morning, ma'am. Can you please state your name for the record and make sure you move up to that microphone because it's hard to hear sometimes.
Lisa Gathright,
Spell your name for our court reporter.
LISAGATHRIGHT.
Thank you. And Ms. Gathright, what is your relationship to Sean Gathright?
He's my grandson.
So is his father your son?
Yes, he is.
And can you tell me a little bit about your relationship with Sean? Obviously, you're his grandmother, but are you close with Sean? Have you been his whole life?
I've been very close to Sean ever since he was born.
Have you been involved in his life since he was young?
Yes, his parents were both in the military and they were deployed, and there were times when both of the kids stayed with me for extended periods of time. He went to school in the town where I live, and
Where do you live?
I live in Oxford, Mississippi.
And did you live there when he was growing up as well? You've been there?
Yes,
Okay. So he would come and stay with you, live with you and go to school?
yes, ma'am.
And can you tell us a little bit about Sean as a child? What was he like? What was his character like? How did he behave?
He was a fun kid. He has a great sense of humor, a wonderful personality. He's just all around good kid.
Did he get in trouble?
No. He was very well liked by everyone around us. The neighbors all liked him.
How long do you think, or I know probably different timeframes with the parents being deployed, but how, give us kind of an idea of how long he would be living with you, or?
Well, there had been times where they were there for a whole school term. And then for the last, like when he was in high school, he was with me for about a year and a half.
Would you spend holidays or birthdays, things like that together when he wasn't living with you?
Yes, we did a lot of traveling together on the holidays, and I was always there with him whenever I could be.
And we heard yesterday about Sean traveling overseas with some programs that he was involved in. What do you know about that?
The first time that he went, I went with him, and we went to Ireland and Scotland, and it was a wonderful, very educational trip.
Did Sean like to travel?
Oh, he loves to travel.
And how was he in school?
Very good. He made good grades. He was not any kind of a problem student or anything.
What kind of interest did he have, if you can remember? Was he into sports or music, or?
He was he liked photography. He was very into photography, and he started a couple of his own little businesses. He was detailing cars and pressure washing people's houses, and he bought his equipment with money that he had saved from jobs that he had worked.
With his parents being deployed and having to live with you and go to school, and then he would leave, how did he adjust to that? Were there any issues with it?
He adjusted very well. I think he felt like my home. Well, he knew it was his home, and he felt very comfortable and at ease there.
And what about your son as his father, as Sean's father? What was his relationship with him like?
Volatile,
What do you mean by that?
physically and verbally abusive.
At what ages?
Early teens, well, probably before that.
What would he do? What do you mean by volatile? Like, what would happen?
Well, one time Sean was out in California with his dad, and his dad called me, and he was in a panic, and he said, Sean has run away. And I said, what are you talking about? And he said he went in the bedroom and he was gone. He had opened the window, and it was a first floor apartment, and he got out and he went to the park with his suitcase. And I called Sean and I said, what's going on? And he told me that they had had a fight and that my son had physically abused him. And I talked to him and I tried to calm him down, and I convinced him to go back to the apartment and stay there. And then we made arrangements not long after that for him to leave from California and come back to Mississippi or Florida. I can't remember which one.
And why did you have him go back if his father was physically abusive?
Well, I'm in Mississippi, he's in California. My son was remorseful. He's always remorseful at the time, but the behavior still continued. And I just felt like at the time that was the only thing I could do myself, is to get him to go back.
You didn't have anywhere else to go in California?
Yeah.
I'm curious, what did Sean's father do? Because a lot of us got our ass beat when we were little by our daddies. Listen, my dad only hit me once, and it was on the arm, and it was with a belt because I was not listening in school, and that's all it took. Never had to do it again. Never had to do it again. So I wonder what happened.
And was that the only time that anything happened, or did that seem to be kind of the basis of the
No, we were out in
relationship?
California visiting one time, and my son has another younger son, and we were at the pool, and his little brother kept splashing water on him, and Sean kept telling him to stop splashing, and even his mom told him to stop splashing. Well, he continued, and so Sean splashed water back at him, and my son saw that, and he went into a rage, and just ruined the whole time together. One time we were out there, and he physically abused his daughter. He slapped her.
Is Sean's sister Nevaeh his
Yes,
daughter as well?
yes.
Do you still have a relationship with Sean's father
No,
for those reasons?
yes.
Do you think that that had an impact on Sean, or did he have other male role models in his life?
My late husband was a wonderful role model for Sean, and Sean loved his papa. And there was a lot of men in the church community that took Sean under their wings and tried to mentor to him. One of my neighbors, they all love Sean.
I'm going to, Your Honor, if I can approach the witness with defense 1, A through Q.
Okay.
Shown the state, I don't believe they have any objections to the photos. Just going to show you these, that we have, it's a composite, 1A through Q, and just tell me without details, just do you recognize these?
Yes. Yes.
And I'm just going to ask you a few questions about those. Your Honor, at this time I would ask to move these into evidence and be able to display them for the jury.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, admitted.
Now I'm just going to go through some of these photos, and if you can just tell us what you remember about them. I'm showing you. Oh. Nothing. Thank you. This is 1A.
That was when we were in London.
All right. Again, guys, remember this penalty phase is really the family asking for mercy for the jury. So as you get deeper into it, the jury members can really forget why they're there. And like, this is the emotional aspect going through somebody's life. Like, now we're going to look at this boy's travels, because I wrote down Ireland and Scotland, because that is not, those are extra countries. So yesterday there were 5 countries. Today there are 2 more.
And who's in this photo?
That's Mr. Edwards, Sean's guidance counselor, and his sister Nevaeh.
And that was in London, and you were on that trip?
Excuse me?
It was in London, you said?
Yes.
What about this one? Do you remember where that one was?
I wasn't on that trip, but that was when he went to South Africa.
With Mr. Edwards again?
Yes, yes.
I think this might have been around the same time.
That looks like the same trip.
South Africa?
Yes,
And,
that would be the same trip.
okay. Sorry, these are all a little bit different. Is that Sean there?
Yes, that's Sean.
How old do you think he was in that picture?
Probably maybe 16 or 17.
That was 1E, sorry, I lost track.
That looks like that was in Scotland.
Did you go on that trip with Sean?
Yes,
And that's Mr. Edwards again?
yes,
Okay. How old was Sean there approximately?
probably 15.
That was one of those trips through the,
Look at this little boy. Like, look at this little boy. This is crazy. He still has braces on.
program with his school.
Yes. That looks like the Africa trip.
Because they were involved with some humanitarian work there. Is that?
Yes.
Okay. And how old did you say you think Sean was?
I think he was 16 or 17. Same there.
Mr. Edwards again?
Mhm.
Where is this one?
That's in Ireland.
And is that Sean here?
Yes.
And then, I don't know, do you know the other people or that was just? a
I don't
photo
know
in
any
the
of those
background?
other
Okay.
ones.
Were you on that trip with him as well?
Yes.
How old do you think Sean was there?
I think 15.
And that was 1J. That might have been South Africa again.
I believe so.
They took a lot of photos without you, huh? What about that one?
That was on a cruise that he and Mr. Edwards took.
Where did they go on that cruise?
Down to the Caribbean. I'm
How
not
old-
exactly sure what islands they went to.
And how old do you think Sean was here?
Probably around 14.
And then this is a little bit blurry, but it's pretty in the background. Were you on this trip?
Yes,
Okay, I'll ask you where you went, although it's
that was
probably
Paris.
obvious. Paris?
Yes,
And how old was Sean when you went to Paris?
I think around 16 or 17.
So a lot of these trips were kind of in the same, I know he was only certain grades at that school, right?
Right. Mhm.
So a lot of the trips were close together in time.
Yes, I think they traveled once a year to different places.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness again?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm approaching with defense 3A through C. I'm going to show you these pictures. Do you recognize these?
Yes,
Okay.
yes,
Okay. And then that.
yes.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, I'd ask to admit defense 3A through C and publish for the jury.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted.
Okay. And Ms. Gathright, who's in this photo?
Sean and I,
Okay, looks like maybe holiday time.
yeah,
Tell me about why
that
this-
was around Thanksgiving Thanksgiving.
Okay. And you kind of giggled when I showed you that. Was this a
Because
special
of my,
picture for you?
I'm not a very photogenic person. I don't like my pictures.
But you look like you're having fun.
Oh, he makes me smile.
How old do you think Sean was there?
He was probably 16 or 17.
And I'm going to show you 3B. Who's in this photo?
That was Nevaeh and Sean and their dog. He loved those dogs. He used to put clothes on them, their stepdad's clothes.
And how old do you think Sean and Nevaeh were there?
He was probably 11, 10 or 11.
Looks like there's another little dog over here. Maybe?
Yeah.
Is that your dog?
No, I had a German Shepherd.
Okay, they were all theirs. Okay. And then this last one you provided to us, we've heard a lot about Sean and his businesses. What is this?
That was when he would do detailing of cars.
And was this like a little flyer that he would?
Yes, he made up
Pass
all of his advertisements.
What would you say Sean had a good work ethic?
He had a very good work ethic. At one time, we live about 2 miles from the country club, and Sean was working there, and he would sometimes ride his skateboard. He would take the back roads and ride his skateboard to work, and it was hills and up and down. It was not an easy task.
Ms. Gathright, I know your grandson, it seems like you had a pretty good relationship with him, and you said he makes you smile. What do you want the jury to know about him and his character?
He's just a very fun-loving person. He loves food. He loves to eat. We were on a trip out in Texas one time, and we were in Grapevine, Texas, and I was in a shop and we were getting ready to leave, and the clerk asked if we had any more questions, if we needed to know anything else, and he said yes. Where's a good place to eat? And that was the kind of things that he would talk about. And one year, it was New Year's Eve, and I have a pool, and every year we have this little contest, and it's to see who was going to be the first one in the pool for the season, and then who's going to be the one that stays in the longest. So it was about 2 minutes before midnight, and Sean jumped in the pool in December in Oxford, and it was cold. And so he got out, and then about a minute after midnight, he jumped in. So his record stands. It can't be broken.
He's the last one in and the first one in?
Right.
Okay. Your Honor, may I have a moment?
Yes.
I will pass the witness.
Okay.
Ms. Gathright, it sounds like you had a loving, wonderful relationship with your grandson. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And I know that you have talked about your son and his.
All right, so Michelle is up for the state. It appears, I think Sean's mom is next, Chad. Strap in. Strap the hell in. Okay, strap in.
Relationship with Sean was not a good one. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Fair characterization? That's a fair statement? That they
Yes,
did not
yes,
have a good relationship?
right.
Sean didn't live with his father, though. Is that correct?
Just for maybe a month or so at a time.
It was visits and at most a couple of months. Is that correct?
Yes.
And because of the nature of the relationship, Sean would not stay with him. Is that correct?
That's
It
correct.
sounds like you and your husband provided that alternate home whenever his mother would be off overseas.
Yes,
And you and your husband, your late husband, were very supportive and loving to him during that time. Is that correct?
yes, ma'am.
And you've told us that there were members in your church that were also there to provide him with support and mentorship.
That's correct.
You felt that was important that he have that support. Isn't that true?
Yes,
You also gave him the gift of travel, the love of travel. Is that correct?
yes,
You went on many trips with him,
yes,
not just to the photos that we saw there, Scotland and Ireland. Isn't that true?
that's true.
There were other trips as well as in the United States. You
Yes.
traveled a lot with him.
Yes,
He also had a loving, supportive relationship with his sister. Is
Yes.
that correct?
yes,
And from the time that he did have a relationship with his stepfather, Brian Harrington, that was also a very positive, loving.
So I printed out, quick thing, right? I printed out Sean's witness list so we can keep track of it. I just went in to get Isaiah's. What do you think Isaiah's gonna, because this is gonna be the afternoon. They're trying to say that all these kids have trauma and PTSD. Isaiah is going to tell us that he has ADHD, which affects his ability to process information and other mental health factors. They just posted this document. I'm gonna show it to y'all in a minute, but I had to tell you the tea.
Respectful relationship.
yes.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
They just want to be excused? Okay, thank you, ma'am. You're free to go.
Thank you.
I think you're a little more photogenic than you give yourself credit for. All right, and who's going to be your next witness? Okay.
Right, so here comes Sean's mom.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this class will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Can you please state your name and spell your name for our court reporter?
Damali Lyle, DAMALIELYLE.
And just make sure you speak up. Sometimes it's hard to hear. Just get close to the microphone if you can.
Okay.
Ms. Lyle, how are you related to Sean Gathright?
Sean is my son.
So we've heard a lot about Sean as a child. What do you want the jury to know about your son?
I'd like the jury to know that My son is a hardworking person, a hardworking young man. He's intelligent. He's driven. He has a wonderful work ethic. I want the jury to know that this is not, I believe what has been presented is not my son.
Yeah, I'm gonna sustain the objection. Listen, I tell you what, I need the jury to step out momentarily, okay?
All right.
We knew she was going to do this. She does not listen. She is like the worst witness to prep. She did this shit in Alicia's trial, and it's just like, all right. And the judge warned her this morning as well, warned the attorneys, okay? And I mean, at the same time, guys, it is hard. She doesn't want to lose her son. But like, he was gone the moment he got those guns from her and decided to do this. He made that decision. He was gone, right? So it is emotional. But she has to be careful with what she says to this jury because the tears start happening. At the end of the day, there has to be accountability for his actions. There has to be. Nobody wants to see this little young man. And half of the women in this chat yesterday, I was looking at it. They were like, Sean's cute. Yeah, he's cute, but he killed somebody. He killed somebody. Like literally, mama came in with one sentence and the jury's already going out. Let's see what happens.
All jurors are out there.
Okay, so Ms. Lyle, I just want to first acknowledge that I recognize this is very stressful for you and scary. I do. But the jury has determined your son's guilt. That issue's been settled. We're not going to revisit that in front of the jury. So I just want to encourage you with regards to your penalty phase testimony. The best thing you could do for your son is just express all of the wonderful characteristics about him, okay? And how deeply you love him and how deeply he's loved by his family. This is not the time to be readdressing any of the facts of this case. All right, I just want to make sure that's clear because I want to allow Ms. Finkelstein the chance to ask you the questions she wants to ask you and for you to relay this important information to the jury. But if we start going sideways into issues that are not pertinent to this phase of the trial, then the state's going to have to object. I'm going to have to rule. And then it just really, it lessens the impact, really.
I just have one question. If I say, well, what I was going to say is, this is not the son that I know. Is that
that's
a part
fine.
of the?
That's fine. I think, and I think because you did testify previously in the co-defendant's case, I think just based upon that, I suspect the state's a little concerned that we're going to start heading down. And so just as long as we all understand what we're doing here, then it should be fine. Okay. Okay.
All right.
And I can kind of guide you through it. And I think it was because you said presented, and then that seems like evidence, and we don't want to talk about the evidence and things like that.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
All right. Sounds good. All right. Let's bring the jury back in.
All right, so let's try this again. Now she knows she has been checked, but both by the judge and the attorneys, and we are not here to relitigate this thing. We are here, so you can give the jury some information, and they are going to do with that information what they choose to do. But shout out to Emni here, who's saying your son was found guilty. That's just it. It is what it is. But at this point, the decision on the table is life or death penalty. So focus on that. Let's see what happens.
Okay, I tell you what, let's go ahead. We'll just take our own quick 5-minute comfort break, okay? So, Ms. Law, we're just going to take a restroom break since there's a number of jurors that are using the restroom, and so you were welcome. You can stay there, but you don't have to. But because you've not yet been cross-examined, if you step down, you can't talk to anybody at all about anything related to this case.
Okay, you said it was a 5-minute break?
Yeah, 5 to 10. So yes,
Okay, well, I'll do
yes, it's up to you. You can stay or you can step down. It's fine. The most important thing is you just can't talk to anybody about the case.
Okay.
Okay, very good. Probably make it more like 10.
All right. And then lucky for y'all, since I started a few minutes late, we have TiVo time. So we can skip right through that break and resume with Mama Rambo on the stand here, because I would like to know how those guns were supplied, but we'll see. We'll see.
Okay. I know when you first pull up.
I already see the defiant face. Let's see. It is muted, guys. What is she thinking about? What do y'all think she is thinking about? It looks like they're waiting for the jury to come back in. All right, they come back right around here.
There we go.
We are also now 7 minutes behind the live feed.
All jurors are good.
Okay, very good. Welcome back, everyone. Have a seat, and Ms. Finkelstein, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Lyle.
Yes, ma'am.
You comfortable?
Yes.
Okay, get in there and get into the microphone. So you were telling the jury, what about Sean's character? Do you want the jury to know? How is he as a son?
As a son, he's a sweetheart. He's helpful. He's considerate. He's always thinking about what he can do to make somebody smile or just to help out in any way. He's been so caring and thoughtful for me, even though that's my job is mostly to take care of Sean. But he's grown into the person who's like, Mom, really? And he like kind of reels me back. He's mature in that way. He's very mature.
And we've heard a lot about, you were in the military, right?
Yes.
Okay, and what branch?
I was in the Marine Corps.
You moved around a lot when Sean was younger?
We did, yes.
And how do you think that he adjusted to that?
I think it made him, he never became someone who would chase popularity or have a large group of friends. The friends that he does have, it's a small circle, and they're very close to each other. On a Friday or Saturday night, you wouldn't find him out at a club or hanging out or anything like that. You'd most likely find him and his 2 or 3 best friends, sitting at my house talking about who knows what all night long. And I'd get, wrapped up in there and they'd have debates, and it was something that was so nice to see in, young men of this day and age, where it wasn't just about music or it wasn't just about superficial things. Like they really had real deep, meaningful conversations.
Is Nehemiah Tudor, is he one of those friends?
Yes.
So we talked to him yesterday, and he was kind of sharing some of the things that they would do. And that was when you were in Jacksonville, right?
Yes.
When did you give us kind of a time frame? We've heard about obviously traveling in the military. We've heard about living in Mississippi. When did you guys move to Jacksonville?
We moved to Jacksonville in 2016 after I retired from the Marine Corps.
2016?
Yes.
Okay. And did you stay there consistently till now, or?
Yes.
At any point, did Sean move from Jacksonville? Jacksonville?
Yes, he moved from Jacksonville. I want to say it was 2020 or 2021. He moved out to California with his dad
Okay,
for a
and then-
while.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, that's all.
How long was he there?
He was there for approximately, I would say, 1.5 to 2 years.
What was his relationship like with his biological father?
It wasn't a good relationship. My experience with their father, which is the main reason why we were divorced. He had a very volatile temper, and I think as Sean grew older, I don't think he was the kind of person who would see like another confident male, even if it is his son. Maybe he was threatened by the person that Sean was becoming, but in my opinion, their dad was pretty insecure. So
Did it seem to be more volatile as Sean got older, like not when he was a little kid?
as Sean got older, yes.
What about Sean's behavior? Did you have behavior issues with him? Did he have to be punished a lot?
No, Sean was such a good kid. No, he was mature. He was, so like he could be serious and really understand what he was supposed to do. Didn't mean he always did it. He, he did the usual kid things. You had to tell him 2 or 3 times, hey, go clean up your room, do the dishes, stuff like that. But he never made a big fuss about it. We didn't really have any arguments. And we had one argument, and I think it was more just about frustration, about trying to figure out, oh, no, here we go. So when he started college the first semester.
Where did he go to college?
He went to FSCJ. So the first semester, I paid for the first semester and everything. And he, went to, but his grades were not that good. Like he was doing, I think it was like C's and stuff like that. And I said, hey, if you don't, I was like, I'm not paying for another semester. You're going to have to pay for it. So he started working and he completely turned his grades around. And I was like, when you have investment in, your own thing and mama's not paying for it and you got to use your own money for it, I think it really gave him like a kick in the butt to realize that, hey, you gotta take this seriously when you're the one who's invested.
Where was he working to pay for school?
He worked a number of places. He worked at the Omni Hotel, one of the restaurants there up in Amelia Island. But he also did his pressure washing and photography. He did social media for a few of the clubs here in Jacksonville. He did player highlight reels for basketball players, and like team. It was like a flag football. It was like a youth football league for a park. Mm-hmm. He did a highlight reel for that, and when the director saw the highlight reel that he did, they asked him to kind of become their overall like media person. So the players would pay him like $25 to take photos of their, highlights during the game, or like $50 for like a video, and he would put that together.
That was his own little business?
That was his own little business, yes.
What did he go to school for? Do you remember? What did he start studying?
He got into media when he was at Julia Landon, and I had no idea that would become such a passion of his, but at first he wanted to be a news anchor, and then he decided that he just wanted to get into film and photography. So he wanted to go to the LA.
Could y'all imagine Sean reading you the weather in the morning? Like just talking about breaking news. He could have done this. This boy could have turned his life around on YouTube.
Film school, and he wanted to get into, doing filmography and things like that.
Would you describe Sean as being driven?
He is, yes.
And what was his relationship like with his siblings or any other family members?
Him and his sister They're very close. Even though they're 2 years apart, when they were little, people thought they were twins because they looked so much alike. Of course, they had their disagreements, they had their arguments and everything like that. But at the end of the day, they were so completely loyal to each other that it was a beautiful thing to see how they stuck up for each other, even though at home they tell each other to like shut up and get out of their rooms and stuff like that. But outside, they are so loyal and so loving with each other.
You described
Y'all got my likes looking crazy. It's literally half of where it should be. Y'all got my likes looking wild.
earlier that Sean was helpful. Would you say that he's somebody that likes to help others?
Yes, yes.
Do you think that he could be a good mentor?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
What about your relationship with Sean now? I mean, obviously you were close with him growing up and he lived with you, you know, when you weren't deployed mostly, but have you maintained a close relationship with him as he's gotten into adulthood?
Oh, yes. Yes, I have. And he's become the cool, logical head that, like I said, that's like, Mom, no, I don't think this is a good idea.
He's still supportive of you?
Oh, yeah, he's still supportive of me, just as I was supportive of him as ever. He's my boy.
And will you continue to have that relationship with him moving forward?
Oh, forever, forever.
Your Honor, may I have a moment?
Yes.
I'll pass the witness.
Okay, questions? Just briefly.
Here come Michelle.
Ms. Lyle, your son also went to community college, is that correct?
Yes, FSCJ.
Yes. And besides that brief period of time where he wasn't doing so well, he normally was a good student, is that correct?
Yes.
And he traveled a lot throughout growing up?
Yes, as a part of just being in the military and also.
With you, he traveled
Yes.
as well. And you said that he had a close group knit of friends, is that correct?
Yes.
And later, while he was living with you, one of those close friends was Isaiah Chance, isn't that true, ma'am?
Yes.
And you didn't have any concerns about his close relationship with Mr. Chance, isn't that true?
That's true.
I have nothing further, Judge.
Okay, redirect? Okay, may this witness be excused? Yes. Okay, very good. Thank you, ma'am. All right, and who's gonna be your next witness? Okay.
All right, that does it for Sean's mama. Now the sister is coming up.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this class will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Make sure you pull yourself up as close as you can to the microphone and just speak up if you can, okay?
Yes.
Will you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for our court reporter, please?
Nevaeh Gathright, my first and last.
Please.
NEVIAHGATHRIGHT.
And Ms. Gathright, how do you know Sean Gathright?
He's my brother.
What's the age difference between you and Sean?
2 years.
Are you older or younger?
I'm older.
You're older, so he's your baby brother?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell the jury a little bit about your relationship with Sean. Have you guys always got along pretty good?
Yeah. I've never been away from Sean. We grew up together That's my best friend.
So ever since he was born, you guys were never separated. 'Cause we have heard a lot about your parents in the military and some moving around, but did you
Yeah.
guys always stay together?
Yes, we moved a lot, but we've never been apart.
So if he would go to Mississippi or you guys would stay with grandma, you were always with him?
Yes, ma'am.
And so have you always been close?
Yes.
No fights?
Uh,
Of course.
siblings.
Tell me about Sean's character. What do you love about Sean? You said he's your best friend. What makes him your best friend?
I guess just how little brothers are. They pick on their sisters. He always bothers me, but in the good way. He used to, like when we lived in Mississippi, he would come into my room and he would put on all of my sunglasses. Or like, excuse me, he used to take my little TV on my dresser and he would turn it upside down. And I would be like, why did you do that? And he'll just walk out. I don't know why, but he's a funny person. He's sweet. He's caring. He's always there for me when I needed him.
We heard a lot about you guys got to travel
Yes, ma'am.
together. What did you like about traveling with your brother?
Just the fact that I got to experience new things and see the world with him was probably it's the best thing ever.
Those good memories you can carry forward?
Yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
I am approaching with defense 4, composite A through double D. I'm just going to show you some of these, see if you recognize this composite that we've. Just going to show you some of these photos, okay? Just so you guys will know. Do you recognize all these photos? Okay. Your Honor, I'd ask to admit defense 4, A through double D, and publish a few of these to the jury, please.
Any objection?
Any objections? That's okay.
Okay, admitted.
I'm just going to show you some of these. There's a lot, and the jury will be able to look at them, but go through some of these photos. You just tell, is that you and Sean?
Yeah.
How old do you think you were there?
Maybe like 6 and 8, I think.
And that was 4A. This is 4B.
Oh
where
my
is
gosh.
this one? Where's the pantry?
It's in Oxford, in Mississippi, with my grandma. It's a food pantry, and you can people can come and get the groceries, like low income, kind of, I guess like EBT people.
Okay.
Yeah, we would stock the shelves, bag chickens, put milk in the fridge, and then people would come in and we would make a bag to give to them.
It was volunteer work that you guys did?
Yeah, for the church.
Was that through your church? Yeah. Is that you guys? Where are you there?
Sandestin, Florida, at the beach.
How old were you, you think?
I was 16, I think. Maybe I was 17, 15 and 17. That was his birthday. That was at a restaurant. It was our favorite Japanese restaurant at the time. That was his birthday.
We heard a lot about Sean liking to cook. Did he cook for you ever?
He never cooked for me
Oh.
specifically, but yeah, he was always in the kitchen. He was always making something.
And I'm going to show you 4G.
Yeah.
Is that you guys?
Mm-hmm.
What does that picture say to you?
He's just a silly, goofy little boy.
Is that kind of common of what you would do with him and see him doing?
Yeah.
How old do you think you guys were there? Or where,
I think I was 16 here. He was 14. This was the year before that last picture that he showed. This was in California.
What were you showing off here?
He was showing off his braces, but like the Kodak Glee thing that they do. That was just it.
We've heard Sean liked photography too. Did he take a lot of these pictures or pose for them?
Yeah.
What's happening in this photo?
He got his ears pierced at Claire's for the first time. And he was like, "Can you hold my hand?" Well, he didn't want me to hold his hand, but I made him.
But he didn't push you away either, did he?
Mm-mm.
How old was he when he got his ear pierced?
I honestly can't remember how old he was.
And that was 4J. I'm going to show you 4K. This looks like maybe a holiday.
Yeah, that was Thanksgiving at my grandma's house.
What makes you giggle?
Just the fact that he used to do stuff like this with me, like he wouldn't do this for anybody else. He wouldn't sit here and pose like that or just be silly. We call it the white girl pose. Oh.
You guys there?
Mm-hmm.
And this looks like maybe Christmas time.
Yeah.
There's a lot of pictures of you guys just kind of holding hands and hugging. Is that reflective of your relationship?
Yeah. Oh, this was in California too.
You look a little younger there. It's hard to tell, but how old do you think you were there?
You think you were 12 in this picture?
Well, whose Maserati was it, sis? Whose Maserati was it?
Maybe.
He was 12 or you were 12?
He was 12, I think.
Okay. Maybe traveling there?
Yeah, this is when he went to Scotland and Ireland, and I was dropping him off at the airport. They left on my birthday, though. He was sad, but it's okay.
You didn't get to go on that trip?
No, he just went with my grandma.
Where was this one?
This was in Jamaica.
What were you doing here?
Hanging our clothes we had just washed
Why did you
by
have to do that?
hand. Because we don't have a dryer. They don't have washer and dryer, so you got to wash your clothes by hand, hang them up on the line to dry.
What kind of trip was that?
I think that was a family reunion. That was us in Jamaica, too.
Same one, okay.
Yeah.
That looks like it got cut off, but maybe London?
Yes, he had the little hat.
Yeah.
I was like, smile. He was like, the guards don't smile, ever.
Looks like you still got a little bit out of him, huh?
Mm-hmm.
And then would this be his high school graduation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That was in Jacksonville?
No, he graduated
Mississippi.
Mississippi. Yes.
This maybe the same.
Yes.
Were you both living in Mississippi at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then I'm going to show you 4X. Who's that?
That's me at my baby shower.
When was that? Is that your first baby?
Yes.
How many babies do you have?
2. 2 years and 2 months.
So this would have been the 2-year-old.
Yes, ma'am.
So back in what year? Do the math for me. It's not my strong suit.
2024.
Okay.
Yes.
And what month? When
This was in February, but he was born in March.
Okay. And so Sean got to come to the shower.
Yeah.
Does he have a sash on like you do?
No, that's just his
Oh,
shirt.
it's just
Yeah.
I was going to say, what does that say? And then when your baby was born in March.
Yeah. He came to the hospital to see me. He gave me a hug. And he said, let me see the baby.
How was Sean as an uncle?
Just caring and supportive and helpful. He loves his nephew.
Did you guys all live in the same house when you had the baby?
Yes.
Okay, so he was able to be involved.
Yeah.
Is this that same baby?
Yes. He would just take him and just keep him in his room. I have a video of him doing the buzz cut sound on his phone, and he was trying to give him a lineup, like his first haircut, just playing with him.
Looks like he's reading to a baby that probably isn't old enough to carry yet, huh?
Yeah. Oh.
How would he help you with your baby?
Like if I needed to take a shower or like get something to eat, he would just hold him for me and just let me do what I had to do, and I would come back whenever I was finished.
I know you said that you've always been with your brother since, he was born and you guys moved around a lot together.
Yes.
How's it been without having him around to help you?
It's been hard. Being a mom, I don't really think about it as much as I know I feel it, just because I'm always doing something to take care of the kids. But like when I sit back and I really think about what's going on,
Okay.
I just miss my brother.
Will you, do you still maintain a relationship today?
Mm-hmm.
You're able to talk to him and communicate?
Yep.
And will you continue to do that?
Of course.
And hopefully in whatever way possible, could he still be involved in your kids' lives and be an uncle?
Of course.
May I have a moment?
Yes.
I'll pass the witness.
Okay. Questions?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Gathright, you have characterized your and your brother Sean's childhood as a good, nice, loving.
Here comes the tears. I was wondering if Sean was going to break when his mom was up there, but it seems like he is breaking right now with his sister. And remember, the judge did warn. She's like, I know that this is emotionally charged, but remember, you're giving information to this jury, right? So it's tough, but at the end of the day, Sean done took a life. I'm sorry, he did. You know, Foolio has a sister. You know what I mean? Like the whole thing is sad, chat. It really is. A lot of families are, hurt by this whole thing.
Childhood growing up. Isn't that true, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
You said that both of you had wonderful, loving, supportive relationships. Isn't that true, ma'am? And specifically when talking about male role models, you said that he had a wonderful relationship with his stepdad, Brian.
Yes.
He also had a wonderful godfather. His grandmother, Lisa Gathright, you both had wonderful relationships with her as well.
Yes.
And her husband, before he passed away, your grandfather, both you and your brother Sean had an amazing, loving, supportive relationship with him as well. When you all were living in Japan, you said that Sean was had a lot of activities. He was very good in karate. Isn't that true?
Yes.
So good, in fact, that he got a blue belt in karate.
Yes.
So he was able to participate in a lot of activities. Isn't that true?
Yes, ma'am.
Very supportive family, both your mother as well as his grandparents.
Yes, ma'am.
Made sure that he was active and had lots of activities, including sports,
Yes.
traveling.
Yes.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay. Redirect. Okay. May this witness be excused?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. All right. You're free to go. Sure. All right. We'll just take another quick, 2-minute break. So if you guys.
All right, so Sean, they're giving him some time to come back together. I did track down Isaiah's witness list, so I'll talk through that with you guys in a moment. Again, we are getting towards the end of Sean's list. It looks like we only have 4 people left. So someone named Rosamond Posey, a Jamison Posey, a Rhea Tannehill, and a Charlotte White. So we have 4 people left on Sean's list.
Everyone have a seat.
And we're going to go.
Most of them are. Yeah, by number.
By number, okay. On the description, or the description of them? Yeah. So that he goes to possibly.
Just taking a look at Isaiah's list. I can't show it to you guys on the screen. Isaiah has a lot of expert witnesses, few attorneys, 21 people altogether. So we might be here a while with Isaiah. I wonder if that's going to be after lunch. It's 10:45 Eastern Standard Time. We're only about 7 minutes behind the live feed. I think they're trying to decide whether Sean's going to put on the remaining 4 people. But yeah, this is tough. This is very tough. You guys have seen it, but at the same time, in the state of Florida, you have the death penalty. It's on the table. We're looking at this great little life that Sean had, but this is also the kid that was spraying up the car that likely had the death shot to take out Foolio.
Okay, so Mr. Gathright, this is another stage of the proceeding where you make the decision and only you get to make the decision whether or not to testify, okay? You can choose to remain silent or you can take the stand, be sworn to tell the truth, and then tell the truth. It's my understanding from your counsel that you wish to testify. Is that correct?
Oh, shit. Chat. Sean's gonna take the fucking stand. What? 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 What?
And has anyone, including your attorneys, threatened you or coerced you or harassed you in any way in order to get you to make this decision? And has anybody made you any promises or assurances regarding what the jury's decision will be in this phase of the trial? And you understand, no one can, right? No one can predict like what any jury will do at any time. Your attorneys can do their best to advise you, but no one can ultimately predict. So do you understand that? Okay. And as far as at this stage of the proceedings, you will be permitted to testify, but we're not going to revisit necessarily facts because then you risk potentially opening the door, and then you could find yourself in a situation where you could be required to answer questions about the case. And that's not what is meant to happen at this stage, and it could ultimately be negatively impactful for you if that were to happen. Do you understand that? Okay. Okay. Very good. So if he's going to testify, let's go ahead and put him on the witness stand.
Oh my. Sean's on the fucking stand. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. But at the same time, he's trying to save his own life. He's trying to save his own life.
Okay, very good. Let's go ahead then and bring in the jury.
Y'all hear all that heavy breathing already?
All right. All good, very good.
Okay, very good. Everyone have a seat. All right, Ms. Finkelstein, your next witness is?
Sean Gathright.
All right, Mr. Gathright, please stand up, raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, have a seat and you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please state your name for the record, sir, and spell your name for our court reporter.
My name's Sean Gathright, SEANGATHRIGHT. I was born on October 20th, 2005.
Mr. Gathright, you've heard people speak here today on your behalf and yesterday, and I know that you wanted to address the court and the jury. So I would like to ask you what you want the jury to know.
I just want to address the court today, and you know, I'm not here to dispute anything. I'm just here to be a man and take responsibility and express my feelings about what, you know, this whole situation. You know, that's what I plan on doing.
Okay. And how do you feel? What?
I feel very remorseful, you know. This is a terrible situation. It's been a traumatic experience. You know.
Let me ask you this. So how old were you when you were arrested?
I was 18 years old.
We heard that you had started some college, obviously probably didn't get very far, right?
Right.
What have you done since you've been in jail? Is there programs? Are there things that you can do there?
So, you know, I've gotten into programs. I've also, you know, I grew up, you know, in church and, you know, in a Christian household. So I refocused my, you know, life to Christ, and, you know, I've taken a lot of religious programs. I've read the Bible from cover to cover. I've tried to, you know, share some word, and, you know, we have prayer circles in the jail and stuff like that. I've led a couple, you know, prayer circles, and I've tried to, you know, kids around my age or, you know, younger, you know, since I'm 20 years old now, that when you turn 18, you know, you go to the adult pods and stuff like that. So if I see somebody who I see, you know, has a lot of potential and has a chance to keep them from, you know, basically being able to be corrected at this opportunity and not come back, you know, I try to take them under my wing. As you see, I have a lot of resources and a lot of family that love me, and they've even, you know, asked me like, hey, is there anybody in there who doesn't have somebody like that, who, you know, could we send them some money, like, you know, anything like that. So I've tried to, you know, be a vessel for God to pour over my blessings into those around me.
We heard from Mr. Benoska, who said that, you know, in prison that there is opportunities at times to be a mentor, or you do orientations and peer-to-peer things like that. Is that something that you'd be interested in doing?
Of course, you know, I definitely want to, you know, try my absolute best to course correct anybody from falling down a path that they don't have to take, especially the youth. I feel like that's my calling that God has put on my heart to, you know, be a mentor to the youth and be a positive influence in this world.
What about those relationships? Like you said, you have a lot of people. Are you able to maintain those relationships now?
Yes. So, I mean, everybody who I, you know, maintain a relationship wasn't able to all be here today or, you know, even testify. But, you know, I talk to them daily, weekly, bi-weekly. You know, I cherish my supporters very deeply, and I want to maintain a relationship with them for the rest of my life.
And I know, you know, we're not going to talk about the case itself, right? But you said that you were taking accountability, you felt remorseful. Tell us what you mean by that and what statement you want to make.
To the victim's family, you know, I want to send my deepest condolences, and you know, I understand that it's hard losing a child, a best friend, a brother, a cousin. And for that, I just cannot say sorry enough. You know, I feel terrible about the situation, but I'm a firm believer that God can use anything for good that the devil wanted for bad. And so I am grateful for the people I've met, for the lessons that I've learned, for just this experience in general, because it's one that I'll never forget, and it's going to shape the rest of my life.
Sounds like there's that saying, it's kind of cheesy, but you make lemons out of lemonade or whatever.
Oh my God, this is such a mess. You up there smiling? What about Foolio's fans? This is not a fucking game, Sean. Oh my God. Fire these defense attorneys. Oh my God.
Lemonade out of lemons.
Somehow. I obviously don't make lemonade, but It sounds to me like you are going to try and make the best of a bad situation. Does that sound about right?
Of course.
And are you going to continue to do that?
Of course. I'm going to try to, continue a humble life, a righteous life, try to do the right things at all times. And,
Will you apprise yourself? We've heard about some, courses and programs and things that you can get involved with to stay busy in prison. Is that something that you plan to do?
yeah, so hearing Raul's testimony was, the first glimpse that I have of, what prison could be like. I want to stay as busy as possible, stay away from bad apples. I want to keep a job, get into programs, try to get into any vocational things I can do, try to, keep my record clean to, go to the best incentivized things and have visits with my family. And, I just want to just stay out the way, I just want to make everything, peaceful as can be.
Even knowing that you're not getting out of prison, you want to make the best of your stay there?
Of course. I mean, who wouldn't? If you're going to be somewhere for the rest of your life, why would you make your life a living hell?
And you're young, right? You're 20?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I have a moment?
Yes.
I'll pass the witness.
Okay. Stay.
You would agree with me that Charles Jones was young too, wasn't he?
Relatively young, yes, sir.
26, right?
Yes, sir.
That's what the evidence showed us, correct? You were sitting here watching that, correct? The evidence that came in over the last several weeks?
I was right there.
Yeah. And you want to take accountability now, correct? You want to take accountability now that this jury has found you guilty, correct?
Yes, sir.
Weeks after we went through a trial. Is that your testimony?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
You indicated this was a traumatic experience. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
That's what you just testified to, correct?
That's what I said.
Scott Harmon hasn't come up this entire time. Not yesterday, not today, but he is up right now.
We just have one moment, Your Honor. I'm trying to get the all.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Stage 25C. You remember Gino Norris?
Yes, sir.
You remember him? He was also really young when this happened, wasn't he?
I didn't know how old he was.
Early 20s, 22. Would that surprise you?
No, it wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah. Gino Norris, who's not a gang member, who's Charles Jones' friend from the time they're children.
That's the legal basis. Okay. Come on up, counsel.
Scott Harmon's not playing with Sean. He's like, oh, Sean, you want to come up? You want to have remorse? Let's look at all of your victims. They're going to remind the jury. And see, that's the thing. It's like you get to know more about this person that pulled the trigger, right? And, Sean's team is putting a lot of emphasis on the fact that he was a good kid, but he became a creative player. The state is like, no. Don't you forget, jury. Don't you forget what he did. He's remorseful, that this was a traumatic experience for him. What about all the people that were in the hotel? What about the other people that got shot? So the prosecutors are, they did agree that they weren't going to relitigate this thing, but this is the first defendant that's actually taken this stand. Let's see what happens next.
26C, Xavier Edwards. 25C, Gino Norris. And you saw the autopsy photos of Charles Jones. My question to you is, after you and your friends inflicted that carnage on June 23rd, and as you were running states 2059C, this is actually you running to shoot them, but when you were running back past that Tesla, were you feeling a lot of trauma at that point?
So long ago, I try to not remember anything from that night.
Were you remorseful as you were running back with that AR-15 in your hands?
Like I said, I try to remember nothing from that night.
Was it traumatic to you as you went back to the car with that AR-15? Was it still smoking? Was it still warm in your hands from firing it?
Sustain the objection.
Were you feeling remorse as you were getting back into the Impala?
Like I said, I just try to focus on today and moving forward.
So the next day, that Impala, that was your car. You drove that around, right? It was your mom's, but you drove that car, correct?
Yes, sir. It was my mother's car.
Right. And that was the car you drove from Jacksonville to Tampa in, correct? I'm working to a point, Your Honor.
Okay, why don't we just get there?
All right. So this car, this Impala that you drove from Jacksonville to Tampa in with Mr. Chance and Miss Andrews, the one that you drove in tandem with the Silver Cruise, the same car that you utilized to drive the assault team, the shooting team, which you were a part of that night, that same car that you drove around Tampa in the early morning hours for several hours, tracking, stalking, and hunting Charles Jones and his entourage.
Sustain.
That same Impala, you drove that to Polk County the next day, and you dropped it at your grandmother's house, right? The same grandmother who came in here last night and testified for you, correct?
Overruled. Go ahead. You can answer that question.
Isn't that correct?
What is the question?
You dropped the Impala, the one that had all of these shooters in it, the one that was utilized in this murder, that was such a vital cog in this plan. You dropped it at your grandmother's house in Auburndale, didn't you?
I'm here to testify about today.
Are you going to answer that question, or are you going to avoid it? Because that's not what I asked what you were doing here today. I think we all understand what you're here to do today, what you're testifying about. I'm asking you specifically about your remorse. Were you remorseful when you dropped that car off and left it at your grandmother's house in Auburndale?
I did go to my grandmother's house.
Were you feeling remorse when you hugged her and got into the 4Runner and left her with the Impala after you wiped it down?
Sir, I'm just telling you that today I would like to express my remorse to the family and to the court.
I understand what you're trying to do today. I'm asking you, since you're trying to convince this jury that you're remorseful, were you feeling remorse that next day or later that day?
I don't remember these days in detail, how I was feeling, what I was thinking.
What about later that night when you went to Orlando? Were you feeling remorse when you were out partying at Club Parlay, celebrating what you had done that day?
That was my sister's birthday party.
What did you feel any remorse while you were drinking Don Julio tequila and putting that in your video and throwing gang signs?
I'm here to testify about today, sir. We've all seen the evidence. We've all reviewed everything.
Mr. Chance, it's not time for you now to make speeches. You've politely answered your counsel's questions. Can you not answer the state's questions? Is there something about my question you don't understand?
I was getting to
I'm sorry, Mr. Gathright. I called you Mr. Chance. Excuse me.
I was getting to my answer. Like I said, I've seen all the evidence.
Well, we've all seen all the evidence.
Yes,
right?
sir. That's true.
And after all that evidence came in, and this jury based their true verdict on that, convicting you, now you're taking accountability? Is that correct?
Sustain the objection. I think the question on the table was remorse about anything else. Okay?
It is, Your Honor.
You just need to answer that question.
So I'm going to ask you very specifically, okay? So try to focus with a laser beam here, Mr. Gathright. Were you feeling remorse when you were in Club Parlay in Orlando drinking Don Julio? Were you feeling remorse for what you did earlier that day?
I don't remember how I was feeling or what I was thinking.
Were you feeling remorse when you got pulled over in the Forerunner a couple of days later by the police?
I don't remember. I was nervous. I mean, I had never been involved in any police.
Were you feeling
matters.
remorse when you were unloading the Impala and putting all of that evidence into the Forerunner? Did you feel remorse?
Sorry, I told you I don't remember how I was feeling or what I was thinking in those days.
Mr. Gathright, you have led, you would agree with me, an extremely privileged life, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
You would agree with that, correct?
I would.
You've had a loving mother, correct?
Yes, sir.
A loving sister, correct?
Yes, sir.
You've had 2 wonderful grandmothers, correct?
Yes, sir.
You would agree with me, right?
I couldn't deny that.
One of which probably, I'm assuming, sacrificed and paid for you to go to that private school, that preparatory school, correct?
It wasn't paid. It was a magnet program, so I had to apply, and it was a lottery system.
It was a lottery system. Okay, so it was a magnet.
Yes, sir.
All right. She supported you going there, did she not?
Everybody did.
Gave
Yes, sir.
you open use of her house, welcomed you, treated you, and parented you basically, didn't she?
Yes, sir.
Took care of you when your parents were deployed, correct?
Yes, sir. At the time, I was living with my grandmother. Both of my parents had been either retired or out of the military. I was just living there more so. I needed a change of scenery, and my relationship with my father wasn't sustainable.
Okay. This is when you're in Oxford with your grandmother.
Yes, sir.
The nice lady we saw earlier came in here.
Yes, sir.
The one that has supported you, who spoke so lovingly about you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so you went to this preparatory school, and whether you got in there through a lottery or not, you would agree with me, not everybody gets to go to a school like that, correct?
The lottery school the magnet school I went to was in middle school when I was living in Jacksonville. The school I went to in Oxford, it was just a public high school.
A public high school.
Yes,
Okay, my mistake. So you went to that preparatory school in Jacksonville.
Yes, sir.
But again, that school was not something that every kid gets to go to, right?
Oh, sir.
Not every kid gets to have a counselor and a role model like Mr. Edwards, correct?
No, sir. I was very blessed.
And not many children get to fly in planes with their stepfather, correct?
No, sir.
And fly around in Asia and get to see islands off the coast of Okinawa, correct?
No, sir. I was
And go on
very
camp-
blessed.
You are very blessed, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
And not every kid gets to go to Scotland, right?
No, sir.
Or Ireland,
No, sir.
or Paris,
No, sir.
or London,
No, sir.
or Spain,
No, sir.
Cape Town, or Johannesburg, or both in South Africa.
Cape Town.
Cape Town, beautiful city, right?
Yeah.
You got to go experience that when you were growing up, correct?
I did.
Because you had such loving people around you supporting you, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, your grandmother went with you on that trip, did she not? Or not on that one, but on the ones to
several
Europe,
trips.
correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And we heard you got to meet up with your sister in one of those trips, correct?
I did. I had the privilege.
So you always had someone there taking care of you, and you always had good, strong male role models, including people at your grandmother's church and your stepfather, Mr. Harrington, correct?
I had male role models in my life growing up, but in my more formative years, more so 16 to 18, I did not have a relationship with my father, and the male role models that came and testified, they were present, but not intimately as whenever I was younger, maybe middle school years. But when I turned around 16 to 18, it was the females that actually had that caregiving and, nurturing relationship with me. But
Thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate it.
yes,
So,
sir. Towards the more recent years,
Mhm.
I didn't have that one-on-one and very close relationship with, those male role models in my life. you heard my stepfather say, after the divorce.
I did hear that, Mr. Chance. Let me stop you,
Mr.
okay,
Gathright.
and go back to my question. I'm sorry?
Mr. Gathright.
I'm sorry. I keep calling you that, Mr. Gathright. Let me go back to what you said earlier. Between 16 and 18, you didn't have a male role model? Is that what you're telling the jury?
I'm not saying I didn't have any male role models, but day to day, young men need strong.
That's not what I
influence.
asked. I asked if you had a male role model between 16 and 18.
I had a figure that I could go to, but not intimately.
Mr. Edwards, right?
Yes, sir.
He had stayed in contact with you even when you graduated into high school, correct?
Yes, sir. We definitely maintained a relationship, but
And he
it
seemed to
wasn't.
be pretty enthusiastic about that, right?
Yes, sir.
In
Yes.
fact, you went on a cruise with him at some point, did you not?
Yeah, when I was younger, yes. We had
Okay.
a very close relationship.
And then from what you're saying, if I understand it right, the females, I'm assuming you're talking about your grandmothers and your mom stepped into the gap?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It was grandmother's, mother's, sister. Those
So
are
let
my
me
girls.
see if I got this right. When you were being brought up, and you were being brought up by a mother who was enlisted or an officer in the military, an officer, wasn't she?
I don't know exactly what her rank is. I know she was a sergeant.
But in the Marine Corps.
Yes, sir. She was in the Marine Corps.
All right. And then you had a stepfather who was in the Air Force, right?
Yeah, he was.
From the time you were 3 all the way up to when they divorced in 2020.
Yes, sir.
All right. They taught you right from wrong, correct?
Yes, sir.
And we
Of
heard
course.
that from your
Yes, sir.
grandmother,
Yes, sir.
right?
Yeah. Of course. Yes, sir.
Miss Lyle, she told us the same thing.
Right.
They brought you up in the church. They taught you about the 10 Commandments. They taught you about right from wrong. Did they not?
They did.
All right. And they were excellent role models about living your life in a disciplined, honest, and right way, correct? And being law abiding, correct?
They really didn't have to worry about me.
Well, let me just answer my question. Would you agree with what I'm telling you? That they were excellent role models of how to live a moral life?
Yes, sir. They definitely instilled the foundation.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
I have nothing else, Your Honor.
Okay, redirect.
Mr. Gathright, despite living, I think I did that. Despite having what you called a blessed upbringing, you still find yourself here today, right?
Unfortunately.
Where you had lived, we heard about Mississippi, and was Jacksonville different than where you had lived previously?
Jacksonville was unlike any other city that I've lived in or visited or any other country. The cultures, the neighborhoods, the people, it's completely different.
And how old were you when you kind of started experiencing that culture shock?
So when I moved to Jacksonville, I was about 9 or 10 years old. I didn't really know much about what the streets were, quote unquote, the streets were. It was more whenever I got to high school and I wanted to leave the magnet school that I was at. I wanted to be at more of a neighborhood school to be around the people I grew up with, because at the magnet school is just 30, 45 minutes away. I didn't really know anybody. I wasn't as close as the people who I grew up with. So around high school, that's when I started hearing about, and seeing, the different things like, the drugs and people dying and, stuff like that. And then I was caught completely off guard, but I was curious, like, what is this? And listening to the music, like, I was just like caught off guard. Like, I'd never experienced something like that, especially living in Japan and, living in different states around the world. I mean, or in the country, it didn't have what Jacksonville had.
We've heard from a lot of people that knew you, and I think it's been a pretty consistent theme that you were mature and smart and interested in things. But you were still how old around that time?
I was 14, 15. I definitely would consider myself to be smart and mature for my age, but
still curious?
I was still a young boy, you know. I still am a young man.
You think you were kind of impressionable?
I would characterize myself as, you know, at times being naive, gullible, impressionable, and yeah.
And so despite that upbringing, are you finding yourself, you know, you're in a different culture now, but you still want to be as successful as you can?
Yeah, so being in the jail, you know, I'm by myself, especially in a city so far away. I don't know anybody, so I took this time to focus back in on myself and just get back to the basics, you know, what I know, you know, and without anybody being in my ear or influencing me, you know, I've cut out the noise, you know, there's not many distractions in jail, you know, it's the same thing every day. So I started to work out and, you know, programs, try to educate myself more, plan, you know, stuff like that. Everybody asks God for things, you know, what we want God to do for us. But a lot of the times we don't ask what God wants from us. And so I've asked God that question, you know, what do you want from me? You know, I'm asking all these things from you. What do you want from me? And he told me that he's calling me, like, I feel like my calling, or what he told me, was to be there for the youth, serve the youth, keep them from going down similar paths, because there's a better way. And the streets is not the way. The streets are not the way.
Even having everything, trips and privilege and church and grandmas, and you still can find yourself going down a wrong path, right?
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
And you feel that that's your calling?
Yes, I want.
Objection, non-responsive.
Well, I think it's more asked and answered, but you can go ahead and answer. Just yes or no. Just answer yes or no. So do you
What
feel
was-
that you're calling?
Just what you were describing.
Yes, I do. I would like to.
Well,
Objection,
no.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Okay.
no. You just gotta wait for a question, okay, Mr. Gathright?
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions.
Okay, very good. All right, members of the jury, I'm gonna have you step in just 2 minutes quick, and then we will return.
All rise.
What do y'all think? We're going to do a social poll. Was it a good decision to put Sean on the stand? Be honest. Put a Y or yes, right? Type yes. Or put a no if you're like, hell nah, AV. Yes or no? Was it a good decision to put him on the stand? I am seeing a lot of no's. I see a few yeses, but a majority of you guys are on the no side, that it wasn't a good decision. I did not expect that. They did hint at it yesterday. They hinted at what to expect today during the penalty phase. We so far have heard from, we started the morning with the stepfather, Lisa Gathright, his mom, the sister, and then Sean himself. But remember, he's trying to beg for his life, right? He's trying to beg for mercy, because what's the decision here? Life or death? Keep him alive, or unfortunately, an eye for an eye in the state of Florida. I'm getting a few yeses. You guys are coming in with some yeses to humanize him a little bit. But wow, I didn't expect that, to be honest with you guys. Legal strategy, I did not expect that. All right, it looks like the jury is taking a little bit of a break. We are a few minutes behind the live feed, about 7. So let's see what happens.
Next to counsel. Good, Mr. Gathright, I'm gonna have you step back to sit next to counsel. And do you have any witnesses, any further witnesses, or are you resting?
No, Your Honor, I'll run.
Okay. All right, and then,
Okay, so that will do it for Sean. So it looks like we're not going to get the other 4 people on his list.
you're up next, right? Okay, let me see if,
Excuse me, sir.
witnesses still there, so.
It also sounds like we're going to transition to Isaiah or Davion.
Restroom break? Okay.
Okay, cut the sound. Let me see if I can skip some of this. Yeah, we saw a very different side of Sean today. Old Shawnee, or young Shawnee, rather. All right, there you are.
Later today,
Here we go. Judge.
would be helpful. At some point later today, I'm going to go over to confirm the statutory mitigators that each defendant is asking for. With regards to the non-statutory and preparing the jury instructions, it would be helpful if you just emailed me a Word document that listed your requested non-statutory mitigators. And that way, I can easily plug it into jury instructions.
I have one ready to go, I'll just make sure.
Yeah, that's fine.
Wonder what Davion's looking at. That might be his report. Davion Murphy, Section 2. You remember in the opening yesterday, they tried to make it seem like he was tapped, a little crazy. So we'll see what happens. And he just read that report. They put him in a skinny tie today. All right, let's keep going. Let me see if I can skip.
Sure.
Penalty or the civilian witnesses.
Sure.
Okay, yes. So that was Isaiah's attorney talking. So we are definitely going to Isaiah. I have his witness list right here. I cannot show it to you guys on the screen because there are addresses, but it looks like we have a psychologist, a PhD.
I'm a PhD.
It looks like we have a few attorneys, expert witness, another expert witness. We do have some civilian witnesses, which means family members of his. We do have some attorneys on here, which is interesting. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 attorneys on here. Interesting. Looks like the next 3 are lay people, another lawyer, a few other people, and then, yeah, we've got 3 more attorneys. Isaiah Chance Sr., so we're going to hear from Isaiah's pappy, his father, and then lastly, another attorney. I also told you guys that there is a notice of mental mitigation. This one also has an address on here, but basically it says, Mr. Chance experts are here to establish through the above expert witness that, number 1, Mr. Chance is borderline intellectually deficient. Mr. Chance suffers from ADHD, which affects his ability to process information, and other mental health factors in Mr. Chance's background that would mitigate against the imposition of the death penalty. I hereby certify that this has been furnished to the state's attorney's office on the 1st of May. So this was done by Isaiah's attorney on May 1st. But it was just published in his case file yesterday. All right. So this has been hanging out in the balance in the background, but I did want to let you guys know what to expect. It is 11:24 Eastern Standard Time. So just know that we're getting close to 12. Once they do get close to 12 and take a lunch break, it looks like today for the rest of the day is going to be Isaiah's day. I don't think we're going to get anywhere close to Davion stuff, even though Davion is kind of going with the same thing, mental health challenges, things of the like. So we didn't see a lot of that with Sean yesterday, but Sean has rested, and Sean was his own witness, and that was 11. And again, on Isaiah's, he has 21 people on this list. Now, on Friday, when we went with the verdict, they did talk about how long they expect to take. So we knew that Sean was going to be all of yesterday. And they did talk about the aggravating factors. Shout out to Kat Knott Williams. I saw her put a video out on that this morning. Okay, yes. So Isaiah is expected to go for 4 to 5 hours. So I think for the remainder of the day, we're going to get all Isaiah witnesses. So interesting stuff. Y'all strap in. Let's go get some snacks. And during lunch, what I'm going to do to pass the time and keep y'all all here, we might look at some old footage of Alicia Andrews taking the stand, because it's not often that you'll see defendants take the stand in their own case. She did that during trial, but with her sentencing situation being delayed to May 22nd, there's a lot for us to catch up on. All right, let's go back on in and see what happens next.
Just make sure they identify themselves for the record.
Skipping ahead. Rashad looking dead inside. He just looked dead inside.
Miss Wade.
Get back to Jacksonville.
Okay. And then is your only Zoom witness Miss Wade?
Isaiah Chance Sr. was on there earlier.
Yes, I see someone that says Isaiah's iPhone. Is that him?
Should be, because he indicated to me he was watching.
I hope so.
Okay.
Before I admit.
I sent him the Zoom link yesterday, and he's done Zoom before, so I think.
Okay. Well,
I could ask him.
I'm not worried about that. I have other concerns, but.
I understand. I'll ask him.
Okay, looks like they're just getting organized. Isaiah's dad is going to be appearing via Zoom, and it looks like he's already in the Zoom room. Keep going.
All right, so let's go ahead and bring in our jury.
All rise.
Okay, very good. Welcome back, members of the jury. Everyone have a seat. And Ms. Finkelstein, do you have an announcement?
I do, Your Honor, at this time, on behalf of Sean Gathright, to address.
Okay, very good. All right, so Mr. Petridis, as to defendant Isaiah Chance, do you wish to call a witness at this time? Oh, that's right, you did. So go ahead and give your opening. Thank you for reminding me.
All right, this is also out of order. If you guys remember, Isaiah did not do an opening statement yesterday, so it looks like they are doing it now. Interesting tactic. Let's see why.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate your time. As always, been getting a lot, but we really do. We've already made one of the hardest decisions human beings can make, and we're going to ask you to make a decision that in many ways is even harder. That decision is to look at Isaiah Chance, his whole life, not just the worst moments of his life, from the beginning when he was a child, and the man he was and is still becoming. Florida law and U.S. Constitution permit but never require the imposition of the death penalty. The law strongly favors life. Strongly favors life because our society has always placed a high value on life. It strongly favors life because despite the fact that if you find the aggravators outweigh the mitigators, if your conscience tells you you do not want to seek the death penalty, you do not have to vote for it. law strongly favors life because it permits the jury to show mercy. The state has stated they're going to want 2 aggravators for Mr. Chance, that he was in a criminal gang and that the murder was committed in a cold, calculated, premeditated fashion. You have already found that Mr. Chance was in a criminal gang. And the state has indicated correctly, there is a difference between premeditated and cold, calculated, and premeditated. We're not going to, in our presentation of the evidence, argue about the difference. We trust you'll make the proper decision on that. We're here because we believe that when you see the complete view of Isaiah Chance as a person, that those mitigators will outweigh the aggravators. Here are some of the mitigating circumstances we're going to present. The lack of any significant history, criminal history of Mr. Chance, is the fact that he was not an actual shooter in this offense. His age at the time of the crime, he was 21. And you'll hear from our expert, Dr. Tracy HARTIG, on this, the fact that he was borderline intellectually disabled, or is borderline intellectually disabled, as well as other developmental issues. The fact that he loves his children, of which he has 3. He's a good father, he's a good son. All the witnesses from his upbringing, his mother, his father, stepfather, grandmother, godmother, the loving relationship with his friends and family before and during his incarceration. Isaiah Chance grew up in Jacksonville. He was not raised in chaos. His parents were divorced, but they both stayed in this life. You're going to hear about a godmother who was with him from before he took his first step. She was there when his mother was pregnant with him. He was surrounded by people who loved him, and he loved them back. You're going to hear from Nashawn Nix. He served as a father figure from Isaiah from when he was around 7. I'll tell you, he loved Isaiah like a son, and he still does. He'll tell you that when he had structure, when he had discipline, he moved in the right direction every time. Miss Wade, a family friend, will tell you he was curious, quiet, and deeply interested in building a future. Isaiah was born premature. All of his mother Victoria's children came early, and he was no exception. And as he grew, it became clear some things were harder for him. He struggled in school, not because he didn't try, but because his brain processed the world differently. The school had concerns, and he needed more help than other students did. You'll hear this from Dr. Tracy HARTIG. His IQ was recently tested. It was 71. This places Mr. Chance in the range that clinicians call borderline intellectual functioning. This is not an excuse, but this is a fact, and it's a fact you're entitled to weigh. Everyone who knows Isaiah will describe him the same way: curious, quiet, gentle. A kid who wanted to be liked, a kid who wanted to fit in, a kid when had structure and guidance, he could thrive. When he didn't, he struggled. He was not a person barreling towards this moment his whole life. He was not a burden to the people around him. He was a presence. He went to his little sister's track meets, helped her train because he wanted to be around her. He attended church. He sat with Mr. Nix, talked about purpose and faith. He made people laugh. He had what some people consider a dry, quiet sense of humor. He was funny. He was warm. He helped around the house. He helped other people. He reached out to other people for advice. These are not the acts of a person without value. The state will stand before you and argue that Mr. Chance should die for what happened in this case. They will focus on the offense, and that is their right to do so. We're asking you to focus on Isaiah's life. You're going to hear from family members and friends who will tell you about his life. You're going to hear.
I didn't want to interrupt him, but a few of you guys in chat are asking, so I want to show it to you. I did pull this IQ classification from, it looks like this is a medical journal. So this shows you IQ ranges, right? So you have the IQ range, the classification, and the comparison with the population. The highest range you can get is 130 and up, right? Top 2% of the US population has that IQ. Now, he said that Isaiah's was 71, which is at the second to bottom, right? So 70 to 79 is borderline, and the bottom 10%. If it was below 70, it would be extremely low. So he is on the borderline section of where we're looking. Most people land in the average area of 90 to 100, and then you go up where it becomes higher than average, right? But Isaiah is sitting from the second to the bottom. I just wanted to show you guys that because, I was curious too. So let's go back on in.
we ask you to consider that a person can do something unforgivable and still not be beyond the reach of mercy. The law in its wisdom created this face precisely for that reason. Isaiah Chance is not the worst thing he has ever done. And by the end of those witnesses, we hope you will know Isaiah Chance. And then I'll talk to you again at the end of this case, and I will ask you to choose life. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Mr. Petridis, who's going to be your first witness?
Nick Shaw Nix.
Okay, Nick Shaw Nix. Ready to go, Madam Clerk?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell me that the testimony you're about to give in this council will be true, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you?
I do.
Okay, and councils, if you could just please introduce yourself to the jury real quick before we get going.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning, everyone. My name is Etany Moten, and I am part of Mr. Chance's defense team.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Morning.
Can you please state your name and spell it for the court reporter?
Dr. Nishan Nix, Nahshon, Nix, Nicks.
And Dr. Nix, where do you live?
Jacksonville, Florida.
What do you do for a living?
I work with at-risk youth through my after-school and summer program. That's a nonprofit geared towards building leadership and character through mentoring and martial arts.
And were you ever involved in politics?
Yes. I ran for public office with a grassroots campaign.
And how long ago was that?
3 years ago.
How do you know Mr. Isaiah Chance?
I met him roughly when he was 6 years old. Him and his mother and I have a child together. We were involved for roughly around 7 years. And during that time, I was able to hopefully leave some positive impact and impressions upon him and his siblings.
How would you describe the role you played in his life?
I do not claim to be his father, but I hope to be a father figure.
And how long were you actively in his life in that role?
I would say roughly around 7 years.
Do you love him?
I do love him. I loved him then, and I love him now.
Does he know that?
He better know it.
Can you describe Isaiah Chance to the jury just as a person, as a kid? What was he like?
Isaiah, growing up amongst a predominantly female household, him and I would have times to kind of like talk and chat. I even worked with him pertaining to academics. I introduced him to some martial arts. At that time, I was still competing and fighting in the cage. But I mean, as a kid, I mean, he was a typical young boy. I will say that Isaiah had some learning challenges, speech impediments. He stuttered. So if you listen to him talk, you had to lean in, give him some patience. If he didn't pronounce it right, say it again. I mean, I mean, typical kid. He loved noodles. Could eat. We'll go on family trips. I'm originally from New York, and I mean, he spent time with my grandmothers, my mother, my family, my siblings. He was loved. I believe he had a lot of positive influences.
So would you say he enjoyed family activities?
Yes, I would say he enjoyed family activities.
Did he have a sense of humor?
Yes, he did have a sense of humor. And like I said, I mean, he could eat. I mean, that was, like I said, if we were breaking bread, he was at the table, and I will say that he was also raised in the church. When I was in his life, I know just about every Sunday he was in a worship service or with me in church.
Did you see any indications of drug or alcohol use during the years that you knew him?
No, I did not.
Did he ever show any interest in gangs?
No, he did not. And I would like to add one thing that did stand out to me when Isaiah was roughly 10 or 11. We were riding in the car together, and he did mention that one day he would like to be a pastor. Like a prophet, to be able to speak truth and life to people.
So would you say he was active in the church?
Yes.
So you mentioned previously that you were very involved in Isaiah's life. What about his schooling during those formative years? How did that go?
Like I said, during his youth, as with any child, if there was a disciplinary action per se, I did not have a problem with chastisement. I believe the Bible says, "Spirit of wrath spoil the child," and I'm not saying that it's always about physical harm as far as a consequence with the rod, but even the lecture.
Do y'all think this stepdaddy beat his ass? Because did he beat Isaiah's ass?
Stop the cap.
Did he? I don't know, chat.
That come with it to let you know that you're reinforcing positive reinforcement.
When you knew him, did the school that he was in ever raise concerns about his learning abilities?
I believe one time they mentioned something about he could qualify for extra help and extra tutoring if he would get on medicine. And his mother and I agreed that if he needed some extra help, then I'll be willing to give him some extra help per se. But we didn't think that medicine would help him in that regard.
Did you see progress with Isaiah Chance when structure and consistency was in place with his learning?
Yes. A ton of improvements, positive gains. I mean, he did graduate with a high school diploma, and I'm very proud of that.
Do you know what schools Mr. Chance attended?
Yes.
Can you tell us about the schools?
While I was most present in his life, he attended Changing Lives Christian Academy. I would pick him and his siblings up every day, and I would debrief with them every day in the car. I want to know how your day went, what subject stood out to you, what did you learn, what was interesting to you. Like I said, so I actually enjoyed that time of debriefing with his siblings and himself to just hear how the days went, you know, to get a good picture of what do you enjoy, what subjects you enjoy, things of that nature.
After your relationship with his mom terminated, did Isaiah stay in touch with you? I can rephrase the question.
I understood the question. There was a time that I was very active in Isaiah's life. His father had told me he respected and appreciated my involvement in his son's life. But pertaining to discipline, he asked me to step back. With stepping back, it circumvented my position as a father figure to where my involvement was very limited. However, Isaiah did reach out to me a few years back about becoming a merchant seaman. I was elated to hear of the aspiration, and I told him anything I can do to help. So I did write him a favorable letter of recommendation.
Was he appreciative of that?
Yes.
Mr. Nix, you work every day with at-risk youth through your nonprofit. You've dedicated your life to that work? Is that correct?
My entire adult life has been working in some of our most socially, economically disadvantaged communities within the city of Jacksonville to give every child a fighting chance at success, and as well as dignity and determination.
That's really nice. What brought you to that point that you decided to act in this role?
Growing up, my biological father was incarcerated in Attica, one of the largest state prisons in New York. My mom, the most beautiful woman I've ever seen in my life, struggled with substance abuse. And I know what it's like to feel as if you are hopeless. And by the grace of God, phenomenal teachers, phenomenal individuals that can see a little black boy and see a potential leader, you know, in our society, and teaching them how to read, teaching them how to speak for themselves, teaching them about respect, and understanding that that God is real, and it's very important to me to be able to, what I would say, prefix instead of suffix, which is if we could get it right in the beginning, we wouldn't have to clean it up in the end. And training our youth through a curriculum that we wrote out called SEAL Team, in honor of the Navy SEALs, which stands for social, emotional, and academic leadership through mentoring and martial arts, to where we close the door on influences that could lead to counterproductive behaviors.
I see. And Dr. Nix, I didn't ask you before, do you have a PhD?
Yes.
Can you tell me what it's in, please?
I graduated from the New York Theological Seminary, and I did all of my case studies in zip codes 32206, 32218, 32209, 32218, and I surveyed children to be able to build out.
Yeah, I'm going to sustain the objection.
Okay. Dr. Nix, I believe you have a statement that you would like to read.
Yes.
Y'all keep in mind, this is pretty much like Isaiah's stepfather. I don't think he was married to Isaiah's mom, but Isaiah's father is on this list. Okay. So it sounds like at one point in the relationship when he was trying to discipline, Isaiah and his siblings, that Isaiah's father had a problem with that and told him not to. So it looks like he has a prepared statement. Let's see what Dr. Nix here has to say.
First and foremost, I want to extend my deepest condolences.
Yep.
Okay, it looks like I don't know, and y'all have to remember, I don't know what the relationship is with Isaiah and this man who was in this stepfather role for him. He doesn't seem very pleased that he's there, so I don't know what's going on. He does have a prepared statement. None of Sean's witnesses had an opportunity to do this. Even, it's kind of unfair because Sean's mother wanted to have a narrative and they stopped her sentence number 1, right? So we're going to see how this plays out. They're having a sidebar conversation about it now. Let's see what the result is.
Okay, I'm going to sustain the objection.
Thank you, Dr. Nix. I tender the witness.
Your Honor, may we have one moment?
Yes.
For cross?
So they're not even going to let him go in with his statement. All right, it's Michelle.
Mr. Nix, you were heavily involved in Isaiah Chance's life growing up for about 7 years. Is that true, sir?
Yes.
And even though you said you were not his father, he had a father. Is that correct?
So I'm sorry. I'm very ignorant to this process. I thought I was allowed to read a statement.
Yeah, no. So, yeah. Okay. I'm going to have the jury step out momentarily. Okay. All right. Okay, very good. Everybody have a seat. So just so you know, Dr. Nix, the state's objecting to the letter. I haven't seen the letter and I don't know what the contents are, but it appears that you're going to make a statement about society and other things. That's not what this is about. Your testimony here today is just to tell this jury what you know about Mr. Chance, about his redeeming characteristics, and that you care for him and you will continue to care for him and things along those lines. It's not here to make political or philosophical statements. So the state has objected, and the defense actually agreed that a large part of it was improper for this phase of the proceedings, and I've sustained it. So we don't need to revisit it, okay? Because I've ruled. So now you just need to answer the questions that are asked of you, okay?
Copy. Yes, ma'am. Yes,
All
ma'am.
right, sure. I am gonna ask you a question though, just out of the presence of the jury, because I'm curious. You've been involved with the youth in Jacksonville for, it sounds like, a long time, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I had no idea the gang violence was so bad. And so, I'm just curious succinctly, if you have any idea, why is it so particularly bad in Jacksonville versus other areas in the state of Florida? Just curious.
I surveyed over 100 youth who had no idea what the other person was answering.
As far as what?
Your question, the number one concern for our youth in our urban communities is homicide and suicide.
Right. Well, because I heard one of the witnesses described that, I think it was Robert Howard, testified that the people that are in the gangs in Jacksonville consider themselves the little Chicago, which I think would be distressing for any member of the community when it comes to gang violence. You certainly don't want your community to be the little Chicago. So I'm just curious if there is something going on in Jacksonville in particular that has made this scourge really blossom.
There's also a big self-fulfilling prophecy component that they look at it as entertainment
I see.
until it becomes reality.
Right.
And unfortunately, the glamorization and attention hijacks the pleasure sensors to where endorphins, dopamine, cytosine is almost like a high that you're constantly chasing, but it's leading to counterproductive behaviors.
Yeah. And those drill rap videos, I think to your self-fulfilling prophecy, the more clicks you get, the more violent, the more outrageous the conduct, the more clips and clicks, and then it becomes lucrative, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Very good. Let's go and bring our jury back in. While we're waiting, I do commend you for your work, and I commend you for rising above your circumstances.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You guys can have a seat. We're just waiting to get for Reggie to get the jurors lined up. He'll let us know when they're walking in.
All rise.
All due returning, Judge.
Okay, very good. Everyone have a seat and you may continue, Ms. Doherty.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Nix, I know that you considered yourself a father figure to Isaiah Chance. Isn't that true, sir?
Yes,
And during that 7 years that you were with his mother, you were a parental figure to him. Isn't that true, sir?
yes,
You took a strong interest in him and his development. Is that correct?
yes,
And you have already mentioned and testified that he did have some learning challenges, I think was your words.
yes,
And sir, you believe that he may have had some hyperactivity when you were with him while he was growing up?
I would like to repeat what I said then now, which is I had no documentation that could prove the hyperactivity, but based on my interactions, yes,
Right. You told me that he didn't have a diagnosis, but based on your own observations of what you observed of him, you expressed your own concern. Is that correct?
correct,
And you've already testified at some point that you and his mother were left with the choice of medicating him to get him assist or paid tutoring through the school, or not giving him medication, and you yourself taught him. Is that correct? You became his tutor.
working with him, yes, ma'am,
And you said when he did that in a very structured environment, you saw great progress.
yes,
So he was very intelligent. You just had to work with him in a structured environment. Is that true, sir?
yeah, with accountability, yes, yes,
Yes. And you were there for him. You provided him with that support when you were in his life.
yes,
And you had a positive, loving, supportive relationship with him as a father figure during that time period.
yes,
He had a loving relationship with his mother as well.
I agree,
And back when, even though you somewhat took a step back based on what his father requested you to do, you still would take phone calls from him. Is that correct?
yes,
And you've told us about this one time where he contacted you and he wanted to let you know about his aspirations to be a merchant marine. Is that correct?
correct,
And he seemed very excited about that.
yes,
And you were, again, supportive with him during that time period?
or supportive with him or for him?
For him, sir.
Oh, I was very supportive for him, yes.
You would provide him with advice if asked about?
I provided him with the letter of recommendation, which is documented.
And so you continue to support him even though you were no longer as active in his life. Is that correct, sir?
In the areas that I could be supportive,
And when you were in his life, you took him on trips,
yes.
went to church with him,
He went to church with me, yes,
introduced him to your family.
yes,
He had good relationships with the people in your family.
yes.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Yes.
Complete that examination.
And sir, just going back again with the amount of time that you spent with him when you were in that role as his father figure, you said that you would pick him up from school. Is that correct?
Correct,
You spent a lot of time talking to him during those rides with him.
yes.
He would tell you about his day.
I would probe all the children to see how their day went, instead of getting one-word answers, yes,
Like a good father would. Isn't that true, sir?
yes,
Trying to get involved in the details of his daily life. That is something that you did on a daily basis with him. Isn't that true, sir?
yes,
And he would share those details with you. Isn't that true, sir?
yes.
Okay. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay, redirect? Okay, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Dr. Nix. Best of luck to you, okay? All right, and do you have the witnesses on Zoom you want to get to before we break for lunch? Sure. All right, and the next witnesses? Okay, Elizabeth Jordan.
All right. Miss Jordan is number 7 on his list. I believe she is a attorney. I could be wrong. It says Office of Criminal Conflict and Civil Regional Counsel. She is from the Tampa area.
Good morning.
Hello, Cease.
Kim Cease for the record, Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Chance.
Okay.
Your Honor, Ms. Jordan's requesting that she not appear on video if that is
Yes, I
appropriate.
asked the media not to broadcast the identity of this next witness.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes.
Hello. All right, you may proceed, Ms. Cease.
Good morning, Ms. Jordan.
Yes,
Could you
ma'am.
state your full name to the jury and spell your first and last name, please?
My name is Elizabeth Jordan, Elizabeth. My last name is Jordan, Jordan.
Ms. Jordan, how are you related to Isaiah Chance?
I am Isaiah's Nana, his grandmother.
And Victoria Gray,
Is
his
my daughter.
mother, is your daughter?
Yes.
Okay. Have you known Isaiah Chance since he was born, since he was a baby?
Oh, yes, when he was in his mother's womb.
And where do you live, ma'am?
I live in Jacksonville, Florida.
Okay. So you have been around him and known him his entire life?
Yes.
What was your relationship like with your grandson? Can you describe it to the jury?
I am Nana. My husband is no longer with us. He's Papa. So we've been in his life since he was a baby. Sweet child,
Describe what he was like as a little boy.
quiet, calm, sweet, never gave us an ounce of trouble. He was with us quite a while, quite much, to our house as younger and as older. We've never had a problem. Discipline part, we never had to raise a belt. We just can say something stern.
Was
And
he compliant for you
always.
and for your husband,
Always,
his grandfather?
yes.
Okay. Were you a hands-on grandmother where you would cuddle and put him on your lap?
If he had a chance, he'd come sit in my lap now.
Okay.
All his life, I've done that with all our children. They have the opportunity to sit in our lap, lay their head on our shoulder, and just be them.
When he was a little boy, did he have any problems in school, learning disabilities that you observed?
Yes, it was, I still didn't talk for a couple of years, maybe to about 4 or 5. So we knew that there were some speech impediment problems.
So he wasn't verbal for the
No.
first few years of his life, all the
No.
way up to age 4?
About 4, about
Okay.
between 3 to 5, that area, yes.
Okay, much later than your other grandchildren developed verbal
Absolutely.
skills. All right. And did he have a speech impediment?
Yes.
Describe what it was to the jury. What did he suffer from?
He would want to express himself, and he would stutter a lot. And you just had to be patient and sit with him and then let him say what he needed to say at that time.
Do you think as a young child that affected his ability to express himself and communicate with others?
Yes, sometimes it had,
Okay.
yes.
Did it affect his abilities in school to learn and to excel like the other children?
He had some problems of learning, and we got him speech therapy and tutors as.
Do you recall what age he received speech therapy?
From the age, if I'm not mistaken, between three to 4 and up to a certain age, yes.
And was that helpful to him?
Yeah, because he turned around one day and said, Nana.
Okay. What sort of student was he in school?
Disciplined, quiet, calm.
Did you and your husband ever get involved in school activities like PTA meetings and things such as that?
We didn't do all PTA meetings, but we attend certain curriculum that they had.
Did you ever observe him as a child having a temper or being mean to the other grandchildren in your home?
No, he's gonna hang that head and just brush it off.
Did you take your grandchildren, including Isaiah, to church?
Oh yeah, he was raised in church.
Okay. And are you a minister of sorts?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And so it would be the norm in your household if the grandchildren were there, the grandchildren went to church on Sunday.
They didn't miss when they were with me.
Okay. And did he go willingly and participate in church?
Yes, he was a part of the children ministry. He did well.
Did he do that all the way up through adulthood?
As long as he was with me, he went. You can't live in my house and not go to church.
Would you also take Isaiah and other grandchildren on vacations, family vacations?
Yes, we did a lot of family vacation. As I stated, when we did Walt Disney World, Busch Gardens, Six Flags, Texas, every summer we would take them, all the grandkids, all for about 3 weeks and spend that time with them.
And would he participate with the other kids and with yourself and with his grandfather?
Yes, he did.
Now, tell me about your husband. Did there come a time that your husband became ill?
Yeah.
When was that?
In
2020?
Yes.
And what was originally his diagnosis?
He was diagnosed with kidney failure.
Okay. Is that something that when you first got the diagnosis, did you share that with your family?
No, we didn't.
You kept it a secret?
Yes, we did.
Between yourself and your husband?
Yes.
And what sort of treatment did he receive initially?
Initially, he did the dialysis at Mayo Clinic, and he wanted me to do it at home. He said, I trust you. I want you to do it because I know you're going to make sure I'm good. So I went to school for it, learned it within 6 months, and started doing it, administrating the dialysis from the house.
Did there come a time during his illness that you felt the need to share it with your family, including Isaiah?
Yes.
When was that?
It was in 21.
Okay.
When my husband felt like he needed to have a heart-to-heart talk with me. And he wanted the kids to know that he was dealing with this. And he actually died in 2022. And I was in St. Vincent by myself, and the Lord told me not to pull the cord. And I called my girls and they said, Dad is gone. And they said, Mom, I said, no, the Lord said, don't pull the cord, give him 7 days. And we believe in miracles. And within 7 days, my husband woke up with his right mind, his right spirit. And I began to tell Isel and them and the kids, and they just bubbled at that time. But my husband told me the Lord sent him back to make sure that his children were okay.
He was worried about his
He was
grandsons
worried about his
in
children.
particular.
So he lived 1 year from the date that he woke up.
And once Isaiah learned of his grandfather's illness, was he helpful to you and to his grandfather?
Yeah, my husband called him and said, I want to go to Atlanta for treatment. I need you to come. I need you to come with me and grandma, with Nana, drive the truck, help us move there. I was reluctant from going, but he had already set up temporary housing. My husband did it all. And Isaiah didn't give a negative. He said, I'm going, Papa. Tell me when you're ready.
How many grandchildren do you have?
Oh my God. A total of 24.
And your husband wanted Isaiah there?
Oh yeah, he helped name Isaiah. Yeah.
Okay. And when he called upon him and said, drop everything and come to Atlanta with grandma, Nana. And what did he call his grandfather?
Papa.
Papa. Did he drop everything and go with you?
The next day, he got in the truck and he said, Poppy, I drive. And my husband friend drove the U-Haul and Isaiah drove the truck and I drove the other car and we proceeded to go to Georgia.
And how old would he have been then when Isaiah did that? He was still a teenager.
Absolutely.
Okay. So he dropped everything. He went with Nana and Papa to Atlanta. What sort of care did he assist in with your husband? Did he have to aid you?
Oh yeah, he helped me.
What did he do?
When Papa couldn't get up, he helped. He would help me pick him up, put him in the chair, help me get everything ready, because everything has to be sterilized. You can't have anything in that area that has been tampered or tinkered with. So Isaiah was a proper call of helping me get everything administrative so that I can give him the dialysis.
Was his pop-up a big man?
Ooh, 270 pounds.
Okay. And what size were you back then?
About 110.
Okay. And was that something you would have been able to do by yourself to lift him, to move him from chair to chair?
I
that
did
treatment?
at first, but you know, as you get older, your strength get a little bit. So Sean, I believe he looked at saying that I needed help. And we could have got it from the other kids, but he didn't want to burden them. He wanted this.
He wanted Isaiah. Okay. And did Isaiah ever turn him down? Did he ever complain about providing the care for his grandfather, providing care for you, for stopping his life to go to Atlanta with you?
No, he wanted to tell me his dreams, and he said he wanted to talk over with Papa to see what we think. So that was an opportunity for him to spend the time going back and forth with us to say what he wanted to do.
Going through that experience in Atlanta, did it draw you closer to Isaiah?
I've always been close to my grandchildren. They know that. So it wasn't a specific time. It was just obedience on that part.
And sadly, there came a time that the illness progressed with your husband and he passed. When was that?
It didn't progress. Certain things happened.
Okay.
And he transitioned in 2023.
Okay. Tell me about the funeral and how your grandson stepped up at the funeral.
With that in mind, we are a close-knit family, and there are 4 original sons, and then there are multiple grandsons. So the older sons and grandsons decided to represent their papa by wearing these black uniforms with red writing in the back.
So they had shirts made
The
as
whole
a tribute
outfit.
to their grandfather?
Yeah, black pants with black shirts and then the red writing, and they indicated the service as unity and oneness in 2023.
And Isaiah participated in that.
Oh yeah, he's the oldest grandson. Yeah.
And they acted as pallbearers for their grandfather.
Yes, they took him
Including
out of the
Isaiah.
carriage. They took him out of the carriage. They put him in the church. They took him from the church, put him back in the carriage.
In all the years that you have known Isaiah, have you ever known him to be violent with anyone?
Not at all.
Have you continued your relationship with him since he's been in jail?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna give him that word. Psalms 91. He that dwell in the secret place of the Most High shall abide in the shadows of Almighty. He will be your refuge and your fortress in the time of trouble.
Does he accept your scripture when you give that to him on
I
the
give
jail
it to
phone?
him when he talks to him, and
Okay.
whatever he needs, if he needs money on his books, I'm there. I'll put it on his books.
What's the one thing you want this jury to remember about Isaiah and
Isaiah
your
was in,
relationship?
Isaiah came from Isaiah 43, 13 to 18. It's not by chance his name is Isaiah, because the scripture says in that God told Isaiah, I'm going to give you another chance to get things right. So I don't think things just happen. I think that things are allowed because God is trying to wake up his people. So with that, Isaiah has always been a humble, sweet, kind child raising up. I can't say anything horrible because he's never been nothing but that.
Is he a good grandson to you and to your husband?
Oh yes, he's respectful. Even now, when I say something and he's been where he's at, he'll say, Nana, I love you, but I want to just say something to mama right now. I said, okay. He's never been disrespectful or anything.
If I could have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes. Okay, cross.
Just briefly, Your Honor.
All right, before we get to cross-examination, a lot of people, it's interesting, a lot of people really do like Nana as a witness. I mean, she sounds like a great grandma, but at the same time, Isaiah is in trouble. Huge shout out to the Little Gaming Channel, who honestly has sponsored so many trials that I've done on this channel. Many, many trials for years since I started building this channel. Thank you so much, brother. I appreciate it. If y'all could do me a favor and type in TLGC in the chat. Normally, I read the super chats on our breaks, but when somebody steps out of the frame like this, number one, it's super generous, but it also keeps me and my team running. Okay. All of these things, this is a business at the end of the day. All of these things that you see, paying the editors, paying for the thumbnails, paying for all of this stuff to run a YouTube business is not easy. So TLGC, if I haven't told you lately, thank you so much. I appreciate you. He says, stopping in for a few before my meeting to show some love to the most intelligent and beautiful woman on YouTube. Be blessed. Thank you so much, TLGC. Really appreciate you. Have a great meeting. He is y'all's stream sponsor today. So I want to see the TLGCs in the chat. Spam it. Spam it. Now let's get back to Granny on cross. I want to see how she's going to do on cross, and she seems respectful. So we'll see how this works out.
Ms. Jordan, it sounds like you had a wonderful relationship with your grandson. Is that correct?
With all my grandchildren, that is correct.
And specifically with Isaiah Chance, your grandson, you and your husband, while he was alive, had a strong, loving relationship. Is that true, ma'am?
Yes, with all of them.
With
yeah.
all of them.
Yes,
And you had wonderful family trips during the summer.
we all did. Yes,
And you would do that every summer with all your grandchildren, including Isaiah Chance.
that is correct.
And I know that you have told us about some of his issues growing up, like he required speech therapy.
That is correct.
And you said after he got speech therapy, he did develop. Is that correct? He was able to speak and he didn't have any issues after that.
He still studies some. He still stutters and he still spoke calm, and he will hesitate before he finishes sentences.
And throughout school, if he needed any sort of support or issues, you would see to it that he got that. Is that correct? That he would get tutors?
Well, all of us did. This was not just one man team with Nana and Papa. This was a collective force.
He had a village.
He had a village, as
He had a
Nation
village.
said. That is
Oh,
correct.
And I didn't mean to interrupt you, ma'am. He had a lot of people in his corner trying to support him and give him whatever he needed growing up. Is that true, ma'am?
To some certain extent, as much as we can do. We're not living in the same household, but when he was with us, he did.
And in fact, I thought you said you had described him when he was going through some of that learning, that you said he could be very disciplined, quiet, and calm. Is that what you
correct.
said?
That is correct.
Yes. And so when he put in the effort, certainly he was able to progress.
Around me, I've never had a problem. He was always quiet, always calm, and always disciplined.
And always respectful. Isn't
Always
that true, ma'am?
respectful around me. And that's all of them. It's because the way we raised him.
And you said that he was raised in the church. Is that correct?
He was in the church by me, by his parents, his mother, and Pastor Nation, Dr. Nation spoke also because he was a part of his life by that time.
And certainly at the very heart of church, he knew and was taught right from wrong. Isn't that true, ma'am?
Well, the scripture says we all do. He without sin cast the first stone. So we all know what's right and wrong. But do we make those decisions all the time? No.
But he was raised to know right from wrong. Isn't that true, ma'am?
He was raised to know what the Ten Commandments says and what to do. That's correct.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Okay, redirect? Okay, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You're free to go. Thank you, Your Honor. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, you want to go ahead and do the Zoom witnesses? Okay, I know they've been waiting a while, so. All right, who's going to be up first?
I did verify that it is Isaiah.
Okay, thank you for doing that for me. And so who?
All right. So it sounds like we just heard from Nana. She is Isaiah's witness number 2. Witness number 3, it looks like they might be bringing on Isaiah's dad. So we're going to learn. Does the apple fall from the tree? We're going to see. We're learning more from these family members.
You're going to call first?
I'll call Isaiah. And Judge, you would like his identity.
Okay, the next witness also does not want their identity broadcast, okay? All right.
All right. So we're not going to be able to see him, but we're going to be able to hear him.
Sorry.
Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
Podium's not connected yet.
Oh, sorry. Right. Hi, Mr. Wade, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, I can hear you.
Okay, very good. All right, raise your right hand. The clerk is going to swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, you may proceed, Mr. Petrides.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you state your name for the jury?
Isaiah Chance.
And you are Isaiah Chance Jr.'s father, correct?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about yourself? What do you do for work?
I'm a building engineer. I work on different buildings, dealing with generators, fire pumps, just the whole outlet of the building.
How did you get into that line of work?
I started off with remodeling houses when I got out of the military, and just went from learning different aspects in remodeling houses and construction period. Went from there to doing hotel maintenance.
And what branch of the military?
The Marine Corps.
How long did you serve?
I served about 3.5 years.
And let's talk about your son. Were you present in Isaiah's life when he was growing up?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe your relationship with your son?
Me and my son had a good relationship. We was always, checking in on each other, close with each other. Everybody described me and my son, personality has been like, so we had like, a good relationship with each other.
Did Isaiah call you frequently?
Yes, sir. He always called me, check in on his pops.
And how did you end every phone call with Isaiah, or how do you end every phone call with you?
Well, every time Isaiah hang up the phone with me, this the only thing that make me happy is like he always say, I love you, no matter what.
When he was growing up, did you spend hands-on time with him, not just watching him from a distance, but working with him, helping him with things?
Yes, sir. Like I said, I was in remodeling houses, fixing up houses, doing rehab, full rehab. So some of the houses that I used to get, I bring them on with me, and we'll work beside each other. I teach them how to do certain things, as I have learned myself.
So did you feel like you were teaching him a trade?
Yeah, most definitely.
And how would you describe Isaiah as a person, his character?
My son, he was very, he was very quiet. He's a protective, he had protective behavior toward his family. He was very kind and generous. He always tried to comfort people, you know what I'm saying, when people get upset. So, I like his attitude. Like I said, he's very quiet and just full with, love from the inside.
Did you raise him in church or in faith?
When he first started off going to church, he was going to church with his mom. They were doing their thing there. And then, when they grew up and he was actually, coming around me a little bit more, I would introduce him into like Islam or whatnot, take him to the mosque, let him, see a different, a different aspect of religion.
I want to talk about his time in school. Did you notice anything regarding his time in school, the way he learned, the way he had issues possibly in school?
I think that was one of his childhood hardships with, grasping, school education at that time. That work was a little bit frustrated for him. So, he used to be, a little bit, slow to catching on with work, and, I'd be there to help him out. Sometimes I, let him know that, hey man, even your daddy's slow with some of this stuff that I used to try to learn back then and help him study.
So you told him a little bit like father, like son?
Right, definitely.
What did you do with him to help him during this time?
I always stayed close, range with his education, with him, how he think, you know what I'm saying? Like, just making sure that, he's on point with, learning things, whatever, type of, it can be in whatever subject, just making sure that I was there to help.
Okay. Before this incident, did you know Isaiah to ever be in trouble with the law?
No, sir.
Is there anything else you'd like this jury to know about Isaiah before we're done here?
Just the regular, that's my baby. I love him. That's my son. That's my first son. I believe that he still has value, and I believe we can save this one.
Thank you, Mr. Chance. Tender the witness.
Okay, thank you. Any questions?
No questions, Judge.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Chance. Your testimony is now concluded, so you can log off from Zoom.
All right, thank you, Judge.
Okay, thank you. All right, and you've got one more witness.
Yes, Miss Wade. Should
Okay,
be brief
I'm
here.
gonna let her in.
I thought I heard Nathan Wade. All right, Nyanda Wade is coming up. Same thing. It does have some other addresses here. You know what I think happened, guys? I thought these people were lawyers. I think to protect Isaiah's family's identity, They did mask these addresses to the address of criminal conflict and civil regional counsel. So they used an address for an attorney's office for the government. So I noticed that with Nana, right? Like they have her name, but they did not post her address, which is actually very, very smart. And then, Dad, his address is on here. Hopefully nobody bothers him. But this next person, same thing. I wonder if this is going to be his mom. Let's see.
Wade, are you present? She's been waiting a while, so. Hello, Miss Wade? Hi, okay, very good. Yeah, sorry, it's been a long wait. I apologize for that this morning, but we're ready to get going. So if you would please raise your right hand to be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Miss Wade. How are you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Thank you. Can you please state your name for the jury?
Nyanda Wade.
Can you just tell us what city do you live in and what do you do for a living?
I live in Jacksonville, Florida, and I am a hotel manager for a living.
How do you know Isaiah Chance?
I know Isaiah. I came to know Isaiah through a brief relationship with his father. And after the relationship that ended, I remained in close contact with Isaiah, his siblings, his mother, the family.
Okay, all right. So this is Daddy's ex-girlfriend, it sounds like, but maybe might have played a stepmommy role.
He's a family friend.
Do you know approximately when that relationship began with his father?
2018.
And have you remained at least somewhat close to Isaiah Chance ever since? The son?
Yes. Yes.
What would you describe your relationship as with Mr. Chance?
I would say I look at him as another son, but my role in his life is more so like a mentorship.
How did that work? What did that look like?
So Isaiah and his siblings would come over with me to my house for weekends. I visit with the family quite often at their home. If there were any birthday parties, age related or with folks close to age with Isaiah or his siblings, that I would take them along with me. We did lots of things together. We taught his older sister how to drive together. Lots of family outings, extracurricular activities with his siblings. So we were pretty close.
Did you ever watch your dog?
Yes, yes. So on a number of occasions, I asked Isaiah to babysit or dog sit for me or house sit due to like travel for work. He was really responsible, so I felt comfortable with leaving him with those responsibilities.
So he would stay in your home alone at that time?
Yes, for maybe like a weekend.
And you trusted him to do that?
Yes.
Did you ever have any issues during those times?
No, I never had an issue with Isaiah, and no behavioral issues. Never even seen him get upset. But yes, I felt very comfortable with him taking care of my home while I was away.
And how would you describe Isaiah as a person?
He's very reserved, sort of on the quiet side, but also insightful, I would say.
Quiet can mean different things to different people. What do you mean by that regarding Isaiah?
Quiet in terms of, not really attention seeking, very observant. So once he warmed up to a situation though, it was, in a new environment, he'd be all about it. I was kind of surprised for a young teenager to be so willing to kind of jump out into new experiences the way that he was. He wasn't very shy.
Did he ever tell you about plans for his future?
Yes, we talked a lot about what he would want to do, after he became an adult. I came into his life when he was about 16 at the time, so those conversations became a little more serious over time as he was getting close to being an adult. He mentioned, we actually talked a lot about the different types of careers available because he wasn't really sure, what he was good at just yet. But he landed, he had a big interest on becoming a merchant seaman.
Did he tell you why? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say that was one of the careers that he took the additional steps to pursue. He started to obtain some documentations that were necessary. Myself, him, his mother, we were discussing with him where he should go to school, those sorts of things.
Do you know why he wanted that field in particular?
Well, from what I understood, he wanted to do something that was a little purpose, that had some purpose to it. He also wanted to travel. He hadn't been outside of Jacksonville too frequently. I know he's took a few trips, but not frequently. So he really wanted to see the world, and definitely something that would be able to provide for his children.
Okay. So you're aware, obviously, that he has children, correct?
Yes. Isaiah became a father when he was pretty young, 18, almost 19 years old. I was very impressed with how hands-on he was, always calling and asking questions. Am I doing this right? Can I do this? Should I give the baby this? Asking me, how to cut his fingernails so he wouldn't scratch his little face, that sort of thing. He was very, very hands-on. He actually, he was pretty much his child's main caretaker while the child's mother was working. So I was very impressed with how he kind of stepped into that role. We were all really excited that he had picked a career that would help support his family.
All right, y'all. So again, this is Isaiah's dad did not want his face to be shown. And here, this is someone that dated Isaiah's dad. It takes, y'all know how it is on the internet. Like, your face gets shown and then people cut up. And I see some of y'all cutting up. I let y'all cut up, but let's acknowledge the fact that she was brave enough to come out and stand up for Isaiah. She's not his mother, dated the dad, didn't have to stay in touch, but she's here for one purpose. And that purpose is to, again, help this jury decide life or death. Gutazay has 3 kids. Alicia has one of those kids with him. I think he's like 23 at this point. But the big thing with Isaiah's situation is that he was not one of the shooters. So I'm also very curious if the jury is going to be persuaded here, okay? So let's pay attention to Isaiah's witnesses because at the end of the day, he wasn't one of the shooters, okay? So death penalty is on the table, but Mr. Petridis here is really trying to focus on, all right, I'm going to put a lot of people in front of you. I have this list. Isaiah has the most amount of witnesses out of all of these boys. So let's pay attention to, is this convincing for the jury? Okay, let's go back in.
Planning to stay in contact with Isaiah while he's in prison?
Absolutely, 100%. I totally understand that the support, once incarcerated is just as important as the support, outside. I do plan to keep in contact with him, continue to mentor him, continue to guide him in any way that I can.
And lastly, is there anything else you want this jury to know before I let you go?
I would just like the jury to know that Isaiah is a father. Again, that is something that is new to him, but it is very important to him. We've had plenty of conversations, very intimate conversations about how important it is for him to be in his children's lives in any capacity that he can be. So I understand what's at stake here, I guess you could say, and I really would like the jury to know that removing Isaiah from his children's lives would be devastating to not only the children, but his family, all of us. He's a dedicated father and he needs to be there for his children.
Thank you, ma'am. No further questions. Tender to witness.
Very good. Cross?
No questions, Judge.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Wade. Your testimony is now concluded, and I again apologize for the wait, and you can log off the Zoom.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are we anticipating any other Zoom witnesses today? Okay. And then Ms. Toomey, you're gonna be up next. Do you have any Zoom witnesses today? Okay. All right, then I'm gonna close out the Zoom and we will take our lunch recess. So it's 12:30. If you all could be back here at 1:45 and we will continue on. Thank you.
All right.
All right, chat. You our afternoon recap, and we do have a plan for lunch. They are due back at 1:45. It is 12:45 Eastern Standard Time. So we have exactly an hour. I have tons of super chats to read. I think there are about 28. So we're going to get through this, and I will give you your recap of what you missed if you are just joining us for the morning, what the rest of the afternoon looks like, and then we will kill a little bit of time looking at Alicia on the stand because that is still in the balance as well. Especially with Gathright. I want to see what this jury is going to decide to do with Isaiah. His situation is different because he didn't pull the trigger, but he was still found guilty, right? So let's go back on in and see if they say anything else before lunch.
Okay, very good. All right, Mr. Petrides, I think you've got an expert up.
An expert and then two lawyers. They'll be quick, the expert.
Right, okay. And then Ms. Toomey, you've got something ready to go this afternoon? Okay.
Judge, I have an issue I wanted to bring to the court's attention. So I was able from Ms. Toomey's.
You guys can all sit down.
From her mitigation specialist, Ms. Quinn was able to provide the UF records for us, the medical records that have been mentioned. There are over 700 pages of them. And I think they are critical to this, to their opinions, Dr. Eisenstein's opinions, because he mentions briefly their whole basis of their mitigation is going to be brain damage. And there's prior motor vehicle accidents that are documented in these medical records, which I have not, the state has not had a chance to go through at all. Eisenstein mentions them, Dr. Eisenstein, excuse me, mentions them briefly, but he relies upon them. And we want the opportunity to go through these. I can't do that over an hour lunch. It's 700 pages.
And when did you receive these documents?
They were just handed to me.
Just now?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Judge, when we first started this trial, I recall
All right, we got problems with Davion's counsel. Okay, so we were just talking about what the plan is. It looks like although there are 21 people on Isaiah's list, it looks like they're only going to go with 3. So there's one expert who I believe is Dr. Tracy Hartig, who's going to, she's a psychologist. She's going to talk about some of the ADHD things that they're claiming that Isaiah has. And you have 2 lay witnesses. I would imagine that one of them would be his mom. I don't know who the second one's going to be. Now, Ms. Toomey is the attorney that is speaking on behalf of Davion. Now, notice that Father Time isn't doing any of this work. It's the other attorneys, right? So Ms. Toomey is the attorney for Davion. Now, we knew this because she said it in the opening argument yesterday that Davion has significant brain damage and that's why he doesn't think well and that he's slow and all types of stuff, right? Davion was actually making a face when she said that. So I don't know if he's agreeing with this strategy, but what she just did was kind of outrageous. So Scott Harmon, y'all know he's a veteran from the prosecution team, tore Sean up this morning. He was just handed a psychiatrist's report. That report was just handed to him. Whenever you share documents in a court case, you have to give the other side ample opportunity to review it. It's like going up, hold on. It's like this. It's like she just walked over to this man. This is the biggest law book on my shelf, by the way. It's like she just walked over to him and was just like, here, read this over lunch. Like, just read this. Read Davion's mental problems. Look at this report. Read it. You can't do that. You know what I mean? So I don't know why she did that. So let's look at Scott's face. He's like, ma'am, how am I supposed to read 700 pages during lunch? You know what I mean? It's so crazy. Let's go back in and see what happens here.
Mr. Harmon saying that I have provided him all the records that I have listed. So I don't know where the disconnect is or was, but certainly he intended not providing those documents.
Well, I guess at a minimum, she could do her direct of the doctor, and then we could break and bring him back tomorrow for cross.
Okay.
So you need to let your doctor know. We're gonna have to do that. So, okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. See you guys back here at 1:45.
No, she didn't show up and do that. Like, here's this report I need you to read. Like, oh my God. And granted, like when we're in law school, like attorneys are typically fast readers. Like this is my constitutional law book. Y'all were talking about that whole Chud guy. The only reason why I was looking at it the other day is to talk about some First Amendment things. So I was in here looking at that and doing some research. But this is the biggest one on my shelf. Like, look at how thick this book is. I remember when we had to buy it. I was like, what is this, class? Why is this so thick? That's what she said. That's a thick book. It's so thick. Look at the girth. Okay? This is the thickest book on this shelf, and it's heavy. It's heavy. This it's like a 10-pounder, all right? But anyway, I couldn't stand constitutional law, but guess what? It was my favorite class, ironically, in law school. But anywho, let me put this on mute and let me give you guys your update. They are on lunch, and I'm gonna turn myself up since we can mute the court volume. They are on lunch until 1:45 Eastern Standard Time. It is 12:51 right now. Let's talk about what we saw this morning, because it was quite the morning, to the point where Sean took the goddamn stand. Rewind that if you haven't seen it. Sean took the goddamn stand. I could not believe he did that. But at the same time, little Brody is trying to save his life. Sean had 11 witnesses, including himself. If you have seen yesterday's proceedings, I'm not going to go through it too much, but yesterday he had about 6 people go, and we ended with a granny. You guys know we're not talking about the white granny. We are talking about the Jamaican granny. She was here, okay? She was on the stand, and we were trying to figure out where things with Sean went bad, because it seemed like the kid came from a good home. A good home. So that's where we ended yesterday. Today, we had a series of witnesses for Sean, witnesses 7 through 11. 7 was Brian Harrington, who was Sean's stepfather. Sean's stepfather was in the Air Force, okay? So not only did this kid live a privileged life, you were in them planes with your stepfather, okay? He took him on the ride-alongs. Crazy. I couldn't believe that. So that was pretty brief, but he mentioned, although he is not Sean's father, biological father, he was in his life, and he wants to continue to be in his life. So we started the morning with witness number 7, Mr. Brian Harrington. Then we hear from Lisa Gathright, who is Sean's paternal grandmother. All right. So she lives in Oxford, Mississippi. She also mentioned another trip. Yesterday, we learned that not only did Sean go to all these places in Europe as a kid, but he also went to Ireland, in the UK, and Scotland as well. Now, Lisa Gathright mentioned that Sean's father hasn't been a part of his life, and that the situation was tumultuous, meaning that, you know, this father tried to discipline his kids, and apparently they called it abusive. I mean, I got my ass beat all the time. My grandmother, oh my God, she used to throw shoes at us. Like, if you wasn't listening, listen. She's Cape Verdean, so you know we're African and Portuguese, but like straight up, the belt or this, okay? The slippers used to be just fucking flung around the room. If you weren't listening, like you be sitting there acting up. One time she made me eat food because I did not want vegetables, and she had cooked it. She was like, eat. And I was like, no. She was like, eat the carrots. I was like, no, they're frozen. I'm not eating the carrots. She made me sit at that goddamn table until I ate them damn carrots. I to the point where I was going to throw up on purpose. I was like, no, I don't want to do it. I don't want your carrots. She said, you're going to eat these damn carrots. And then the the slipper thrown across the room. It's crazy. I got my ass beat. Most kids did. But like in this day and age, and we in law school once, we talked about this in criminal law. Where is the line with parents with corporal punishment? Because you can do it, right? Every state is different, of course. But when it becomes abusive is the question. And for some reason, the Gathrights stopped talking to Sean's father because they found that his behavior was abusive. Nevaeh, she took the stand. We'll talk about her in a second. But apparently the father had slapped her, right? So I don't know what the context was. They really didn't get into it. But allegedly, the reason why Sean's father isn't involved is because he hit his kids. I mean, if your son is shooting shit up, I mean, I don't know. But again, we don't know the story. We don't know the context. We don't know how deep it goes. Okay. So that's what we saw with witness number 8, Granny Gathright today. All right. Next, we go to witness number 9, which was Sean's mom. And I called it out. Y'all didn't believe me. But on sentencing day on Friday, I had a feeling that that was Sean's mom because she just kind of, when the sentence was not sentencing day, sorry, verdict day, when the verdict was read out, I did see her just kind of staring off. And I was like, oh, that has to be the mother. Because when you give birth to somebody, you carry them, and Sean's little, you know what I mean? He's young. She's thinking about what the rest of his life is going to look like, but also the possibility of the life that you birthed into this world is potentially going to go away because of a decision that he chose to make. He chose to make it. But I think really what we're seeing from Miss Lyle, the mom, is also the regret. She didn't talk about it. Notice they didn't talk about it, but you took him to the gun range all the time. Which is fine. Exercise your Second Amendment right legally. That's fine. But that exposure, if I'm on the jury, is something I would have been curious about. The exposure to firearms. Take your kids hunting, whatever. I don't know. Remember that stuff they do in the UK with the dish? What do they say? Like the little dish goes out, and like hunting is a thing. People really enjoy hunting. You can do that in a very healthy, safe way, right? If you want to hunt game or whatever the case may be. I hope I don't have anybody from PETA in this mug, but like there are people that are avid hunters. But exposing him to ARs, assault weapons, and I don't know much about weaponry, to be honest, so I might be saying this wrong. But like that exposure was not really talked about. And she didn't testify in the trial. Also, for Alicia's case, she didn't want to be on camera. We got a chance to get to see her this time. All right. So what did she talk about? She talked about her, the judge had to stop her because sentence number 1, she's like, oh, I think she said something along the lines of like, this person is not the son that I knew. We're already going down a narrative, and we had a feeling that was going to happen with her. She was warned this morning. The attorneys were warned, and the judge was concerned because it wasn't the last time she was on the stand in Alicia's trial. It was a bit of a shit show, and I did show you guys that last week, okay? So she talked about Sean's upbringing, right? And when they moved to Jacksonville, because they didn't always live in Jacksonville. They were moving around because she was in the military, or sometimes the kids. So both Sean and his sister would go to the grandparents' place, maybe the dad's place for a little bit, while Mama Sean was in the Marine Corps. Now, so they moved to Jacksonville in 2016, and it looks like from 2020 to 2021, Sean spent about a year with his dad in California. But see, that's the other question I have that kind of doesn't add up, so to speak, logically, is if y'all weren't okay with how Sean's father disciplined the kid, why did he go live with his father in 2020? Why is his father not testifying? The questions here. It's really crazy. So one of you guys is asking about the laugh button. I'm going to turn it up a bit. That laugh button is actually the laugh from the Rick Ross song. I forget which song it is, but that's the Rick Ross laugh. Maybach music. I think it's from Maybach music. That laugh is legendary. So I needed to put it on my soundboard. That's the history behind the laugh. Let's keep going. So I wondered, you know, even Isaiah's father showed up. Sean's father is not involved in this at all. So to hear about Sean's mom talk about this, it has been interesting. But if they, you know, there's something about the father that doesn't make sense to me. And I think if you're on the jury, you would have the same question, at least just the curiosity about him. Might not mean anything, but if your son is potentially about to die, you're not going to come. So I don't know. And it's not easy, but at the same time, look at Isaiah's dad. Isaiah's dad was like, just don't put me on camera, but I'm gonna show up for my son. So it is interesting. I wonder what the family dynamic is with him, because Lisa Gathright, the previous witness number 8, also said that they don't talk. So I wonder what that's all about. Anyway, we also learned from Sean's mom that he did attend college, went to a few classes. When asked about a major, she kind of didn't really answer the question. I wonder what his major was. They talked about his jobs. So he worked at the Omni Hotel, had 2 side businesses. We also learned that he was also posting on social media. The other thought that came up, dear viewer, how is it that we were able to, in the trial, find social media accounts for all of the people involved? Gathright, Rashad Murphy, Davion Murphy. Sean had a side job where he was putting together social media posts for athletes and clubs in Jacksonville, but y'all couldn't find his social media. I mean, as a social media expert myself, I'm curious about that. How? So I don't know what that's all about. Moving on, we had Nevaeh Gathright, Sean's sister, who, you know, is younger, on the younger side. She's only 2 years older than him. So she has to be about 23. Now, Nevaeh has 2 children, and Sean had been involved with helping raise, I think, the oldest one. So they all lived at home with their mom. And once she had the first baby, who is now 2, Sean was helping them out. So if the sister needed a break, she needed to sleep, Sean would do some of the feedings, read a book, blah, 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 really humanizing him, okay? So with the sister, you know, we talked about, you know, who he was as a person. This is when Sean started crying. The sister mentioned that they were always together and they were very close, and that this is just my kid brother. But he started crying towards the end of her testimony. All right, and that was Nevaeh. Y'all are like, oh my God, she's cute. Just had a baby. All right, leave her alone. Leave her alone. Now, next, witness 11. Goddamn Sean himself. I could not believe this kid took the stand. But at the same time, can you blame him if it's life, or if it is, you know, the death penalty? Now, this strategically, I can understand why they wanted to do it. It was not good. Mr. Harmon chewed this boy up. And Mr. Harmon hasn't done any of these cross-examinations. Here's the meat that was in the water when the shark from the prosecution popped out. He was like, it's hunting season. It's hunting season. Let me come and get this dolphin. Let me come get this wounded animal, the blood in the water. Let me come out. Here's what Sean said. On direct, Sean said, this is a terrible situation. And it was a traumatic experience. He said that sentence before even apologizing. And I haven't looked at Miss May's account, Foolio's mom's account today. She has been posting. She has posted. I haven't looked at it yet. I'll take a look in a minute. But Sean had the nerve to say that it was a traumatic situation and a terrible situation. It is. It is. But he said that before he apologized. And then he talked about how remorseful it is and how he feels really sorry for the loss. Now, Scott came up and was just like, let's talk about the carnage. Let's talk about what you did. Let's talk about your remorse. Did you have remorse when you walked up to do the shooting? No. He says, I don't want to remember that night. Did you have remorse when you were walking away from the shooting with that gun still smoking hot? Did you have remorse then? Did you have remorse when you actually went out and celebrated that night and had a bottle of Don Julio? Did you have remorse then, Sean? Did you have remorse the day you got arrested and then we find out that there was a first attempt on Foolio's life and it was likely you, Sean? Did you have remorse then? He got smoked on the stand today. And they didn't even harp on that other point that I was telling you guys about, is that, really Sean's ties go all the way back to the October attempt on Foolio's life as well. Scott Harmon was about to go in, but again, he did as much as the judge would allow. So, for example, he said, you're young and you're talking about how you still have life to live. What about Foolio? He was 26 years old. Is that not young? Here's a picture of Gino Norris. Remember you shot him in the arm? Here's a picture of the other victim that got shot in the arm. All three victims. Do you have remorse now? Like, oh my God, Scott went in. That is a highlight of the day. Then Sean also said on the stand that he wanted to devote his life to God. And God wants him to help the youth in the prison system, which, I mean, if you're spending the rest of your life in there, let's be reasonable. What else are you going to do? So he apparently, whenever there are young people in the unit, Sean will go over and try to mentor them and just try to, be more involved in the church community and the unit and things of the like. Now, it's going to really change for him post-sentencing. And we learned from our jail expert yesterday what daily life would look like for Sean. What will it look like if you have life? Or what will it look like if you're a death sentence or you're sentenced to death? No interaction with other humans. You are in that box, and who knows how long it'll take for him to actually get his death date when it happens. And then Mr. Harmon continued to say, you lived a very privileged life, didn't you? You went to a private school, didn't you? You got a chance to fly in aircrafts with your stepfather in the Air Force, didn't you? You traveled and went all across the world, didn't you? Most kids your age don't get that opportunity. Shit was cold. I was looking at Scott Harmon today like, oh my. Like, oh my. Sometimes they have their strengths pop out. Guys, I'm continuing to give you your morning recap. So if you're just popping in, it's 1:09 Eastern Standard Time. They are back at 1:45. Still haven't read the super chats, but we're just talking through what we saw this morning. All right. So Scott Harmon, shit, I have not seen him like he's in rare form today. Wow. So Sean taking the stand, I asked you guys, and it was kind of a mixed bag. Was it a good decision? Was it a bad decision? I will say the majority was no, that it wasn't the best decision. But for the ones that said yes, I would ballpark it at 30% yes. The reason why that matters, I keep calling you guys court of public opinion, because if you're in that jury, right, 8 out of 12 have to want the death penalty. 8 out of 12. So if some of y'all are already changing your minds about Sean, what do you think these people are thinking? Right? And when I say these people, I mean the jurors. So that is why I love doing social polls. I love it. I love it because it shows you so much about how people think. And really, this came back from when I was covering the YSL trial. I had almost all of them, and I'm still trying to nail Brian Steele down. He's the only one I didn't get, but I talked to all of the YSL lawyers, all of them, the defense attorneys. And when they came on, one thing we all talked about was, the value of having a chat, right? So they would sometimes get ideas and strategies from law and crime just by reviewing what people said. Now look at, the Alicia Andrews case. Some of y'all, Texas was in the damn court filings. Somebody from this chat was in the court filings, but they were using this to get a read on how the public is feeling, right? And if there's a read on you, there's likely a read on this jury. So let's move on. The second half of the day, we went to Isaiah Chance. It looks like he has 3 witnesses left, but we got 3 from him so far. So they did his closing argument today. Typically, they all do it together. I was wondering why Isaiah's opening for the sentencing phase was not done with the rest of the group yesterday. So they did it today. And Mr. Petridis really just talked about Isaiah not having a criminal history at all. Okay, so no priors. That when this happened, he was 21 years old. Isaiah having 3 children. We did not know that. One of which is the child with Alicia. So he has 2 others. They emphasized that he was not the shooter. So this is what I want us to pay attention to, is that he was not the shooter. However, he definitely was found guilty of contributing to this crime. This was new. They talked about how he is intellectually disabled and has an IQ of 71. Let me see if I still have it up. I showed you guys this earlier. This is an IQ chart, which talks about human IQ. And this sample is from the United States, right? So when we talk about population, we're talking about a United States population. The highest on the range is 130 plus, and then below 70 is extremely low. Isaiah is said to be at 71, so he's borderline. We also learned from Isaiah's grandmother that Isaiah did not speak for many years in his youth. So meaning like 1 through 4 years old, he didn't really talk much. He was very quiet. And then also at the same time, not only did he not talk much, we learned that he has a stuttering issue. So they're gonna go with that. And then I knew, like I said, I can't show you the expert testimony on mental mitigation because it is the doctor that is up here. So she is probably on the witness list. She's likely our next witness when we get back from lunch, but it does show her address on here. So I can't show you guys that on this, on the screen, but it does say, actually, I wonder if I can like zoom in and hide it. Yeah, I can. All right, perfect. Let me show it to y'all. Let's come into this document. So this is, I'm not going to show her address. This is the particulars when it comes to what she's going to testify to. So she's saying that particulars of statutory and non-statutory mental mitigation circumstances, Mr. Chance experts to establish through the above expert witness are as follows. The first thing, Isaiah Chance is borderline intellectually deficient. Next, Isaiah suffers from ADHD, which affects his ability to process information. Next, other mental health factors in Isaiah's background that would mitigate against the imposition of the death penalty. So again, this was filed on May 1st by Mr. Petridis. So we've had this for quite some time. So I had a feeling that this is going to happen and they were going to, kind of talk about that sort of stuff. So court is on break till 1:45, 30 minutes, about 31 minutes before they come back. But let's go to Isaiah's finishing up his opening and going to his witnesses. He had 3 so far. Witness number 1 was a gentleman that was a stepfather, although he and Isaiah's mom were not married. So he had as a child with Isaiah's mom and probably spent the most time with the Chance kids. He did say that Isaiah stutters and had suffered from that when he was younger. This gentleman, Dr. Nix, who's also a pastor, has a youth community group in Jacksonville, has served political office. I don't know if he ran or actually served political office, but I did jot that down as well. He mentioned that Isaiah went to a Christian academy when he was younger, so that is also interesting, but really just kind of it was hard to read the dynamics between those two body language wise, because Isaiah seemed like, there were time to time he would like smile if he said anything, but at the same time, like he seemed very nonchalant, like I don't care if you're here or not type of deal. So I don't know what that's all about. Now, there was a very large pregnant pause in that testimony, and that pause was when he was asked a question. And when Dr. Nix was asked, did you stay in touch with Isaiah after you split up with his mom? That pregnant pause was typically probably centered around guilt, meaning that the answer was likely no, and that if he did, things probably could have been different for Isaiah. He has neck tattoos all the way up to here. And you don't judge people based off of neck tattoos, but this boy was, he turned to the streets. Oh, here's the best part. You know what else Dr. Nix said? He said that Isaiah, when he was younger, wanted to be a pastor. Okay. I did not see that one coming. And again, no judgment, but I wrote that down. I was like, wow, interesting. All right. Then there was a point where he wanted to read a prepared statement, kind of like Foolio's mom did. But if you guys notice in this penalty phase, no one else has had that same opportunity. Not any of the defendant's family or anybody. Foolio's mom had the first word, and she had a prepared statement that she did not read herself. Somebody else read for her. I believe it was a victim advocate from the DA's office. They read it on her behalf. And she talked about how, it was tough losing her son. Granted, and I'm seeing it, everybody's like, oh my God, you're so biased against, like Foolio was a demon too, like he was on demon time. Like, I get it. But we're here to look at the facts and the law. That's all. So at the same time, these are the facts presented to us, and we are watching what we're seeing in the courtroom. All right. So we're going from there. Now, after the prepared statement was denied, the judge, though, Judge Cisco, was pretty crafty during that break. I don't know if you guys remember this. She did say, she turned to him and said, hey, out of curiosity, what the hell is going on in Jax? Like, why are these kids killing each other? What the fuck is that? And she's like, what is the reason behind this? If you're, in the youth advocacy space, let's talk. Why is that happening? And he says, eloquently, I believe, at least at this portion, because y'all were like, can he spit out a sentence? Talked about the entertainment behind these drill rap songs, and then the consequences and reality behind the drill rap songs. And he did talk about like the cognitive issues and the high and what they get from the entertainment portion of it. And then when reality sinks in and the consequences of those actions, we start to see something a little different. Now, all these kids that are participating in that violence, they're all under the age of 25, a majority of them. I would say majority of the group, kids that have lost their lives were under 25. We looked at the timeline, Bibby, some of these other kids, like we looked at all of that, and they were all under that age of 25. The reason why I keep bringing up the age of 25 is because I'm just going to keep it a buck. This channel skews older. Some of you kids are coming in. This channel has always been 30 plus. All right. We have grown folk conversations over here. All right. Like literally before I started covering this trial, guess what the majority of the demographic was? 55 plus. Cause I started talking about politics that week. I have some elders in this chat. All right. And I love y'all to death. I do. but I do enjoy having, older conversations, right? But I think what we can agree on is that a majority of these kids haven't even developed their prefrontal cortex. Okay, so when it comes to what has been going on in Jacksonville, I did notice that the judge was curious about that. We're going to see why, but she did ask. So I thought that was pretty interesting. All right, so all of that took place with Isaiah Chance as witness number 1. Isaiah Chance, witness number 2, Elizabeth Jordan, grandma. I do think that she is a little bit of a fan favorite. Y'all loved Isaiah's granny. She did tell us that he didn't speak for about 4 years, that he had speech therapy. She was a minister in the church, but the big portion of that was humanizing Isaiah when they lost her husband, which was Isaiah's grandfather. Seems like they lost him due to kidney failure, but Isaiah helped out as far as elder care for his grandfather before they lost him in 2023. He's the oldest of all of the grandsons, but it looks like together their family had about 24 grandkids. Now, this portion might be a benefit as far as humanizing him. I think she was very confident on the stand. She wasn't rattled. People try to ask her questions in a different way. She actually did pretty great. But at the same time, we'll see what the jury takes from that. Y'all seem to like her, but there were many of you that were like, well, he still had something to do with this gruesome crime. It's just the penalty phase is tough because now these family members are really trying to step it up for their people, Witness number 3, Isaiah Chance Sr. We did not know that Isaiah's dad was also in the Marine Corps, and it seemed like a solid dude. It looks like now he's a contractor and does more blue-collar work after leaving the Marine Corps, but it seems like these two were close. Now, if you remember with the stepdad, Isaiah's dad checked him because he's like, although you hit my son or whatever, a lot of fathers are not comfortable with other men disciplining their children. So it seemed like that conversation had taken place, but Isaiah's dad, I think you got the most smiles from Isaiah when his father took the stand. And his father took the stand via Zoom, didn't want his face to be shown, short conversation, and went from there. 1:22 Eastern Standard Time. They are back at 1:45. I am briefing you guys on what took place this morning. We went to witness 4. All right. Isaiah's witness 4 is Isaiah Chance Sr. This was a woman he was with for a really long time. Seems like they didn't get married, but she kind of played the role of stepmother for him and kind of just humanized him a bit. What I will notice, y'all cut her up in the chat. Be nice. But one thing I will say is that it takes a lot of guts to be on national television, but she did it anyway. And she showed up for a child that's not hers and really wanted to emphasize that they don't want to lose him. Don't give him the death penalty. Now, I know we're also saying that 3 of them are looking at the death penalty, but that document I showed you guys does list the death penalty on there for Isaiah. I don't know why. That's probably an error, but Isaiah, I believe, is looking at life and not death. So he could possibly have a lighter sentence. We don't know yet. We don't know. We're just gonna keep doing it. Okay. We're just going to keep going. So she showed up and that concluded the witnesses for Isaiah. Coming back to this, I can definitely anticipate Dr. Tracy HARTIG. Isaiah has 3 witnesses for the rest of the day. So when we come back from lunch, we'll probably pick it up with her and then 2 lay witnesses. I hope that his mom shows up. His mom seems to be helping with Alicia. That came up in her trial. So we'll see if Isaiah's mother is one of those lay witnesses. And then they said something about a godmother. So Isaiah's got 3 more for the rest of the day. Then we're going to transition to Davion. And Davion's only going to have 1 witness today, and it's likely going to talk about the brain injuries and the things that Davion has going on. While we are on break, I am going to try to pull his witness list as well to see if we can get some clues on who is going to be showing up for Davion. So tomorrow is going to be all about the Murphy cousins. It's going to be Murphy Day. And if I go back, I believe that Davion only has like 2 hours of testimony of people he plans on calling, and Rashad has like 3 to 4. Rashad has been very checked out these last 2 days. Like he's just staring. Ain't no Bible today. They didn't give him a Bible. He's just. That's Rashad. Like that's just what Rashad's doing. Like, you know what I mean? He's just staring. Now, this is a big question. Will Isaiah testify? Will Zay testify? I don't know, chat. I don't know. Let's ask you. Do you think, because we're not done with Isaiah yet. Because remember, I said 1 expert, 2 lay witnesses. 1 might be his mom. Maybe that other slot is him. Put a 1 in the chat if you think Isaiah is going to testify, or put a 2 in the chat if you think he's not gonna do it. I don't know. Y'all are saying no. I don't know. Oh, and it sounds like the people upstairs, the men upstairs are back to do the floors. So it's going to be an interesting afternoon. All right, y'all are in mixed with this right now. Very mixed. 1s and 2s. We say 2s. You think Isaiah's going to pass? Majority looks like you guys think he's going to pass. 1:26 Eastern Standard Time. Let me read these super chats before they start running race cars upstairs and scaring me with all of these sounds. They're replacing it's like the wood panels. And I live in an apartment building, guys. So it's, there are many units, but whenever somebody moves out, if they screw the floors up, they'll have to replace it before the new person moves in. And they just so happen to be literally in the room above me right now. So let me read this real quick, and then we're going to probably check out some Alicia testimony, but I'm going to have it muted so y'all don't have to suffer the banging that I hear upstairs. Shout out to Mookie. Drops a super sticker. She dropped this at 9:37 a.m. Thank you so much, sis. Hope you are having a wonderful day if you are still here. Shout out to Iceberg Thoughts with the 5. Says, does the state have the ability to charge mom with accessory for access to the guns? She better chill. Well, see, that's the thing. She was much more measured today. After she was checked by the judge, she did stop and was a little bit more thoughtful in her responses. Can they charge her? Well, she owned the guns legally. She did follow the law by keeping them locked in a secure place. But the issue is we have that text message where you gave Sean the code to the safe, We're going to see what the state's going to do. But the state usually looks at charging people and doing these things after cases close and they wrap up. So, for example, I'll use the Adelsons as an example. Dan Markell was killed years ago, a long time ago. And the first people that they got was the actual hitmen. And this was in Tallahassee. It came after the 2 Latin Kings that did it and Katie McBanawa, which was this woman that helped organize the hit, right? Baby mama, Charlie Adelson. So you have that. That was the first trial. The next trial was, who went next? You had the brother, Charlie Adelson, right? That's his name, Charlie Adelson, the weird bug-eyed looking guy. He was a dentist and, the family had a practice, and all of this was due to Wendy Adelson, being married to Dan Markell. They had 2 kids and they were trying to go between Miami and Tallahassee. And for the Floridians in this chat, because there are many of you guys, that is a very far drive to co-parent after a divorce, right? So apparently this family placed a hit on Dan Markell, who was a law professor, because, he was fighting this divorce in court. He still wanted to see his 2 kids, right? They put a hit out on Dan and killed him. Charlie was kind of leading this because Katie McBanawa was his girlfriend and found the Latin Kings to actually do the hit, right? So that was the second trial. The third trial was Donna Adelson, the grandma. I used to call her the Queen Pin Grandma. Why? Because she was the mastermind behind the whole thing. So you see how 1 murder led to 3 trials? Could be the case here, but it really depends on what the state wants to do. So we'll keep up. We'll watch. we'll see what happens. But that's also why I do think that Sean's mama was on her best behavior. It is 1:30 Eastern Standard Time. I am just reading some super chats until they come back at 1:45. So 15 minutes. Let's keep going. Shout outs to It's Me, Ecstasy, who's been with me for 6 months, says ADHD untreated can lead to adult mental disorder. Yeah, a lot of people have their feelings about these medications and what they can do. So, for example, I believe it was Isaiah's first witness, Dr. Nix, the stepfather. He mentioned that Isaiah's mother and him at the time, they weren't comfortable with the medicine. It does change you. Like I have a few family members where I've seen some like mental things going on, like the depression, anxiety. And when they get on the meds, like sometimes it does there's one young lady in my family who was put on anxiety medication. And like when she was on it, she was fine, but she was just like overly happy. I was like, why are you so fucking happy? Oh my God. She was like, hi. Like, I was just like, damn, so it does change your mood. And depending on your body and how your body responds to these medications, it could go well or it won't. I had an uncle who's who's bipolar. This ninja was off his rocker, and I looked up to him when I was little, and I'm not trying to put his business out there or anything. Now he's fine. He's a trucker. But that's the other thing. Your profession is widely tied to this stuff too. When he's medicated, he's okay. But when you're a trucker, and shout out to all my truckers out there, like that's why I always shout y'all out. It could be a very solitary job, meaning you're driving for long amounts of time. Usually you still have to keep your mind engaged. So a lot of people listen to podcasts and books and things like that, but you're also by yourself for long periods of time every day, not a lot of social interaction. So, some of these disorders, if they are untreated, absolutely, if you don't address them and if you make the choice to not look at medication, it's tough. It's tough. So great dialogue there, but thank you so much. It's Me, Ecstasy. Shout out to Chloe with the 5 says, where did it go wrong for Sean? He had opportunities. Man, where do y'all think it went wrong? I think it went wrong when he met, when Isaiah started to get upset about these, sexuality comments. Because that was an anger thing, right? But even with that, I want to go back to the October shooting. Although that's a separate matter, what were the facts and circumstances surrounding that? Why did that happen? So there's still some question marks in this case. But I think for Sean, it was, trying to be down, trying to be there for Gutta Zay, Mr. Rich off war. Okay. The one that wanted to be a pastor. Crazy. Iceberg became a member. Welcome, Iceberg. You're going to help me out with some behind the scenes. All my members, y'all help me out with interview questions whenever I have a guest. And I'm trying to lock down Foolio's mom. I'm just trying to give her space because this is a big week right now. But maybe next week or the week after, all my members will help us develop questions for that interview. So welcome. And that is one of your first perks. Shout out to Bradley with the 5. So seeing and realizing the support system that Sean had is very astonishing that he threw it all the way. That kid is full of regret. If regret was a person, it is Sean. Get it right. Sean Gathright needs to get it right. That is, if regret was a person. As soon as his sister started talking on the stand and she started crying and breaking down, and that's his big sister. So 1:35 Eastern Standard Time. We're going to keep it moving along the lines here. They are back at 1:45. Thank you, Bradley. Shout out to D with the 5 says, this is what happens when you have been made to believe, unless you're a criminal, then you aren't really Black. Sad state of affairs. I don't understand that one, D. But thank you. Thank you, D. I appreciate you. Shout out to Positive QB with the 5 says, good morning. Sad for both families. I believe Sean tried to fit in with the others. Sean was definitely a privileged kid. I knew she would break him. Yeah. And then there's all sorts of blame. Do you blame the dad? who, you know, allegedly abused his children, or, you know, I don't know. I mean, the mother also talked about the boys being over her house late at night too. It's just like, all right, well, why do we do that? You know? So thank you so much, Positive QB. Shout out to Rhonda with the 10. Says, blessings, AV. Sean is going to have a hard time in prison. Had a great life. It's a damn shame these boys got caught up in stupid ass non-win drill rap fight. My heart breaks for these 5 young lives gone. Yeah, and there's more. And this whole war from Jacksonville, you got the queso drama. People are looking at Young and Ace and Spinna Benz and J. Breezy. I mean, there's probably going to be more. We don't know. But it's going to become clear in the next few months what happens next. But yeah, Rhonda, you're not wrong. I appreciate you, Rhonda. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Bradley's back with the 5. Says, I think this will be good for him to take the stand. He needs to be heard. It will give some clarity to into his mind. Yeah. And he handled himself pretty well. Like, you know, Scott Harmon would say some things like, oh, you don't feel remorse? Like he did fry him, but Sean stayed calm and was just like, no, I don't think past, you know, that was a sad day. I don't think past that day, things of the like. He just probably shouldn't have led with, it was a traumatizing experience for him, because that did not sound good. It didn't. But thank you, Bradley. Shout out to Made by Love, who's been watching this entire trial with us from day one. With the 2, says, now the chat is traumatized. Yeah, like, woo, y'all went in when Sean said that. Oof. The chatterhood had spoken and was not happy. Shout out to user GI with the 10, drops a super sticker. Thank you, user. Cute dog, by the way, super cute. Thank you so much, user. Project Aries gave me a super sticker. Thank you. And then another one after for 10. So 12 right there. Thank you so much, Project Aries. Coming to Shanta with the 5, says, when does Fulio's family give a victim impact statement? Thanks, all. They only gave one. And that was yesterday. And that was from Mama Fulio. The state does get an opportunity for a rebuttal. You put Michelle back on that stand, we'll see what happens. Or at the podium, we'll see what happens. So although these defendants have an opportunity to ask for mercy, Michelle's going to come back at the end. All right. Just like how we saw with the others. Okay. So thank you so much, Shanta. Shout out to DW with a $20 super sticker. Thank you so much, DW. Really appreciate you. Also been here from day one of this crazy trial. Made by Love dropped another 20. Thank you so much, Made by Love. Project Aries pops in with another 5, says, where did that accountability go? This was around the time Sean was on the stand, because it's like Sean was trying to make amends and say he wants to be held accountable. But when asked about the remorse, I mean, I think it would have been a better look if he was just like, yeah, I regret that. I'm remorseful. He didn't. He was kind of dancing around some of those questions. So although he handled himself well, he could have been more direct if there was some accountability. So thank you so much, Project Aries. Shout out to D with the 2, says, it appears Mama Bear enabled the son and ran off dad. I mean, that's so weird how dad's just not in the picture at all. You know, she did get remarried. And it looks like the dad was in the service too. So coming from a military family, but we'll see. You know, I don't know if the dad had like, you know, some problems after deployment or whatever, but it is interesting. It's another question mark in this trial. 1:40 Eastern Standard Time. 5 more minutes, and we're just going to keep reading some super chats. Shout out to Andromeda with the 2, says, accountability, but blaming the world. He's cooked. That's what I was thinking. Blaming the world. Bradley hit me with another 5, says, your chat is only saying no because they think that's what you want to hear, AV. No, I don't. Honestly, like with chat, I just let y'all do your thing. You know, like, I don't care what you think about certain situations. Like, there's only 3 rules in this chat, and everybody that's been with me for a long time knows what those rules are. It is, don't disrespect me, don't disrespect each other, and don't tell me what to do. That's it. Other than that, it's all cool. It's all cool, you know? But thank you so much, Bradley. Shout out to Shanta with the 5, says, I hate how they all find religion and want to be preachers and mentors as they face life versus death. Pisses me off. Hope the jury too. Yeah, we're going to see what the jury ultimately decides. It's going to be an interesting week Tomorrow is jam-packed of the Murphy brothers. We're going to get a little bit, cousins. We're going to get more Isaiah today and then a little bit of Davion. But tomorrow is Murphy Day. Thank you, Shanta. Shout out to Jay Wick, who became a member. Welcome, Jay. You're going to help us with those interview questions. Looking forward to it. Nate with the 5 says, I'm Isaiah Chance. I'll go restart for your love. I don't know. Some of y'all be bugging. I don't know what some of these mean. Thank you, Nate. I appreciate it. Shout out to Miss Jones with the 5 says, I keep hearing Casey and JoJo life. Ooh, girl, what a throwback. That is a throwback. Oh my God. Definitely a throwback, that life song. You're going to have me listen to it later on. Shout out to Better Believes Me. I miss you, brother. It's good to see you with the 5. Says, AV, now that Zay is cooked, can he get on the stand and say Alicia knew nothing if she gets a new trial? Well, yes, but remember, they can't say whatever they want up there. They have to answer questions. So if Mr. Petratus asks that question, they could potentially open that door. If the question is not asked by his attorneys, then maybe he could say, it could come through the state. But the state believes that Alicia is guilty as French toast. They do. They do. So if the question is asked, possibly, does she get a new trial? I don't know. That's still up in the air right now. We're going to see on the 22nd. So 10 days from today, we're going to see. But that would be interesting. But if that were to happen, it would have to come through that questioning, right? Because he has not taken the stand, and I don't know if he will, but Sean did. So that would be really interesting to see. Shout out to 174. Mars with the 2 says, middle class kids catch the blues. Sean was crying. He's been crying all day. When the sister came up crying on the stand, it's been a long day. Shout out to your stream sponsor. I already read this one, but huge shout out to the Little Gaming channel. Y'all have no idea how busy it gets for me as a content creator. Doing the legal research is one thing, but I can't always just do it off the top of my head. So, I'm preparing for interviews. I'm jumping on and off of Fox News. I still got my other business ventures that I'm working on. There's so much going on. I haven't even talked to you guys about Pitch Lift. We still brand deals and stuff we need to do. And then my editor's like, hey, this video's done. Can you review it? I have 0 time. So when people support the channel, I don't care what dollar amount it is. When you do that, you help us keep the lights on, number 1. But number 2, you're also funding what this little business, this little engine what it does every single day. 1:43 Eastern Standard Time. They're back in 2 minutes. Won't keep going, but thank you, Little Gaming Channel, for being one of those people that have been with me from the beginning. We're at 95,000 subscribers. We're almost at 100. I still can't believe that. But, all this growth is, it just goes to show, you could watch this trial wherever you want. And, I'm mainly cool with everybody. You guys know Kat Knott Williams. I've had her on this channel so many times. Peer of mine, she's such a sweetheart. There's so many people watching the trial. You can watch it on Law and Crime and stare at this during lunch, or you can hang out with us. You can hang out with us. So really, really excited and grateful for all of you guys, really. Shout out to Legally Diamond, your favorite 2L. You know what that 2L means? It means she's in law school. Okay. Legally Diamond, thank you so much with the 2. Says, AV, is that Chemerinsky? It is. Do you have this book too? It is Chemerinsky. Here's what she's talking about, guys. On the top, the person that wrote it. Okay, that's from my time in law school. Diamond knows. She probably carrying this damn book in your 2nd year. This book is so heavy. But thank you so much, Diamond. She comes back with another 2, says, I have my criminal law professor watching your stream. Hi, criminal law professors. You guys rock. Criminal law professors are the best. I had 2. I loved mine. My first one taught me Crim 1, which was just the basics of criminal law, the elements, the defenses, all of that stuff. He was funny. One of the only Black professors in the school. Loved him. Everybody loved him. He would yell at you if you weren't paying attention, or if you weren't taking notes, like some people used to be in class watching this Boston, they watching Celtics games and shit. He would walk by you and be like, this is important. And he would scream like, this is important. You need to know this because if you don't know it, you are going to fail as an attorney and you're going to fail my exam. But it was very entertaining. You know, like he was really, really entertaining. So loved my criminal law professor. And then I had a, for crim procedure, I had a retired DA, old, old, but you know, because of his schedule, he can only do procedure classes on certain days, and it would just be jam-packed of information. But what's the difference between criminal law and criminal procedure? Procedure is the stuff that you really kind of use on defense. So, you know, learning about different doctrines like stop and frisk, learning about, you know, your Fourth Amendment right to search and seizure. What can the police do and what can the police not do? Actually, a fascinating class if you think about it, right? You know, if something is in plain view, right? If you get stopped and I mean, you got like you're Sean and you just got a gun in the middle console, just fuck out the car. Like, you know what I mean? They're gonna ask you to get out of the car because it's in plain view, it's in plain sight. They can see that, right? So they have the right to ask you to get out of the car and ask for a license for that gun, right? Or if you got pot, you got weed, I mean, it's mostly legal, but I don't know if you got rocks, meth, whatever, you just got that shit sitting in the middle of your car. They can ask questions about that because it's in plain view. Fruit of the poisonous tree is something else you learn in criminal procedure. So if evidence is obtained illegally, if it's a search and you get one piece of information, or one piece of evidence obtained illegally, that's fruit from the poisonous tree. The whole thing is gone. So other evidence can be thrown out. This is how defense attorneys learn to be crafty, right? Is what was obtained the right way and by the book, by the police. So, you know, a lot in the criminal justice system plays hand in hand with other law enforcement agencies. So that's why criminal defense really starts at understanding the rules, looking at the books, and understanding if things were obtained legally and in a clean manner. Were things obtained with or without a search warrant? That's where you have to look at the actions, right? So thank you, Legally Diamond, and hey to Legally Diamond's criminal law professor. Let me know how I'm doing. Shout out to Jay-Z with the 2, says con law, Marbury versus Madison was my fave too. Yeah, that's like the first case in this book. But yeah, constitutional law was my favorite law school class. Believe it or not, bankruptcy wasn't bad. Torts was fun. Yeah. Each one of these classes has like one of these corresponding books back here. So that's why I keep them. It just reminds me to stay sharp. But from time to time, I'll crack them open if I need to brush up on anything. But thank you so much, Jay-Z. It is 1:48 Eastern Standard Time. Let me just make sure we are back in the courtroom. And look at that. We are. It looks like they're coming back in. I'll read the rest after.
All right.
Okay, very good. Welcome back, members of the jury. Everyone have a seat and please call your next witness.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do.
Okay, this might be the doctor I was telling you all about.
Very good. You may proceed.
Tracy Lynn HARTIG. First name Tracy, middle name Lyn, last name Hartig.
Hey, Doctor, can you go through your current job, your education, and your training?
Certainly. I'm a licensed psychologist in the state of Florida. I graduated from Clemson University with a Bachelor of Science in Psychology. I then went to graduate school at Nova Southeastern University, where I obtained a master's in psychology and then a doctorate in psychology. As part of the licensing process for Florida, first to graduate, I did an internship at a site that was approved by the American Psychological Association. That was in Wichita, Kansas. Then I returned to Florida, graduated, and then completed a year of supervised clinical experience to sit for licensing in the state of Florida. To get the license, in addition to doing that year of supervised experience, you also have to take and pass a licensing exam. I've been licensed in the state of Florida as a psychologist since 1999. I have focused my practice on forensic issues, which is working with the court system to answer various psychological legal questions. So I've been doing that since 1999. I started working down in the Fort Lauderdale area. In June of 2000, I relocated to Polk County, where my practice has been primarily based since that time. I do sometimes do work in other counties, Hillsborough, Pasco, Pinellas, and other counties around the state, but my primary practice has been in the 10th Judicial Circuit. So I'm a private psychologist. I get hired independently to do evaluations, but I've also worked in addition to with the courts, with the Office of Disability Determinations, Department of Children and Families, Child Protection Team, and some personal injury work. To maintain my license, I have to complete 40 hours of continuing education credits every 2 years. So I've been doing that since I was licensed.
The courts previously qualified you as an expert in forensic psychology?
Yes.
You know how many times?
I've testified around 250 times, so at least that number.
And that's all in Florida?
Yes.
In this case, what were you asked to do?
I was asked to evaluate Mr. Isaiah Chance for mitigation. I was asked to assess for psychological factors, cognitive factors, and ultimately to develop any psychological mitigation for this death penalty case.
What did that evaluation involve?
I reviewed records, the offense documents. I evaluated him. I met with him for 2 hours over 2 dates. The evaluation was conducted in person at the Hillsborough County Jail. In addition to interviewing him and getting a comprehensive background information, mental status examination, I administered standardized psychological testing to assess for academic and intellectual factors. I also spoke with his mother for about an hour by telephone, and I had the opportunity to review his Duval County school records, which were extensive as he was evaluated multiple times over his career or educational career.
And what was your initial impression of Mr. Chance when you first met him?
He was friendly, pleasant, engaged. He presented good hygiene, good grooming. There was no indication or overt signs of depression, anxiety. He, again, was pleasant. He was not hostile, irritable, aggressive. Again, ultimately friendly, cooperative, engaged, willing to participate.
Anything stand out to you during your sessions about how he presented himself?
Yes. So throughout both sessions, he presented as invested in presenting to me and having me see him as capable and smart. And this was a theme that stood out to me. It's a little different than I see typically, in that he wanted me to see that he was smart. He would say that he may not have done well in school, but he was really smart. He worked on things. He at times would ask me if I knew what something meant, or a word, or what something meant. And not because it was almost as if he was trying to show me that he too knows things, and he understands what's going on, and he knows how things work. So overall, just trying to present as a smart and capable individual.
How did he present emotionally?
He presented again with this a bright affect. He presented with, as someone who was again a bit naive, but yet upbeat and happy, again pleasant. He presented as someone who was not suffering from any serious depression, as someone who was connected with others. He talked about his family. Described his mother as his heart, his everything, his love. He became tearful at one point when talking about his mother and wanting contact with her. He talked about his bond with closeness with his siblings. So he presented as someone who did not present with any major mental health as far as like depression or anxiety, psychosis types of concerns, and is in.
All right, everybody. So for those that are complaining about the volume, I had to turn my mic down. The reason why is Law and Crime's feed is very low. This woman is also soft-spoken compared to other witnesses. I have the volume booster at the max. So unfortunately, this is the highest it can go. And so that's why whenever we go back to the courtroom, I could be speaking this loud, but I'm turning it down to like 1. Okay. So that way it doesn't blow your ears or anything. Same thing with the fun sounds and all that. I turn it down. So for anybody that's new here, this is the best we can do. I even put on a volume booster to boost it. That's where we are, okay? So let's keep going and let's bear with what we have.
An individual who was connected with others.
Let's talk about the testing. I think you did the academic achievement testing.
Yes.
And what did that testing show?
So the academic achievement testing is testing to see how someone is performing a typical academic skills, such as math, spelling, reading. So the assessment that I gave him assessed over 4 categories. And those are categories reading, which is his sight reading, his math skills, his spelling, and his reading comprehension. So the reading comprehension so reading is his ability to just pronounce or say words. Sentence comprehension is his ability to read a sentence and comprehend what he's reading. So those results indicated that his reading, his ability to sight read, was at a 5th grade level. His math skills were at a 3rd grade level. His spelling skills were at a 8th grade level, and his
Yo, he got mad. He said, shout out to Terrence Bradley. Isaiah got mad. He said, did you say my math skills were at a 3rd grade level? Damn.
sentence comprehension skills were at a 7th grade level. The 7th grade level being an ending 7th grade level. Overall, all of his scores from his worst subject area, which would be math, which is at a 3rd grade level, to his best subject level, which would have been the sentence comprehension, or I'm sorry, the spelling, was around an 8th grade level. What's interesting about that academic testing is that it's all below it's not high school level academic functioning.
How does that translate? Can you say how that translates into the real world for some of those specific skills?
Yes. So when we're talking about math skills and we're talking about a 3rd grade level, think of it as an 8-year-old doing math. When we're talking about spelling.
All right. I'm just going to refresh it. People are complaining that it's low. Again, I'm going to turn me up and I have to turn it down. I'm going to refresh to prove to you all that it is not freaking me. All right. This is probably the most annoying part of every trial stream. I'm going to hit reload page. Okay. The page
processing speed, and all 4 of those
reloaded. Okay. Now that the page is reloaded, we're going to make it big and hit the audio booster. The audio booster is now on. Okay. Going to hit play. If it's unbearable, unfortunately, guys, this is the best we can do.
and then there's individual subtests, several within each of those parts, and all of that gets added up together to come to what we call a full scale IQ, or someone's overall intellectual ability. And you can see strengths and weaknesses in some of that. Some people are strong all across all of those areas, some poor across all of those areas, and some are mixed. So for Mr. Chance, he got a full scale IQ score of 71. And what that tells us is that his intellectual functioning is in what we call the borderline range. There's the average range, which is 90 to 109. And of course, high, average, superior are above that 109. But for purposes here, average is 90 to 109. Low average is 80 to 89. Borderline is 70 to 79. And anything 69 and below is what we associate with someone who has an intellectual disability. So his score of 71 is in the borderline range, but is at the low end of that range and close to an individual who would have an intellectual disability.
Can you explain how that broke down along the areas of cognitive functioning?
Yes. So again, as I talked about, there are 4 different areas. So there's the verbal comprehension category, which is assessing language skills, word knowledge, and is verbally based. The subtests are based on, for example, vocabulary information, the similarities between items where you're talking through what the similarities are. And on that particular area, he got a scaled score of 81, which places him actually in the low average range. It is the end of the low average range, but it is in the low average range. And this was one of his areas of strength. The other area of strength was his processing speed, which was also a score of 81, which again is low average. Processing speed is his ability to intake information and quickly come up with the answer or the response. Those subtests for that are timed tests. They're tests where the person is performing an activity that's hands-on task under a timed situation. Again, he got an 81. So on those 2 of the 4 parts, he was in the score of 81, which is in the low average range, which were strengths for him. Next, we look at working memory index. He got a 71, which places him at the low end of the borderline range. And that 71 with the working memory index is his ability to attend to information, organize it in memory, and then produce a response. So for example, math skills are part of one of the subtests for this. Last, we have the perceptual reasoning, which he got a 69. 69 is in that intellectually deficient range. And the perceptual reasoning is his ability to reason out things, make inferences, come up with, it's kind of organizing parts into a whole. So it's kind of, in a sense, like a problem solving, it's fluid, abstract thinking. So it's got those 4 components. And as I said, he had the 81 on 2 of the parts, a 71 on the working memory index, a 69 on the processing speed, and then, on the perceptual reasoning. And that all comes together for the full scale IQ score, which is the 71.
And there's a spread in between some of those. Obviously, what do you make of that?
Yes, so there is a 12-point spread between the 69 score and the 81 scores. That spread is what we see that's more associated with an individual who maybe has like a learning disability. So as I said before, people can have strengths and weaknesses on these different subtests, and some do well in certain areas and not well in other areas. So this 12-point spread suggested to me that he is an individual who has some relative strengths and relative weaknesses, and that again, there's a pattern to how he can function, and that he'll have areas of functioning in day-to-day life where he is better at others.
How did these IQ results match up with his academic records?
The IQ test results and the academic test results were consistent, which is what we look for when we're looking at, for example, validity and reliability of assessments. He performed well on the verbal subtest on the academic testing. He performed well on the verbal subtest on the IQ test. On the assessments, for example, on the working memory index with a math component, he did poorly, which is also what he did poorly on with the academic testing, with math being his lowest skill area.
How did he do during this testing, when you get to the end of a time section and he ran out of time?
So Mr. Chance was, as I said earlier, invested in presenting as smart and capable. And that is his same approach to the testing So for the time tests where you have a time that you tell them to stop working, he wanted to keep going. Or if it was simply a question where he wasn't timed and had produced an answer, but it was time to move on, he wanted more time. He was invested in trying to come up with an answer.
Let's talk about the Duval County Public School records. What is in the big picture, what do those show?
The big picture shows that he is an individual who has struggled academically since he started school. He had multiple evaluations. He was first evaluated at the age of 4. There was some concern with speech difficulties at that time. He was tested with a preschool measure that showed an IQ score of 81. Caution has to be given when you're testing children that young because there's a lot of factors that can affect performance, and or sometimes the scores can appear higher than they actually are because as the child gets older and more learning of school and academic takes place, then they sometimes start to fall behind. He was tested again just before he turned age 10, and he was tested again at age 12. Those times he was tested due to academic concerns and concerns with maintaining his attention and focus in the classroom. He was administered academic and IQ testing in both of those later evaluations. His testing when he was just about age 10 showed that he resulted in a full scale IQ score of 70, which is just at that borderline range. He was tested again when he was about 12, and those results were a 63, which is well in the intellectually deficient range. Academic testing was consistent with his IQ test results at the time. So overall, what we're seeing is a historical documentation of his functioning, and his functioning being pretty consistent over all of that time.
And at the age 12, was there an issue with him in different classes or potentially moving him to different classes?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Was there, at age 12, did the evaluation talk about moving him to specific classes and he was pulled out of the school?
I believe there was some issues with, when he was tested in age 12, he was at that point repeating the 4th grade. I don't remember specifically if he was pulled out of school at that point, but there were some changes in his school. At times he was going to school in public school. Sometimes he was attending more private Christian schools. I believe it was a few years later because there was an indication that school wanted him to be evaluated again several years later after that evaluation when he was 12 in 2015. And it appeared at that time his mother had pulled him out of the school to go to a different, to do homeschool at that point in time.
What is the significance of the pattern that you believe you saw with the 3 evaluations and tests in school, along with your evaluation here?
So the significance of the pattern is a couple things. First, the significance is that it shows that he's consistent with the testing, that he is who he is, he functions how he functions. Those test results are also important to, for example, me when I'm conducting evaluations like this, because it gives me a historical picture of the individual. It gives me a documentation of how the individual was performing at another point in time. His test results, so it helps me to determine the validity and the reliability of the test results that I have. So not only does it establish a historical pattern for an individual, but it also gives me a basis for which to compare my test results to determine if those results are indeed an accurate reflection of how someone is functioning.
Did you also see notes about classroom observations or behavioral assessments?
Yes, and that's another important piece to the school records, is that when they are conducting their evaluations, they, in the evaluations, comment if they think the results are valid or not. They talk about how the child approached the testing with descriptions of the child, in which case he was described as somebody who was pleasant and working to the best of his abilities. But also the observations, because in one of them, attention difficulties were a significant concern. So that evaluator was also observing him in the classroom to address those issues. And they were noting that they do 10-second timed intervals, and every 10 seconds he was engaging in an off-task behavior. It was also noted that like 63% of the time he would be on task, but when compared to his peers, male peers in his classroom, they were on task like 95% of the time. So the examiner, the school psychologist's observation of him was that he was off task compared, not only just off task, but compared off task to other students in the classroom in the same environment that he was in. It also described behaviors such as him kind of playing around at times, hitting himself in the face with a shoestring at one point. So what we were also getting is a good picture of problems with that attention and that focus that he was exhibiting back at that point in time as well.
Speaking of that, based on your evaluation, did you reach a diagnosis of ADHD for Mr. Chance?
I did.
What was that based on?
That was based on multiple sources. First, the school records, which indicate a history of attention problems. And again, they go through and they describe some of the behaviors that he was engaging in that were observed. And these are classic textbook symptoms of ADHD. And not only was the observer seeing those symptoms, but there were teacher reports of those symptoms. Also, his mother and at least one of the teachers completed behavior rating forms, which help the examiner get a better picture of where behavior problems lie. And particularly with the teacher report, there were significant problems with attention and concentration noted. So the ADHD diagnosis comes from documentation of the symptoms that are required for the diagnosis when he's in school at a young age. He continues to have those problems as we see on my testing, for example, with like the working memory and some of those things that have trouble focusing, maybe in pulling all the attention together, and the processing speed. I see also some of those symptoms when I'm talking to him, in the sense of at times he's somewhat verbally impulsive. He's fidgety during the interview. So we have multiple sources, again, of this ADHD symptomatology showing itself over his lifespan.
Was that ADHD ever formally treated?
It was not.
How does that interact with borderline intellectual functioning?
So you have someone who has a borderline capability, who is already, doesn't have the ability, they're already functioning at a lower level, a lower way of comprehending things, a lower way of understanding things. Then you add in ADHD symptoms, particularly of inattention and impulsivity, and you have difficulty then really even thinking through what is going on. So one of the things in the testing was that even though he was lower functioning, if he was given more time, he could at times do better. But when you have someone who has ADHD, it's hard for them to then put in that time because the ADHD symptoms are taking over. So it's almost as if there's like this internal, break to say slow down. He doesn't have that. So you have two factors or two issues going on that affect his reasoning, comprehension, decision-making.
I know we're talking about Isaiah, but earlier Isaiah was talking about soup, and I remembered I had this Kraft ramen. I was like, listen. Let me go get some of that.
Based on your evaluation testing, school records, how would you describe his social functioning in relationship to other people?
Judge, I'd object to relevance unless we have a time. I don't think counsel asked about diagnosis as time. Like what part of his life, when?
I would ask Okay, let me rephrase. Based on everything you evaluated, school testing, how would you describe his social functioning in relation to other people around the time that you talked to him, evaluated him?
Overall, I would say that he is naive in a social sense. I think it is his intellectual ability, or lower intellectual ability, his ADHD, that created issues since he was young. He wants to fit in, and going again back to him wanting to be seen as smart and capable throughout my interviews with him. I think that's been present amongst peers and others for a long time. School records note there was a meeting in March of 2025 where his mother indicates that he wants to fit in, doesn't like being seen as different and being pulled out of class, doesn't want to take help doesn't want to admit that he needs help. So I see him as an individual who has been struggling throughout his life to cover for areas where he is not the same as everybody else, where he is not doing as well as everybody else, by working harder and trying harder to fit in.
Is he someone that is seeking approval and is eager to please?
I think he is absolutely seeking approval and trying to fit in, and certainly trying to please in the sense that he wants others to see him as smart and capable, and so maybe more willing. Again, when I say that naive, he doesn't necessarily, he sees what's right in front of him. So he maybe sees step one, but doesn't see step 2 or 3. He's taking things at face value and not really questioning, well, is there an ulterior motive here? Is there something else here? This position seems this way, but is it really going to lead somewhere else?
Is that what you mean by naive? Because you mentioned that earlier as well.
Right, naive in the sense that he does not necessarily have that insight or that ability to see steps ahead.
Having conducted the full evaluation, the number of hours with Isaiah, his mother, and the testings, what are your diagnoses?
I diagnosed him with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, as well as a borderline intellectual functioning.
The school system found him functioning in that similar range, around 12. Does that history inform your opinion?
Yes.
Is there anything in your testing to indicate he exaggerated his difficulties or performed poorly on purpose?
No, the opposite. I mean, my testing was actually somewhat better in some respects. Well, it was significantly better than his testing when he was 12. So if he was trying to present as low functioning, I would not expect him to actually perform better now than when he was in school.
Bringing everything together, the borderline intellectual functioning, the untreated ADHD, and the academic functioning at elementary school levels, how would you characterize his overall functioning as a person in the world based on everything?
I think he is a person who, again, is trying hard to get by, is trying to achieve, has goals and is trying to achieve those goals, but because of his intellectual limitations, his ADHD, he has to work very hard to achieve those things. I think he's working very hard to be liked by others, to fit in. And it's this bit of being naive that I think also makes him vulnerable, in the sense that he is invested in trying again to gain respect from people. And so I think that puts him at a disadvantage in the sense that he is more likely to be taken advantage of than to be the person that takes advantage of others. He presents to me as someone who's much more of a follower than a leader.
Thank you, Doctor. Tend to the witness room.
Okay, Ross?
That was freaking riveting. We'll talk about it in a second, but that was definitely riveting. Let's go back in.
How long was your interview with him, Doctor?
I interviewed him about an hour and a half.
Oh shit, Scott's back up.
Of just talking with him, and then the testing with him was another, I believe, hour, maybe 2 hours of interview with him, because I was with him a total of 4 hours. And of course, part of that time was the administration of the psychological assessments.
So out of the 4 hours, you actually spoke with him for an hour and a half?
Well, I actually spoke with him the whole time because the tests are verbally administered. So
Okay.
I'm collecting background information for at least an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours of that time. And then the other part, even though it's testing, so it's specific questions that I'm asking, I'm still observing his behavior and still interacting with him.
Okay, but the testing requires a lot of attention, does it not, on his part?
Well, yes, he has to focus and pay attention to the
Right.
testing.
And a lot of it's timed, correct?
About half of them are timed.
Right. So he doesn't really have a lot of time for chit chat. You're giving him instructions and then he has to perform, correct?
Correct.
All right. So really, your chance to have a conversation with him to get a feel about him was for an hour and a half, correct?
Yes.
And in that hour and a half, you are giving an opinion of this man as being naive, correct?
Yes.
And vulnerable to being manipulated. Is that what you're saying? Being a follower instead of a leader?
Yes, it is.
And you're coming up with all of that after an hour and a half of interviewing him.
Well, it's more than just an hour and a half of interviewing. All of that isn't determined just on my interview with him. It's determined on his test results, his school
Which
event,
test results? Your test results?
my test results,
Which
and
is intelligence testing and academic achievement, correct?
correct.
Did you test him for naivete?
No,
Okay. Did you test him for vulnerability?
no,
Or did you give him a specific test that designates whether he's a leader or a follower?
no.
Okay. And so you have your test results when you had him perform the test, correct?
Yes,
All right. And then you're looking at testing he did when he was 4 years old, when he took the WISC, correct?
yeah. Well, it wasn't exactly the WISC, but yes, it was a Wechsler test that he took when he was 4.
Okay. It was a Wechsler test though, right?
Yes,
Just like the WACE that you gave him, similar, not just like, but similar, one designed for toddlers or children.
correct.
Okay. And what is the name of that test? Because you didn't tell us that earlier.
I would have to look at the name of that test. I don't administer a test to kids that young. It was the Wechsler Preschool and Primary Scale of Intelligence, 3rd edition.
And then when he was, I believe, 9, almost 10 years old, 9 years and 11 months. That sound about right?
Yes,
He's tested again, and this time it's the WISC, correct?
that is correct.
All right. And that's again a Wechsler intelligence scale for children.
Yes,
Okay. And then you're giving him the Wechsler adult intelligence scale, the WACE.
correct.
And I'm saying WISC and WACE, these are acronyms for that test, correct?
That is correct.
All right. So you had his 4-year-old, 10-year-old, and 12-year-old intelligence tests, correct?
Yes,
And I think they may have done the Woodcock-Johnson, which is an academic test of
yes.
some type. Now, the Woodcock-Johnson, that's not a test that you would utilize in the forensic setting, correct?
I mean, some people do utilize it in the forensic setting. I use another academic achievement test system, so I don't use the Woodcock-Johnson.
So you had that testing, and then you had the notes of his teachers in the school setting, correct?
Yes,
That you've indicated. Both observation notes, notes where they've documented what the parents are telling them, correct?
yes,
All right. But that's between the age of 4 and 12, correct?
correct.
All right. And I think you may have referenced something. You said at a parent meeting in 2025. I'm assuming you misspoke.
Oh, I'm sorry, I did. It was 2020.
2020. Okay. So again, that's 6 years ago, correct?
Yes,
4 years before the offense date in this case, correct?
correct.
All right. And so when you're talking about his naivete and whether he's a follower or a leader, you're looking primarily at notes about this man when he was a little boy, right? In a
Yes.
school setting, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Now, you did an interview with him for an hour and a half, right?
Yes,
And you said he was very invested.
yes,
And you felt like he was trying to prove to you that he was smart too, correct?
correct.
Did you take into account that he may have actually be intelligent enough to give input?
It's not that I didn't think he wasn't intelligent enough to give input, but he wanted to present as someone who I think is much higher functioning than he is.
And that's your assumption from his behavior, correct? When you say he wanted to.
Well, I'd say it's my opinion based on my years of psychological evaluations and working with individuals and seeing his school test results and his current test results.
So you've given an opinion, borderline intellectual functioning. I want to ask you about that. And you gave an opinion about attention deficit hyperactivity disorder.
Yes,
I believe that you refer to that as ADHD. That's a common acronym for that, right?
yes,
Would it be fair to say your intelligence testing and the academic testing you gave, coupled with the testing that he had in elementary school into middle school, is the primary basis for your opinion that he is borderline intellectual functioning?
yes,
Okay. The diagnosis you gave for ADHD, are you following a diagnostic criteria of some type for that?
yes,
And is that contained within some type of statistical manual that you and other forensic psychologists, psychiatrists rely upon?
yes,
And is that the diagnostic and statistical manual of mental disorders?
it is.
And you were using the 5th edition TR, correct?
Actually, I was using, yes, that's the most recent, yes.
Okay, that's the
Right.
most recent.
Yes.
All right. I'm holding the 5th edition, right? You can
Yes,
see
and
it from
then,
there?
right, I'm sorry, I saw the purple and I was like, wait a minute, because the new one
Is the new one a
blue.
different color?
Yes, it
Okay.
is.
I haven't seen it, so I didn't know. So there are diagnostic criteria that you follow for ADHD, correct?
Yes,
All right. Is there a substantial difference between the 5th and the TR? I want to be fair in this area of ADHD.
there is not.
Okay. So there is a section in the DSM-5, I'm just going to refer to it as the DSM-5, and that is commonly the way it's referred to, or the DSM-5-TR, correct?
Correct.
All right, so I'm going to refer to the DSM-5 at page 63. There is a functional consequences of attention deficit hyperactivity disorder section. Would that be fair to say?
Yes,
Okay. And this is where it's being related that ADHD is associated with certain things at school level, like school performance, academic achievement. But in adults, it's associated with poor occupational performance is one thing, correct?
yes,
Attainment, that's one too. You would agree with that?
yes,
Attendance, poor attendance, and higher probability of unemployment, correct?
yes,
Did you obtain an employment history from Mr. Chance?
I did.
Okay. And were you aware that he worked as a longshoreman?
Yes,
Okay. And he held other employment too, correct?
yes,
And in order to work as a longshoreman, he had to obtain a transportation worker identification credential. Did he talk to you about that at all?
no,
All right. And that requires a process of application with the Department of Homeland Security through the TSA website, and then following up paperwork and interviews. Were you aware that he went through that to obtain that credential to be able to access the areas of ports in Jacksonville to work as a longshoreman?
no,
Scott always gets you when you're not paying attention. Scott will be getting you, boy. Here's what Scott just said. He said, all right, let's talk about these reports and your findings. Number one, we're looking at these reports from when he was a child, right? Like 4, 10 years old, and 12 years old. You're saying that he is intellectually deficient, right? Okay. You're saying that he's a follower, not a leader. Do you have any tests to support that? No. You're saying that he is vulnerable because of this ADHD. You're saying that, do you have any tests to support that? No. We talked about him being naive. Do we have any tests to support that? No. Then he's just like, all right, so based off of this book, he pulled up a book that she's using for her test. You're saying that you're using this scale to talk about how he operates cognitively, And is one of the things that happens when people do this, is their inability to keep a job because of this cognitive dysfunction. Are you aware that he had a job? No. Okay. When he had that job, he had to take a test to get it with the Department of Homeland Security because I guess like it had something to do with transportation or whatever. Scott is cooking right now. Wow. He's in rare form today. He is not playing.
Council didn't ask you about this, but you are being reimbursed or paid for your services in this case?
Yes.
What are you charging, or what is your fee schedule, doctor?
I charge $200 an hour.
Okay, and is that across the board? $200 for an hour for review, for writing, for any kind of work you do?
Yes, it is.
And is the $200 an hour, excuse me, does that include testifying?
Yes, it does.
Okay, do you know how much you've accumulated and the amount of work you've done in this case?
To date, I have billed close to 4,000 based on the work that I've done for the case and then the depositions that I did for the state attorney's office.
Okay. So when we took your deposition, you were being paid for that too, correct?
Yes.
So you've billed 4,000. Now you've submitted invoices already?
Yes.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
I wrote a question, thank you.
Okay, redirect. Okay, may this witness be excused? Okay, thank you. You're free to go. All right, who's going to be your next witness? Okay.
Your Honor, our next witness would like the video turned off for her testimony.
Okay, very good. I'd ask the media not broadcast the next witness.
Whoever it is probably somebody in his personal life because I do have that same address where it goes directly to Office of Criminal Conflict and Civil Regional Counsel. So we'll see who is coming up next. Michelle Smith. They said that they only had 2 more witnesses left. So I don't know if this is the mom or the godmother, but we're moving along.
The face of the next witness. And counsel, can you introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, my name is Walter Otto, Assistant Regional Counsel. I'm with Mr. Chance's defense team.
Okay, very good.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this class will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Very good. You may proceed.
Please state your name and spell it for the court reporter.
My name is Michelle Smith, MESHALL
And where do you live, ma'am?
I live in Jacksonville, Florida.
How long have you been there?
58 years.
And what do you do for a living?
Me and my husband has a trucking business, and I have a tax office.
You prepare tax returns?
Yes.
Okay. How do you know Isaiah Chance?
I know Isaiah. I knew Isaiah in the womb before he even became out of the womb. I knew his mom when she was pregnant with him.
What's your relation to him?
My relationship with his mom?
What's your relationship to him?
To him, I'm his godmother.
Okay. How do you know his mother?
Her and my daughter was best friends, and she became part of the family.
So you've known Mr. Chance his entire life.
Yes, I have.
Did you babysit him when he was young?
Yes, I watched him. I went over to his house also, and he came to my house.
Did you attend family events, celebrations, birthdays, that sort of thing?
Yes, I did.
How would you describe Isaiah as a young child?
He was quiet. He pretty much stayed to himself. He was loving.
Did you ever notice any behavioral problems with him while he was growing up?
No,
How was he with his brothers and sisters?
he was the only boy for a while, and he was protected of his sisters and his mother, but they all had a good relationship.
As he was growing up, I think at some point we discussed him getting involved in sports.
Yes, he played football for a brief moment.
Did you go to his games?
Yes.
What happened with that? Did he keep up with that?
I don't think that was something that he was interested in, so no, he didn't continue to play football.
What was your relationship with Isaiah like?
Well, my relationship with him was, I was more or less like a confidant. Like, he would call me and we would talk about anything, and everything.
He would come to you with his problems?
Yes.
Would he tell you the truth?
Yes.
In all those years of confiding in you, have you ever known him to lie to you?
No, he never lied to me. That's one thing that I can, admit about him, that he would tell me the truth.
If he was wrong about something, would he tell you that?
Yes, he would.
Now, you were close to him when he was younger. Did you stay close to him through high school?
Yes, I stayed close to him throughout his life, throughout his whole life.
Did you ever discuss his interests and goals as he got older?
Yes, we talked about a lot of things. One of the things I know that he wanted to go to school to be a merchant seaman.
And did he achieve that?
No, he didn't, but he did work. He wanted to work, so he did work.
What kind of jobs did he do?
I know that he was doing some door dashing, he was doing Ubering, and I want to say that he worked at a warehouse.
Did he also have an interest in music?
Yes.
And what was your experience with that?
Well, he was an inspiring rapper, and he would send he sent me a request over on Instagram and wanted me to look at one of his videos. So he kept me involved, with his music.
Did you actually help him make one of his videos?
Yes, he needed some money. He needed some money for, I guess, to finish up his video shoot. And he asked me would I send it to him, and I did.
You supported him in that?
You said what, sir?
You supported him in that?
Yes, I was. I was very supportive of him.
We also talked about his love of animals earlier. Tell
Yep.
us about that.
Me and my husband, Pitt had some puppies, and Isaiah and his mom came over one day, and
Did she say a pit? I mean, she said a pit.
it's this one puppy. I think he was the runt. I want to say he was the runt of the puppies, but he kept following Isaiah around, and every time Isaiah came over, that puppy would follow him around. But me and my husband, we had decided on that we was gonna give him that puppy because he took to that puppy and that puppy took to him.
Did Isaiah have any issues when he was born?
He was a preemie. He came early. Yes.
And you were around during that time?
Yes.
As he grew up, watching him as you did you ever see any signs of abuse or trauma?
None.
What about his relationship with his mom? How was that?
The relationship that they have, every child should want to have that with their mother. They are very close.
In all the years that you were his confidant, somebody you talked to, did he ever mention anything about gang activity?
No, he never mentioned anything to me about nothing dealing with the gang.
Did he ever talk to you about friends who had been shot or killed?
No, he didn't.
Did you ever see him with a gun?
No, I never saw him with a gun.
When you would talk to him, check in on him, where would he be?
Most of the time, he would be at home at his mom's house.
Have you been following this case as it's progressed?
On and off.
When you hear what's being said about him in this case, is that the Isaiah you know?
Objection, Your Honor. I'm going to sustain the objection.
You can do it. Come on. Rephrase.
You still love your godson?
Yes, I do.
You intend to keep in touch with him no matter what happens?
Yes, I am.
Is there anything else you want the jury to know?
Yes. The Isaiah that I know, I don't know the Isaiah that is being portrayed. The one, like I said, that I know, I love him and I'm gonna always love him. And he's a good boy. I don't know this side.
Thank you, ma'am. Have a moment, please, Your Honor.
Yes.
Pass the witness.
Okay, cross.
Yes.
Come on, Michelle.
Ms. Smith, you had a wonderful relationship with Isaiah Chance, is that correct?
Yes, I have.
You've known him since he was a baby.
Yes.
You have witnessed what a wonderful, loving, supportive mother he had.
Yes.
He grew up in a wonderful home.
Yes.
No abuse.
None.
And you have also provided him with support.
Yes, I have.
You've even financially supported his music videos.
Yes.
The drill rap music videos that he produces.
Yes.
And you have stated here that he was a confidant of yours, or he confided in you. Is that correct?
Yes, he did.
Talked to you about his dreams and aspirations.
Yes.
He wanted to be a sea merchant. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you've known him to have plenty of jobs. Is that also correct?
Yes.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay, redirect. Okay, may this witness be excused?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You're free to go.
All right. So they said that Isaiah had 3 people. We just had Dr. Hartig. We just had Gone Mommy, Michelle Smith. So I wonder if the very last witness for Isaiah is going to be his mom. Let's see.
All right, who's your next witness? Okay. Okay, again, I would ask the media not to broadcast the identity of this witness.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this class will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please state your name?
Victoria Gray.
And how are you related to Isaiah Chance?
I'm Isaiah's mother.
How old is Isaiah?
He's 23.
Right. I know it's going to be difficult for you, but can you tell the jury about Isaiah as a person, how you know him?
I know him because I gave birth to him. He's my second oldest. He is he's very I can't even say the word. His social intelligence usually attracts people. He is one that is very well reserved. Kind of always to himself. He does engages himself into philosophy, politics. He did start strategizing on making sure that he managed and operates a business plans, which is where we left off with he was trying to create his businesses. And pretty much, and he is a father who he loves his children as well and his family.
Did he live in Jacksonville his entire life?
Yes,
And did he live with you when he was in his formative years being raised?
yes.
How many brothers and sisters does he have?
From me, it's 4 girls and 2 boys.
And did they live with him, at least for a portion of the
Yes.
time? How would you describe him as he was growing up in elementary and middle school?
He had a normal upbringing. Never really had any issues with him.
Was he gentle child?
Okay, I'm gonna go back for a second because she said that. Does she have 7 kids? I just want to go back to get that number right. Let's go back for a second. 30 seconds.
His children as well. But he was trying to create his businesses. And pretty much, and he is a father who he loves his children as well and his family.
Did he live in Jacksonville his entire life?
Yes,
And did he live with you when he was in his formative years being raised?
yes.
How many brothers and sisters does he have?
From me, it's 4 girls and 2 boys.
And did they live with him, at least for a portion of the
Yes.
time? How would you describe him as he was growing up in elementary and middle school?
He had a normal upbringing. Never really had any issues with him.
Was he gentle child?
He was reserved, very quiet, didn't really ask for much.
Was he violent as a child?
No.
Did he play any sports when he was younger?
He did play sports when he was younger, but I did find out that what I placed him in was not his interest, and I later discovered that. So what I was putting him in, those were sports what he was not into. It was me.
Was one of those sports football?
Yes.
What happened when he didn't want to play football?
At once upon a time, we were in the middle of the game. Isaiah did not want, I guess he just decided he didn't want to do it. So in the middle of the play, he walked off the field. So of course, the coaches and everybody's like, get in the game, get in the game.
Was he helpful around the home?
He was very helpful. I do consider Isaiah to be my do-it-yourself type guy. Single mom. Generally, when it comes to hanging being the man. If my garage is broken, I look to him to help me. I am not a DIY person.
What about how was he with his brothers and sisters?
Overall, again, Isaiah has always been to himself. He does come out and engages with family activity. But he come out and talk, and then he goes back into his room and he enjoys reading. So he spent a lot of time reading.
Did he ever help his siblings, help them train or help them with their sports or their schoolwork or anything like that?
Well, coming up, my kids, we were exposed to Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. So we would all, as a family, when you say train,
Just help them get ready for anything or
I wouldn't say he would help them train, but we as a family, collectively, we all kind of work together.
And then, did you notice anything talking about school early on with Isaiah? Any issues he was having?
Early on, maybe in elementary stages, again, because Isaiah was always quiet, he wouldn't really speak or say much. So I thought that something was going on. So I did reach out and try to get help. But by the time we got to speech therapy, come to find out, he just chose not to talk.
What about throughout his school? Did you have other meetings with the school about Isaiah's progress?
When you say school, because he was in private school for majority part of his life, and then he went to public school. So
Either one, but let's start with public school. Did he have any issues with Duval County Public Schools?
issues at Duval County Public Schools was just more of Isaiah, I guess, trying to understand something that it wasn't, he didn't catch on right then. The way his mind or his brain processes things, I'll say it that way.
And he did graduate from high school, though.
Yes.
And did he start working after that?
Yes.
Where was he working?
He's had many jobs. He worked at Jacksport. He did Uber Eats sometimes. I do believe it was Instacart. A lot of staffing agencies, because where I'm from, this quick to get on with a temp agency because he doesn't really have much experience coming from high school.
Did he have goals about what he wanted for a career?
Yes, he was actually in the process of becoming a merchant marine. He already had his TWIC badge. So the process where we left off was he had to test, which required some additional testing, what they needed to do. And we had to get scheduled. It was something with the schedules. We couldn't get aligned. So that's why we had left off with that.
Prior to this case, did you ever know Isaiah to have been arrested?
No.
And you mentioned earlier that he has children. How many children does he have?
3.
What are their names?
Cabri, Kylan, and Iceland.
How is he as a father?
From what I've seen, very hands-on. Love. I got a chance to see him different because he's my son, so his love for me was kind of different for his children. So I did get a chance to see him interact.
Yeah, there's a lot to unpack here. Typically, and women, y'all know what I'm gonna talk about. But I think Isaiah has 2 baby mamas. Usually, you'll name the child with a K for both names. So Cabri and Kylan is probably one baby mama. Did Alicia and Isaiah name their child Iceland? I think Iceland. Okay. And same thing with Isaiah's mom here. I believe there's a split in the family. She says she has 7 kids altogether. And I think that there is a group that came from Isaiah Chance Sr. And then the first gentleman that testified on his behalf. The second group of the kids probably come from there. So wanted to point that out. Let's go.
He was there.
We've heard witnesses describe his relationship with you as you being his heart. Do you have a special relationship with Isaiah?
I love all my children.
Of course. Okay. Is there anything else that we haven't talked about that you would like this jury to hear about Isaiah, his character, his upbringing?
I mean, as far as his upbringing, he was a normal child. I do believe that as we start gauging into the adulthood, Isaiah did express during some time, he had quite a few different areas where he wanted to engage in. He was trying to decipher if he wanted to be an entrepreneur, if he wanted to just open up a business and do this. So he did come up with a business that he decided to stick with, which Isaiah believes that he wanted to, part of one of his businesses, he wanted to open up this community to give back to people who has lost hope. And I do recall that in Jonah, the word was sent a second time. So how Isaiah developed this plan as a businessman, he wanted to just make sure that people know that there is hope.
I assume I know the answer to this, but you plan to keep a lot of contact with Isaiah when he's in prison, correct?
That's correct.
That's all I have now.
Okay, Cross?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Gray, when Isaiah was in school, he was never diagnosed with any sort of mental health disability. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And during the time he was in school, he actually graduated with a high school diploma. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you just described him that he attracts people. He has this social intelligence. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Charming, perceptive personality.
That's correct.
And that he is also very smart. Is that correct?
I don't know what your definition of very smart, because we all weigh things different.
Okay. Did you say that he was very industrious and was strategizing and had the ability to come up with a business plan?
I said we were strategizing, yes.
And that was for his business, correct?
Correct.
And he wanted to open up different businesses.
Well, we talked about mainly one.
Okay. And which one was that? The one where he is giving back? Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay. He also aspired and was going to be a merchant marine.
Correct.
And he had done a lot to progress and to be able to do that. Isn't that true, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
And you also have said that he is your do-it-yourself person. Anytime you needed something fixed, he was there to help you. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And he's
Y'all see how smooth Michelle is with it? She said, hold on, let's talk about the do it thing again. You said these prosecutors be on your ass if you ain't paying attention.
the one, if you needed something installed like a smart TV, he was the one that would be able to do that.
That's correct.
So he does have skills that he was able to utilize and complete tasks for you. Is that correct?
That's correct.
These were things that you would have difficulty doing yourself, right? Installing the smart TV is not something that you found easy. Is that true, ma'am?
Yes.
And you relied upon him to be able to set all of that up for you.
I wouldn't say rely, because if he's not available, then I will, of course, pay someone to come do it.
Okay. But my point is he could do it.
He
Isn't
could
that
do
true,
it.
ma'am?
That's correct.
Okay. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay, we're good. Redirect.
Michelle, she's sneaky. Michelle is sneaky. If you ain't paying attention, she's sneaky. She'll take your words and use them. Shout out to Fonnie Willis. Use them. Like, listen, Michelle, that was smooth.
Okay, may this witness be excused? Okay, thank you, ma'am. You're free to go. Do you have any more witnesses at this time? Pardon me? Okay. Okay, that's fine. Let's just go ahead. We'll take a quick afternoon recess. So if you all could just step outside for a few moments.
All right.
These prosecutors are in rare form today. Because here's what they're doing. They're on cross, right? And they're still trying to remind the jury these ninjas still did it. Okay? We can talk about the heartstrings, all of that. These ninjas still did it. So, boy, oh boy. So that concludes all of Isaiah's witnesses. Now, after this break, we have to determine if Isaiah himself is going to take the stand. The judge is going to ask him. We'll see what his decision is going to be. With him, I think he might say no. I don't know, but I'm leaning more towards the no. I also have a new poll for you guys. This came from somebody sent it to me on IG this morning. And that question was, can we start to now, since we're getting close to the end, once a defendant rests, let's look at if we think that person is going to get life or the death penalty. So I'm going to put Isaiah's up within the next hour, but right now I have Sean's up. It is in the chat. I did it stealthily. You didn't see me do it, but I posted it about 37 minutes ago and you can vote right now. So what say you, chat? Do you think Sean is going to get life based off of the presentation this morning or the death penalty? Ironically, you guys think that he's going to get a life. It's at 68%, 32% death penalty. Everybody's complaining about the fucking sound. My mic is too loud. It's too quiet. This and that. But you watching, like you're watching here for a reason. I turned it down. We are now on setting 2. God fucking damn it. So annoying. All right. That is where we are with the poll. Now, let us come back. I might have a little bit of TiVo time. Let us see how far we are from the live feed. Yeah, we are now live with everybody else. So I'm going to keep it muted for now. And since the court is not here, I'm going to turn my mic up slightly. All right, just for now, I'll turn it down, but Jesus Christ, like if y'all are like Goldilocks with this sound, damn. Anywho, so we are waiting for them to come back from court to see if, and they've been gone for about 10 minutes. We've been on a 10-minute break. So as soon as they come back, we got a little bit of head action. We see people walking around. We see some heads. Okay. As soon as they come back in, we're going to go from there. People are asking what streaming service I use. I right now am using StreamYard. It's what I learned on. That's how the lead attorney taught me. I am, however, thinking about using Ecamm. I have a Stream Deck here. Y'all can't see it, but I have all the stuff set up for a Stream Deck that is compatible with Ecamm, which does have better controls with some of the volume situations and things like that. I also have an engineer, and these are the settings he told me to stay on. The other thing, and the reason why this volume situation is so difficult is because I use really powerful technology for these streams. Like you have a Shure SM7B right here, and then on top of that, you got this big guy, which is a Rodecaster Pro. That is what the microphone is dialed into. So I'm using professional grade technology for sound, but then the courtroom has this little shitty microphone, the little skinny microphone that could just sitting there. So you're battling high technology. Like what I just showed you guys is like $1,000 worth of sound, and the court is not using that. So you know what I mean? Like it is what it is. Okay, this person has been pissing me off. Goodbye. All right, next up. Let's go to some super chats as we wait. But what did we just watch after lunch? After lunch, we had Dr. HARTIG. We had Michelle Smith, who was Isaiah's godmother. And then you had Victoria Gray, who was or is Isaiah's mom. Now, she talked about a few things. She talked about the fact that she has 7 kids. The do it thing, even Isaiah's like kind of smirked when she said, and she didn't mean it. I think she didn't realize what she was saying, but she said he is the do it yourself type of guy, where I think she meant DIY. She probably should have used that language, but she said do it. And ma'am, do it is a big sentence in this. It's 2 words, but it's a big sentence in this trial. Like they're called little do-its. So even Isaiah was like, Mom, he laughed a little bit. It depends on how the jury is going to take that. But it was a reminder. What did Michelle do? She got back up there. Michelle went in and she focused on the do it. And she does it in a polite, sneaky way. You won't see it coming, but she'll ask in a polite, sneaky way. She's been doing it all morning, even with Sean. When with Sean's people up there, oh, wait, you were the father figure? Did y'all keep him off of the streets? Why did he make the decision that he made? And she's not trying to discredit these witnesses because you guys can see Sean came from a nice family. And we're getting to know Isaiah's family. And I think a lot of y'all would be like, he comes from a good family too. His Nana was or is a pastor. And they're talking about, Isaiah wanting to be a pastor, but he chose differently for what he wanted to do in his life, so interesting stuff there. But yeah, we got 3 witnesses. Now we get to the decision if Isaiah wants to take the stand himself. Sean did. We're going to see if he does. And then we move on to Davion. I was over here trying to find Davion's witness list. I'm going to try to print it out, but I do have his case file up on this monitor. And as soon as I find it, I will print it out and tell you guys exactly what his list looks like. I know he filed his early, like the minute, this case started. So I do need to go through about 12. There's 590 documents in his case file, but I'm going to try to find it. So y'all stay with me. We're going to keep going. It looks like the jury is filing back in. Let's unmute it. And down. Let's go.
Okay, very good. Welcome back. Everyone have a seat. And Mr. Petridis, you have an announcement? Okay, very good. All right, Ms. Toomey, on behalf of Davion Murphy.
All right, so I told y'all. Let me turn it back up for a second. Isaiah has chosen to not take the stand. We are now moving to the Davion section of this week. All right, so we're going into the Murphys. This is 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Tuesday. Isaiah chose not to take the stand, and we are now going to move on to Davion. Let's go in.
Would you like to call a witness?
Yes,
Okay, very good.
And because he did that, I'm just going to take a picture of where you guys are with votes. This is your last chance to vote for Sean. What do you guys think? I'm writing it down. We think Sean for life is at 68%. For death penalty, we are at 32%. All right, I'm gonna now, since we're moving to Davion, I'm now gonna give you the afternoon to think about Isaiah's presentation and if he is going to get life or the death penalty. The issue is YouTube only gives you 4 options to vote. So I need to do each of them individually. All right. So we're gonna remove Sean. The results are here. Last chance, final few seconds. 900 of y'all. Get to 1,000, get to 1,000, get to 1,000, get to 1,000. 995, 995, 5 more. Vote if you haven't. Vote if you haven't. All right, 1,000 votes. 68% Sean getting life. 32% Sean death penalty. I'm putting Isaiah's up. Let's go.
Solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I affirm.
Okay, Ms. Jimmy, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Dr. Hyman Eisenstein.
Okay. And can you tell us a little bit about your education, your background, your training, and what do you do?
I am a licensed clinical psychologist with a subspecialty in neuropsychology and forensic neuropsychology. I graduated from Loyola University in Chicago with a double master's in counseling psychology and also education and supervision. I went on to do my PhD, my doctorate work at the University of Health Sciences Chicago Medical School. I graduated in 1982. I obtained my PhD following coursework, a dissertation, that's why it's a PhD, practicum. I completed also a 1-year internship at Fairfield Hills Hospital, which is a large psychiatric state hospital in Connecticut, Fairfield, Connecticut. I went on to do a postdoctoral study at Yale University, West Haven VA Medical Center on the epilepsy unit. I was hired by the hospital where I did my internship. It was Fairfield Hills Hospital. I worked there for 5 years, primarily on the forensic unit. The unit was all male forensic unit, individuals that were deemed either incompetent or were classified as being insane, statutory, not guilty by reason of insanity, people that could not be adjudicated in court, and they stayed on the unit until they were found to be competent or could return to court. I had my license in Connecticut. I actually had my license also in Illinois, where I'm from, but I did not practice in Illinois. Moved to Florida in 1986, a long time ago, 40 years ago. I became the head psychologist at Sunrise Rehabilitation Hospital. That was a rehab hospital in Sunrise, Florida. I became licensed in Florida. Actually, I was licensed even before we moved. I stayed at the hospital for 1 year, and then I went into private practice. The private practice consisted of consulting at a neurology practice, working as a consultant to several different psychiatric hospitals, and of course, developing my own private practice, which eventually just became my full-time occupation.
Okay. So you mentioned the word forensic. So what's the difference between a forensic, and we'll start with the psychologist, but a forensic psychologist
and a psychologist? Is there a difference?
So a psychologist is somebody that is licensed by the state of Florida, completes the requirements and ongoing education that's required by the state. The forensic aspect is an individual that deals with primarily with criminal aspects as it relates to both behavior and psychology, the interplay between the two.
The interplay between behavior and psychology is forensic psychology.
And the law.
And the law. Okay. All right. But you are a neuropsychologist, right?
Correct.
What's the difference between a neuropsychologist and a psychologist?
So my training was always in the organic brain matter. My graduate program was heavily based on medical, not psychological per se, but more medical related. Courses were of course, in testing, but also in neuroanatomy, neurophysiology, the understanding of the brain as how the brain functions from a cognitive or behavior, what the brain can or cannot do, versus looking at the brain in terms of the anatomy or the pathology of the brain.
Okay, so neuro means brain?
Correct.
Okay, so then you're a neuropsychology, which you just described, and then they have neurologists, which would deal with the anatomy of the brain?
Correct.
All right, but you're not a neurologist?
No.
Have you ever been allowed to offer or give an opinion in the field of neuropsychology?
Yes.
And approximately how many times?
Well, over 40 years, probably 150 times.
Both state and federal court?
Primarily state, but it's been federal as well.
Any other jurisdictions beside Florida?
I evaluated in Texas. I evaluated in Georgia, but that was on a maybe 1 or 2 time basis. But it's basically been all in the state of Florida.
And do you have any hospital privileges?
Yes, I'm on staff at Mount Sinai Hospital in Miami Beach. I've been on staff for quite a while. I was actually on staff at several other.
All right, y'all. I found Davion's. You can hear it printing. I found Davion's witness list. It's printing out right now. So I'll give you guys an update in a second. If people keep complaining about the audio, we'll go to court TV, but I don't think it's going to be any different.
Hospitals, but they closed. So obviously not on staff there, but I've maintained my staff privileges at Mount Sinai for several decades.
And what would you need a privilege for going to the hospital or being able to, I guess, evaluate someone at a hospital? What would be the need for that?
So initially I was working on the rehab unit of the hospital, so that's why I obtained privileges. But over the years, I've maintained my privileges. On occasion, I evaluate psychiatric patients, especially those patients that I follow. So I follow them in the hospital as well. So having privileges just makes the process much more easy in terms of following my own patients.
Because if you didn't have the privilege, then you can't get into the hospital, right? I mean, you could, but you can't work, I guess, at the hospital.
Right,
Is that right?
correct.
And do you belong to any professional associations?
Belong to the American Psychological Association, the Brain Injury Foundation of Florida.
And just briefly tell us what those are, if you can.
The American Psychological Association is the association that psychology individuals are associated with. It's across the country. They set guidelines, their rules, privileges. It's basically the organization that sets the standards for psychology.
Okay, so standards that you follow as a neuropsychologist.
Correct.
Is that something that you have to renew or pay for, or how does that work?
The membership is on an ongoing basis. Correct.
And then what about the other organization?
The other organization is there's the brain injuries. Again, the individual that deal with individuals that unfortunately have brain injury and try to help support, educate, and have knowledge of those individuals and the challenges they face.
All right. I think you did this briefly, but can you expand on your experience in working with patients or individuals, clients, if you will?
So just one other aspect of my training, I am board certified also for the American Board of Professional Neuropsychology. So that just adds another layer in terms of my education, my experiences, and treated amongst my peers as being qualified to render opinions as a clinical neuropsychologist.
Let me stop you there, doctor. What did you have to do in addition to your education to become board certified?
The exam was a very rigorous exam. It entailed presenting a work product of neuropsychology, a report that I've issued many, many times, and another report justifying why my report and why I use certain measures. And then that was accepted by the committee. Now, it also required a certain number of hours. I believe it was 2,000 hours of work and training. But then there was a 3-hour oral examination with a committee. The committee, it consisted of 3 different areas of neuropsychology. After one was first admitted to take the exam, one aspect was neuropsychology, test measurements. The other was ethics. The third, maybe it was just general standards in psychology. But it was a broad area of testing to make sure that, again, one is qualified and one is indeed capable of performing neuropsychological examinations and evaluations at the highest level possible.
Can you explain to us, when you talked about test measurements, how that kind of is incorporated in neuropsychology? Like, why does that make a difference, and why does it matter?
So as a neuropsychologist or as a psychologist, we conduct psychological and what I refer to as neuropsychological test measurement. The measurements are based on normative data, meaning the tests are all normed based on populations across the United States. It's varied in gender, sex, education, age. So every test, it has a standard score with it. The tests are well established. They're gold standards among some of the tests. The others are more specific for brain behavior. So it's a combination of using some standardized psychological tests, some very specific neuropsychological tests, and that's what we refer to as a test battery. A battery of a variety of different measures that are all standardized. And once one, of course, is trained to administer these and to interpret them, and then to render an opinion based on the totality of all the testing. The testing goes on for quite a long time. It's to try to understand an individual, their strengths, their weaknesses, their test performance. So this is how a neuropsychologist differs from a regular psychologist, but it's extra training and extra use of different measures. And of course, what's extremely important is that we just don't rely just on tests, but it's a clinical examination. It's an interview process. It's looking at the individual and understanding how they perform, how they react, and then of course, looking at collateral data, whatever there may be, to help understand the totality of the individual. So the net result is putting it all together and then rendering an opinion based on all the different aspects.
Okay. What about in the context of individuals that are facing the death penalty? Have you been involved in evaluating those individuals, those kinds of individuals in that circumstance?
So I've evaluated numerous individuals that have been both on both on death row as well as individuals that are facing the death penalty. I've been doing this quite a while. The individuals, whether they would be already on death row or the individuals that are facing the death penalty throughout the state of Florida, I meet with them, evaluate them, spend time with them face to face, try to establish a working relationship or rapport so that they feel comfortable to perform, to talk, to spend time in terms of administering the various different neuropsychological measures. But it's across the board. The battery is basically standardized, whether or not the individual will be facing the death penalty or the individual would be ready on death row, or an individual may be a totally non-criminal case, forensic case. The batteries are basically the same because we're looking at brain functioning. So brain functioning is the same across the board. It doesn't make a difference where you are and what you're doing. It's a question of how the individual is performing based on their history, based on trauma, based on events that occurred in their life, and trying to understand their level of abilities.
Okay, and were you retained by me or my office in the state of Florida versus Davion Murphy?
Correct.
And what were you tasked with doing? What did we ask you to do?
So you asked me to perform a standardized neuropsychological examination, an evaluation that would look at his overall cognitive functioning, his brain behavior functioning, how he performs, his abilities, his cognitive abilities, his emotional abilities, his functioning across the board. It also includes, obviously, looking at his background, looking at what he has been doing throughout his life, getting a better picture of the individual, looking at records, reviewing records on his behalf, whether they would be hospital records, school records, disability records. Again, whatever is available in terms of looking at to try to come up with a complete picture and understanding of the individual is basically the same across the board, but that's really what your office asked me to do.
Okay, and did you in fact meet with Davion Murphy?
Yes, I did.
Approximately, was that in person?
It was face to face, correct?
Face to face. At the jail?
At the Hillsborough jail,
Okay, and approximately how many times did you meet with him face to face?
7 times.
And when you met with him those 7 times, was he cooperative?
He was always cooperative.
Did he do what you asked of him to do?
He performed every task, never had any problems in terms of saying that he was tired or he didn't want to do it, or he said no. He was very cooperative.
All right. So tell us, take us through what you did. Your first meeting. How do you conduct your evaluation?
So first, we want to just introduce ourselves with the individual. I think the first time actually he was on lockdown. In Hillsborough, there's the general testing area where everyone, lawyers and psychologists come. That's where they bring the individual to be evaluated. The first time he was I think in the black box it's referred to.
Okay.
And they took me to another unit, and he was shackled, but even under those circumstances, he was cooperative, willing to talk, never gave us a problem in terms of saying, I'm too tired, I don't want to, he's quitting. That never happened. So throughout the 7 times, and sometimes he was in the box, most of the time we evaluated him in the general diagnostic building, and he was brought down and he cooperated and he stayed as long as we needed. He never said, you know, let's stop. If he needed to take a break, of course, gave him a break, but he was extremely cooperative.
And respectful?
He was respectful. His language was good. Never used curse words for the most part. So he was very respectful.
One of your easier clients, would you say?
Objection leading.
Overall, you can answer.
Yeah, he was definitely less challenging than some other individuals that present much more difficulty in terms of their level of cooperation. Now, I just may add that that level of cooperation is really important because
Objection, non-responsive.
Sustained. What's your next question?
Why is someone's cooperation in your evaluation so important?
the reason it is so important is because they are giving full effort. They're trying the best. Part of doing a neuropsychological examination is the first question one has to ask, are these results true results? What I'm going to be talking about, is this really an accurate reflection of the individual? So he tries. He wasn't trying to fake.
And is there a separate test that you administer to someone to make sure or to ensure that they're not faking?
Correct. So those tests are called validity measures or malingering measures. Part of any neuropsychological test battery includes malingering measures. We gave him several malingering measures, and he scored within the normal range. He wasn't trying to look worse. He wasn't trying to fake. He wasn't trying to play worse than he is, but he gave us a true, accurate reflection of what his abilities are. So that's why cooperation is really important. You know that you're not going to have difficulty or someone's trying to play games with you.
Sure. All right, so let's talk about some of the evaluations that, well, let me first ask you this. Out of those 7 times that you met with Davion Murphy, approximately how many hours would you approximate that to be?
It was approximately 22 hours.
And you meet with the person, you collect records that you would deem appropriate, and then do you also attempt to do what's called like collateral interviews with family members, friends, and things like that?
Correct.
And did you attempt to do at least all of those things?
So the records were, certainly there was a good amount of records, both medical records, educational records, DOC records. As far as talking and meeting with collateral sources, it was limited. Spent some time with his mother, but it was a limited conversation, and certainly perhaps other people, it would have been helpful to get more information, but it just didn't happen.
Just can we approach for a second?
Yep. step out momentarily, not long.
All rise.
Okay, thank you. Okay, everyone have a seat. All right, Ms. Toomey, so I think your witness just, and I didn't hear it, but I think you just testified that he reviewed some DOC records, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and so what, is he gonna be relying upon those records?
Are you gonna be relying upon those records, Doctor?
Right, so records that were included with the hospital records, yes, it's mentioned in my report. Educational records, they were in my report. So whatever is in my report is what was relied on.
Okay, and so I guess, because it's just a little tricky, working around the term DOC records. So, that's why I'm asking if you're gonna need to refer to those records, then specifically the DOC records, we have to come up with a solution.
Well, really not. I'm not looking at jail records per se.
Right?
It's more in terms of the medical,
Okay,
in terms of the school records, anything that's related to his evaluation and understanding his academic performance or how he's been treated medically.
okay. Okay, so going forward, I would just ask that if you're referring to medical records or educational records or testing records, we just use that term as opposed to DOC.
Okay.
Okay, does that work for you, Mr. Harmon?
That's fine, Judge. I was just, well, Dr. Warner had advised me during the evaluation this week, and the defendant was relating a great deal to her about his carcerative journey through the DOC, different CIs, different correctional institutions, treatment he received there. And I think there's an argument that goes to refute the ultimate opinion that's going to be tendered either through Dr. Eisenstein or through subsequent experts about brain damage.
Okay, sir, are you telling me you're gonna need to get into DOC records?
It just depends on where Dr. Rubino goes with his opinions, I guess, and
Okay.
where we go with this next week. So.
Cross that bridge when we get to it. So if you think it is gonna be necessary for you to get into DOC records, you just need to let me know.
Yes.
Once the defense experts are done testifying, and then we'll figure out what to do.
Yes, Your Honor. I was going to speak to counsel. That was my first avenue to see how she felt about it, because I knew Dr. Eisenstein had been provided those records. and
Right.
I think Dr. Rubino was also, if I'm not mistaken.
I think there's a confusion about the records. There's two sets of Shands records. And I guess there's a Shands in Jacksonville, there's a Shands in Gainesville. So I think there was some sort of confusion with what was provided or.
The records we were provided, I brought the discovery pleading that I was provided. It's DOC records, social security records,
That was
school
in the-
records.
That's not the most recent one. That was taken off there.
Okay, Department of Children and Family Records at Edward White High School.
Yeah, that was taken off there.
There was a small amount of records from, I believe it's Shands, Gainesville, where the defendant was being transported there from correctional institutions for treatment for hand injury and
Yes.
some other stuff.
Mhm.
So that was what we were provided before today, so.
Okay, all right, well, since we're just conducting, or since you're conducting just the direct examination of the doctor at this point, I would just ask, at this point, just don't refer to DOC records. Okay?
Okay.
All right, very good. Okay, let's bring it back in.
Yes, Judge. All rise. there's right there.
Okay, very good. Everyone have a seat again. And Ms. Jimmy, you may proceed.
All right, so let's start with some of the tests that you administered to Mr. Davion Murphy. Which one would you like to start with?
So first, the validity measures that I mentioned, I gave Mr. Murphy several different validity measures. I gave him what's called the TOM test of memory malingering. It's not a memory test, but it's a validity malingering measure, and his score was on the third trial was 48 out of 50. First 40 out of 50, then 48 out of 50, and 48 out of 50. So that score is within the normal limits. He's not faking, again, he's not malingering, he's not trying to look worse than he is. On the advanced clinical solution, he got 41 out of 50, 82%. That's also within the normal limits. And then reliable digit span, another test from the Wechsler Adult Intelligence Scale 4th edition. Again, it was indicative of good effort, average effort on his part. There's no indication that he is trying to look worse than he is. He's putting forth full effort, and the results are a valid indication of his function.
Let me ask you this. Since you've met with Davion Murphy 7 times, are these tests done in the beginning only, at the end, or every time, or something else?
So the order doesn't make a difference. There's no, obviously one needs to do or should do the validity measures before, because if the individual is not performing at his best, the results afterwards are all skewed. So one has to establish that he is giving full effort. That probably has to be in the beginning, but as far as all the other tests, really there's no order, there's no specific order. It all depends upon the equipment. You have to bring in equipment each time, how much you're bringing and what you're doing. And again, the order really doesn't make a difference.
Okay. You said equipment. What kind of equipment do you use?
So a lot of times people come to a neuropsychologist in their office, so all their equipment is there. But here you have to travel with your equipment.
Mm-hmm.
The equipment includes test booklets, it includes forms, it includes blocks, it includes various different items that the individual has to manipulate with their hands. It's a variety of, each test has its own set of material, but it's all something that each time you have to go through the screening device. They check out exactly what you have, make sure that it is acceptable, and then you bring it in, and there's just this, if you bring in everything at one time, I would be coming in with 2 briefcases. So this is just basically, you bring in a little each time, and then you conduct those tests, and then you move on to the next set of tests the next time one's engaged in the testing.
Let me just ask you, did you conduct, well, I guess we'll get to those evaluations in a minute, but before we do that, can we just talk about, did you gather some background information about Davion Murphy?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
So first, as far as he was born to Mrs. Serena Beeks and Mr. David Bernard Murphy Sr. on the east side of Jacksonville. He's the older son of the union with a younger brother, David Murphy Jr. Davion is the oldest of mom's children with 4 additional younger siblings, Adam Gooden, Sierra Gooden, Kimura Wilson, and Camilla Wilson. Mr. Murphy Sr. has a daughter, Regina, who is an older sister to Davion, and Zion, who is a younger brother to him. So there's brothers and sisters on both sides. Davion itself was never married, and he has no children.
All right, and then did you, through looking at the school records that you were provided, did you come up with an educational history for Davion Murphy?
So it's a very complicated history because Mr. Murphy attended 14 different schools, approximately. Some of them were in the Dade County, in the Duval County public school system. There was testing that was completed at an early age. And then he went to several different schools, different places, repeated several grades along the way. He was in, it just goes on.
Well, let me kind of help you break it down. So when you said that he attended 14 different schools, would that mean he was also moving to different environments or different places as well?
Correct.
On 14 different schools? What? I had to take the dog out for a second, guys, but I'm back. 14 different schools? God damn.
Is that something that you learned in those records?
Correct.
All right. And then was there an evaluation, a psychoeducational evaluation that you looked at when Davion was 8 years old?
Correct.
What did that give you any insight as to his school?
So at 8 years old, he was Dr. Serena Bloomfield did some psychological testing. He was given the WISC for children, the Wexler Adult Intelligence Scale for Children, and he obtained a full-scale IQ score of 81, 10th percentile, the low average range of intellectual functioning.
Tell us, maybe in layman's terms, what that means. What does that mean?
It's a low score. 100 is the average. 81 is at the 10th percentile. If someone scores 100 on an IQ, that means that's 50 percentile of the population. It's either better or worse. This is at the lower, in other words, 90% of the population is better, 10% is lower. Because of his low score and his low score across all academic areas, he then was entitled to be placed in a variety of different programs.
Tell us about some of those programs.
Before he gets into that, if his IQ score was 81, that means that Isaiah's was 71. So it was lower. But at the end of the day, I mean, we gotta do something about this. Like we can't have our young men, and that's the other thing. Some of this stuff is untreated, undiagnosed, untalked about. And I know untalked is probably not a word. Untalked is probably not a word, but we don't talk about it. And I think we need to do better for our kids. Our kids, man, we got to do better for our kids.
So he was eligible to be placed in exceptional student education. That's called ESE. He was diagnosed with attention deficit disorder, combined type, that's ADHD, global academic delay, nonverbal learning disabilities, that's NVLD, and specific learning disabilities, that's SLD.
Okay, so let me stop you there. I want to break that down. The combined type ADHD, what does that mean?
So that means that there's both two elements. There's the attentional aspect as well as the hyperactivity. So he had problems with, there are individuals that have just one or the other, but he has both. In other words, he had problems with attention, concentration, and also excess energy and hyperactivity, inability to basically sit still and move around constantly.
Judge, can we take first roll?
Yes.
This will be quick.
14 schools isn't absurd, but I can understand if your family was moving or whatever. But yeah, Davion had it rough. Doesn't give him an excuse for what he did, but let's keep going. He is listening intently to that sidebar. I'm going to skip ahead.
Doctor, do you happen to know when we're talking about this full-scale IQ score that was performed or obtained on Davion when he was 8 years old, was that when he was in the 3rd or 4th grade, or do you remember?
I think he was in the 3rd grade.
Okay, and do you have a name of the school that he was going to at that time? Maybe Biltmore or?
Perhaps.
Okay. Okay, you stop, I think, at explaining the combined type of ADHD. When you say global academic delay, what does that mean?
He had difficulty across the board. There wasn't any specific in terms of one area, but it was more global in terms of every area of academic ability. It was compromised and it was delayed.
Okay. And then nonverbal learning disability versus a specific learning disability. What is the difference and what are each?
So since there was a split between the verbal and the nonverbal, so the nonverbal was more impaired, so that's why it was a nonverbal learning disability at that time, and it was specific learning disabilities related to different areas of functioning. Again, they targeted almost every area of disability.
Okay. And was Davion also given an IEP or an individualized education program?
So he was given IEPs across the board almost every year.
And starting when? From time he was 8 on, or?
Right, 8 on. And they were relying on this IQ that was done when he was 8 or 9. And there was a recommendation that they retest him, but that never was done. So the IEP was based on this IQ that was performed when he was 8 or 9 years old, even though the recommendation was that he should be retested. And the reason he should have been retested is because the skills of an 8 or 9-year-old obviously are not as demanding as they are from somebody who is older. And as you're older, there's more demands and the skills sets are quite different. And the IQ could have changed, and it would have been reflective.
Let me ask you that. Does someone's IQ change, or is it constant throughout their entire life, or what's the feel on that?
So IQ should be stable, but it should be stable at a point where there's a certain level of developmental maturity. So at 8 or 9, the individual is quite young, and that really is not a set determination in terms of what their IQ really should be or is.
All right, I know shit can get very supercharged. People are now putting death threats on me for talking about this as a content creator with a legal background. Please don't ever come back here again. And I'm reporting that shit to YouTube. Somebody just said, AV, thank God your glasses aren't bulletproof. Your account has been reported to YouTube. Great job, kid. IP address and all.
Once an individual is a little more mature and is a little older, so that IQ should be more or less stable.
Understood. Do you have an age that someone's IQ would more or less stabilize? Does that make sense?
So it should probably be around 16, maybe 15, 16. In other words, past puberty, where the individual already is like early adulthood. So that is probably the point where one would look at more stability in terms of IQ.
Okay. Anything else other than the 14 different schools? You mentioned the IEP program, the ESC, some diagnoses while he was in school. Anything else that you utilized in rendering your opinions that you're going to give here today?
So first, he was given the Florida Comprehensive Assessment Test numerous times. The records indicated that his score was never level 3 or higher. In grade 4, 5, 6, he repeatedly obtained level 1 in reading and writing. During high school, over multiple administrations, his scores were consistently at level 2. Now, an individual that scores level 1 is basically failing. That's not acceptable. 2 is also very low, and it should be more like 3 and above. So for the most part, he was low performance, below proficiency levels, and core academic skills with no marked improvement over time. So there was a consistent failure, and as the test demonstrated over time, it really did not improve.
Are these the FCAT tests that kids have to pass or take every certain number of years that they're in school in order to progress and advance?
Correct. Now, because of the FCATs and because of his academic difficulties, he was diagnosed with a mental disability and he received Social Security disability. That was diagnosed early on with the attention deficit disorder, hyperactivity, prescribed medications, and he was taking either Ritalin or Vyvanse as a child. And because of the diagnosis, he received Social Security disability, an indication of his difficulty in receiving the disability benefit. In addition, he had behavioral problems. There was fighting, there was being kicked out. At some point, he moved out from his home, went with a paternal grandmother. There was difficulty with smoking, gambling, fighting. And so there was a combination of both academic difficulties as well as behavioral difficulties.
And
Now,
that, when you said Davion was kicked out by his mother, would that have been in the 10th grade?
correct.
And he went to live where? I didn't catch that.
With his paternal grandmother, Mrs. Phyllis Murphy. Now, what's also noted when he was either the 3rd or 4th grade, he had to repeat the grade, and he received a comment in the records of EMH, of educably mentally handicapped, which is an indication of his low IQ, his low functioning, and that was noted when he was either 3rd or 4th grade. He repeated the 4th grade, and this was something that was noted in the records probably at the age of 10, 9, 10, something in that level. He was kicked out of multiple schools due to his behavior. He was sent to Jacksonville Youth Academy level 6 program for 9 months from age 17 to 18. Part of the program, he was forced to go to school. Then he repeated the 11th grade, which he had not completed before. Somehow his mother was able to reinstate him in public school for the 12th grade. He didn't graduate.
Let me just stop you there, doctor, for 1 second. I want to bring you back to just a couple of things to highlight a couple of things. He repeated the 4th grade, you said?
Correct,
And then he also repeated with the 11th grade as well?
correct.
With regards to medical or psychiatric history, such as any injuries to his head or what have you, can you go through those with us, please?
So there's multiple head injuries that Davion sustained. He was diagnosed again with the ADHD, and he was prescribed Ritalin, Vyvanse later on. ADHD used to be called minimal brain damage. That was what it was called back in the day. It's changed, and now it's called ADHD. The thinking was that this is a brain impairment. So I mentioned that as of note that early on, he was diagnosed with ADHD and was taking medication.
And is there a time where Davion and his younger brother were seeing a psychiatrist?
There was notes that he was seeing a psychiatrist, this Dr. Luis Quinones, every few weeks for several years. Records indicate visits from the year 2007 through 2010.
And how old is Davion as he sits here? Do you know?
He now is 28 or 29
29.
at the present time.
Yes. When do you have his birthday on there?
His birthday is January 10th, 1997.
So in 2007 through 2010, Davion and his brother, his younger brother, were seeing a psychiatrist.
Correct.
All right. And was there also, can you tell us about an incident with a golf cart when he was 7 or 8 years old?
He reported crashing a golf cart into a car wash, hitting his head on the steering wheel at 7 or 8 years old, and he remained with bad headaches after that incident.
Okay, what about at age 14?
So he was a passenger in a car that crashed into a tree. He ran away and did not seek medical treatment.
All right, then I'm going to jump to 2015. Was there a time where he had fractured a bone in his hand, in his right hand?
He fractured his third metatarsal. He was evaluated at Shands, Jacksonville, and a clamshell splint was placed.
All right, and then January 11th of 2017, anything of significance on that day?
So he was taken by fire rescue to Shands, Jacksonville after suffering a gunshot wound to the groin with rupture of the corpus cavernosum of his penis without urethral injury. So the bullet remained in his lateral thigh tissue. Surgery was performed and he was healed well.
So according to my math, my calculations, Davion would have been about 20 years old.
Correct.
And then anything of significance in February of 2000?
Yeah, we got to go back. He got shot where? Whoa, what? That just woke us all up. Yeah, pause. Hey, yo, let's go. Let's go back. And again, guys, I did report that last person. Threats to me as a person for just literally doing legal things on the internet is not cool. That wasn't okay. And I went back, we pulled all the history because we could see that. Looks like that person was subscribed to me for 2 years. He was talking crazy like that. Didn't even know. Now, let's come back to the psychiatrist and see what they're saying about this global academic delay. But we heard something about shot in the penis or something. What? Let's go back.
Rescued
in his hand, in his right hand. 10, Davion and his brother, his younger brother, were seeing a psychiatrist.
Correct.
All right. And was there also, can you tell us about an incident with a a golf cart when he was 7 or 8 years old?
He reported crashing a golf cart into a car wash, hitting his head on the steering wheel at 7 or 8 years old, and he remained with bad headaches after that incident.
Okay, what about at age 14?
So he was a passenger in a car that crashed into a tree. He ran away and did not seek medical treatment.
All right, then I'm gonna jump to 2015. Was there a time where he had fractured a bone in his hand, in his right hand?
He fractured his third metatarsal. He was evaluated at Shands Jacksonville, and a clamshell splint was placed.
All right, and then January 11th of 2017, anything of significance on that day?
So he was taken by fire rescue to Shands Jacksonville after suffering a gunshot wound to the groin with rupture of the corpus cavernosum of his penis without urethral injury. So the bullet remained in his lateral thigh tissue. Surgery was performed and he was healed well.
He got shot in the D, guys. He got shot in the D. That sounds like it is very painful. Maybe that's why he's tapped. You cannot make this case up. It's not even funny. Wow. Ow. If I had one, I would ow. Ow.
So according to my math, my calculations, Davion would have been about 20 years old.
Correct.
And then anything of significance in February of 2017?
So February 1st of 2017 is just a few weeks after this previous trauma to the groin and to the penis from a gunshot wound. He was involved in a motor vehicle accident after a police chase, and he was taken to the emergency room at Shands Jacksonville.
Shit. Now the world knows you got shot in the D. This is so crazy. And wasn't he bragging in that interrogation footage about sleeping with all of these women? But I'm not gonna say it.
Records report a Glasgow Como scale of 13 out of a possible 15.
What does that mean?
So when an individual is faced with trauma, so they are assessed on the Glasgow Como scale. The Glasgow Como scale deals with very basic orientation, motor, verbal functioning, level of awakeness. It's basically just.
Oh my God, this reminds me of Karen Reed. Remember when Hank Brennan was up there? He couldn't pronounce Glasgow Coma scale. He called it a GUSMA. The GUSMA Coma scale is back.
See whether or not the individual is up and about and oriented and can follow verbal commands and motor commands. So he scored 13 out of 15, meaning that he had a altered mental state. He wasn't totally responsive. He was responsive and non-responsive. So 13 out of 15 means that there was some trauma to the brain significantly enough that he was not scoring 15 out of 15 on this Glasgow Como scale. He was given a CAT scan, a CT scan of the brain, and it showed no acute intracranial hemorrhage, mass effect, or territorial infarct. So the brain itself didn't show any broken bones.
And no bleeding in the brain, but that doesn't necessarily mean that there were no.
Sustained as to leading.
What does that mean?
So they did a basic brain scan to show no broken bones, no bleeding, but they did not do an MRI scan, which could have shown there was shearing or there was tearing or any other level of brain damage that is more commonly found when more sophisticated neurodiagnostic testing like the MRI is conducted, but they did not conduct it.
Okay, and let's jump to November of 2023. Can you tell us about Mr. Davion being a passenger in a car, again, involved in a motor vehicle accident?
So he was involved in a motor vehicle accident with a truck. He presented at the emergency department of Shands, Jacksonville, where he was diagnosed with dorsologia, which is back pain, pain in the right forearm, pain in the right elbow, pain in the left hand. He reported hitting his head very hard. What I may just add about all these different incidents, that there's what's called a synergistic effect of brain damage. There's multiple brain damages, and when there is, it's more than just cumulative. It's not just adding one, each one of these separate incidents, but each one presents with more trauma to the brain, more injury, and the injuries that are, again, superimposed one upon the other are far worse than one individual separate. So it's sustaining multiple head injuries over a relatively short period of time.
Okay, so now I want to ask you, we've kind of touched on 7 years of age, 8, 12, 20, and on. Is this type of behavior consistent with a lack of a parental figure in their life,
Correct.
such as having one's father be arrested and be sent to prison for life?
That's correct. And then basically being raised by a single mom.
Objection, non-responsive.
Okay, please ask the question.
And then having to be raised by a single mother, right?
That's correct.
Did Davion ever explain or complain about anxiety or depression to you?
He said that he had anxiety, he had depression. At some point, he was taking Seroquel, which is a strong medication. It's an antipsychotic, actually, to deal with anxiety, depression. I think he's requested it at different points, but he was definitely taking it at some point.
Okay, and that's an antipsychotic, you said?
Correct.
Medication? All right, so let's talk about, before we get into the general IQ testing that you performed, can you tell us about some of the evaluations that you did? For example, the Dallas Kaplan executive function system. What kind of test is that? What does it do? What does it tell you? What were the results?
So the Dallas Kaplan is a test of executive function systems. It's divided into 5 separate tests. Each test has a sample section, and after the sample section, there is the test itself. There's different conditions. The test is very sensitive to overall brain impairment, cognitive impairment, and it's certainly a very good indicator in terms of one's abilities or where there's a lack of ability.
Were those the pages that we were going through?
Correct.
Which are called like raw data, I guess, if you
Yeah,
call
it's
it?
the raw data. The
If I can approach.
Yep.
All right. We have TiVo time, so we can skip this.
And you showed us inquisitive about what the test was like, and you showed this to me. So Judge, I don't think the state has any objection, but I'm going to just show Dr. Eisenstein on the screen so that we can just discuss it for the jury's information.
Okay.
Okay? All right, so I'm showing you, just for a demonstrative, the trail making test. What is this? It's a box, it's got some numbers, some letters. What is the individual asked to do?
So this is trail making test part 1.
Okay.
And this is visual scanning. Now, each one of these tests has a practice section. The practice section is make sure that the individual understands what is asked of them when they get to the actual test itself.
Is that kind of like a control? Like in science, kind of the control, practice, do the real thing?
Yeah, it's right. It's in order to make sure that when the test is being performed, they understand what is asked for them and they're doing it correctly to the best of their ability.
And this one, what would have been asked of Mr. Davion Murphy to do?
So this is asked to just cross off the 3s. It's called visual scanning.
Okay.
And you have a pencil, and then it is not timed. Just make sure that they get it correct. And they cross off, as you can see, all the 3s on this practice section.
And how is this type of thing scored?
So it's scored basically several ways. It's timed. It's converted to a standard score. A standard score is similar to an IQ score. Each one, depending upon their performance, and I could, for example, now this score of 36 is not from the practice section. It's from the test itself, which is on the next pages.
Okay.
And then the standard score is 5, which equals an IQ of 75.
Okay. So I'm just going to show you one more. My understanding is these come in larger papers and you have to kind of cut them or something?
Right, so when I turned over the data, so the test itself is actually on 2 sides. So it becomes a little difficult to copy it because it's 2 sides of 2 pages. So it had to be cut and sort of put together.
And that last test, is that 36 indicated it took 36 seconds
Correct.
to,
In other words, not on the
Cross.
practice section, but on the actual test itself, which is
Yes.
on the following page.
what about this one? Trail making test.
This is condition 2.
Okay.
And the individual is asked to draw a line, connect the numbers in order. So as you can see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ignoring the letters and just following the sequence of the numbers.
And what is this number, 59? What is that?
59 seconds, which equals a standard score of 2. As I mentioned, these are all normed. So one looks up in the normative manual. A 2 is actually equal to a IQ of 60, which is extremely low.
I just want to show you one more, just for an example. Condition 3.
So this is letter sequencing, condition 3. And here the individual is just asked to connect the letters in order, A, B, C, D, E.
Okay, and then this.
50 seconds to complete. Again, the next section,
Mhm.
which is a standard score of 4, which is equal to a 60. Again, very low.
Right. I'll give them back to you. I'm just gonna. All right, so let's see. What about the Peabody Picture Vocabulary Test? What's that?
So that is a test of receptive language. The individual is The individual is shown 4 pictures. They're told a word, and they have to pick out the picture that describes the word that is stated.
Okay, so like, give us an example.
So for example, let's say the word is ladder. So there's 4 pictures. One's a ladder, the other one may be a chair, maybe a tool, obviously not a ladder. That's one of the simpler. As tests usually progress, in general, tests are simpler at the beginning level and progress and become more difficult as it goes on. So then, of course, if they would say either A, B, C, or D, or just point, they don't even have to be verbal for this part, simply to point to the correct picture. And it's called receptive language, meaning an individual understands spoken language.
Okay. And what were your results on that test?
So he obtained a standard score of 52, which is extremely low, a percentile of 0.1, and a grade equivalent of 2.3.
Let's go to the general intellectual status examination that you performed. Did you perform that?
Yes, so I gave him the Wechsler Adult Intelligence Scale, 4th edition, which is the gold standard of IQ.
Is there a new edition? I think it's the 5th edition.
The 5th edition recently came out.
So I guess my question for you was the 4th edition, the correct edition to administer to Davion?
Correct.
Okay. All right, so tell us how this works.
The individual is given the test. The test has several different sections. The test has been revised over time, many times, and it's improved. Quality is improved. The standardization has improved. The questions have improved to become more relevant. It goes between a nonverbal, a verbal, nonverbal, verbal. There's several different subsections. There's a point where the individual they stop if they can't get a certain number correct based on the criteria of the individual subtest. Then the scores are calculated. They convert what's called a raw score to a standard score. The standard scores then are added, and then one gets composite scores in different domains, and ultimately a full-scale IQ score.
That was a lot. Did you determine what Davion's full IQ score was based upon all what you just said?
So he obtained a full-scale IQ score of 72.
What does that mean?
So 72 is at the 3rd percentile of the general population. If one looks at the 95th confidence intervals, it goes between 68 to 77.
Okay, well, let me slow you down just a little bit. Okay, I want to back up to the 3rd percentile amongst his peers. So does that mean 97% of Davion's peers did better than he did? No?
Correct.
Yes?
Correct. In other words, on a scale.
All right, chat. So I'm going to take you over here. And also, I'm sorry I'm being quiet. I just wanted to make sure our report was in. I reported it to my YouTube manager, people at YouTube. You know, I let y'all cut up. But if you're going to put a death threat on me, that's a little crazy. So that's all settled. Now we can focus. I did just want to show you something again. I showed it to people that were here earlier. If we're coming over here to the IQ ranges, right? Now we are saying, at first he testified and said that Davion's IQ was 81. Now he is saying that his full IQ score was 72, which is just one above Isaiah. Isaiah was at 71. And if Davion's coming in at 72, it is sad. This is tough to watch. It really is, but again, this crime was still committed. We still need to look at the facts and evidence of the case and go from there.
On a scale that has the entire population.
Yes.
So 50% are going to score at 100. And then when this is 2 standard deviations below the mean, so then we're already dealing with the very small percentage, meaning only 3% of the population, at 97% is scoring better.
All right. And that score, what does that score tell us, if anything?
So this score is in the classified in the borderline, but it's really in the with the 95th percentile, which the bands are, meaning if the test would be given over and over, so the score would fall somewhere between an IQ of 68 and an IQ of 77. But the IQ itself of 72 actually qualifies Mr. Murphy for being in the intellectually disabled range, meaning that an IQ, according to both the DSM, the Diagnostic Statistical Manual, and the American Board of the Developmental Disability, this score at 72, what they refer to as a score of 70 plus or minus 5. But that's a rough estimate because this is a little more accurate in terms of
plus or minus 5, is that the standard error of
measurement?
Measurement? Okay.
Right. So this is the same idea. The band of 68 to 77, it's roughly 5 points plus or minus, meaning again, tests are not 100% accurate. There's no such thing as a 100% accurate test. It doesn't exist. So there's always a band of error on any test, whether it would be a physical test or a psychological test. Again, it depends upon the examiner. I mean, I've given this test probably 1,000 times. But there's always an error measurement and how you score it. And it could be maybe there's a difference in scores. There's a difference, a deviation. But 72 is a score that qualifies for a intellectual disability classification.
Okay. And based upon your profession and your experience in neuropsychology, I'm sure you're familiar with the term, the definition of what intellectual disability means legally,
Correct.
right? Do you know what the 3 elements are for that?
Yes. So the 3 elements are onset before age 18.
Okay.
IQ has to be in this range concurrent before the age of 18 and after the age of 18. And adaptive functioning has to be commensurate. One area of adaptive functioning has to be, according to the DSM, compromised. And again, that goes across a lot of different areas of adaptive functioning, but also has to be level of impairment prior to the age of 18.
Okay, before we get to why this technically doesn't equate to intellectual disability as defined by the state of Florida, what deficits in adaptive behavior, did you perform any evaluations or tests regarding Davion's adaptive behavior? And what is, well, first I should ask, what is adaptive behavior?
So adaptive functioning means skills of daily life. It goes across several different domains, different areas. It means areas of communication, executive functioning. It means the ability to perform academically. It goes a variety of different domains. Basically, an individual, how they're functioning, can they function? Can they follow directions? Can they act independently? What's their level in terms of their overall level we assess of adaptive functioning?
Okay, is that kind of like daily living, or is that something different?
No, it's absolutely daily living skills.
Okay.
And then again, it depends upon the level of severity. It could be mild, it could be moderate, it could be severe. Mild meaning that you would need some support in what they're doing. Moderate, obviously, it's worse than severe, is they're not capable of really doing any of the daily living skills independently.
So you have a spectrum from one extreme to the other, and you have individuals that are in between those two spectrums.
That's correct.
So let's talk about this manifestation during the period from conception to age 18. Were you able to determine, based upon the school records and your testing, whether or not his scores were or met that intellectual disability from conception to the age 18? And if not, why?
So as far as adaptive functioning, clearly there was academic difficulties. Now, academic difficulties is one of the criteria of adaptive functioning. So yes, I mean, he did have difficulty with academic functioning, and he had difficulty certainly then with adaptive functioning. There was other areas that he could have had difficulties with in terms of adaptive functioning, in terms of functioning independently. It's unclear how he performed, but as I mentioned, he did receive it was stated a categorization of the EH, emotionally handicapped disability. So which means that there was some thought mentioned with all his other academic problems that also he would be perhaps diagnosed with ID. But the issue became in terms of when he was early on, age 8 or 9, when he received this IQ of 81. Now, the truth is that the school system itself had recommended that he should be retested. And again, an IQ at the age of...
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. It's non-responsive.
Okay, what's your next question?
What's the significance of only giving one IQ test at the age of 8 for you?
So it could be misleading. It could be not really accurate in terms of really what his true abilities were. An IQ at the age of 8 or 9 is not reflective of really what his IQ is.
Judge, I object. Asked and answered.
Okay, sustained.
All right, sir. What's the Flynn effect?
So the Flynn effect.
Flynn.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Is it Flynn or Flint?
Flynn.
FLYNN. Flynn.
Thank you, sir.
So Flynn stated that IQs over time actually have gone up, but are not reflective of really what the true IQ really should be. And it's based on a formula that is accepted by the DSM, the Diagnostic Statistical Manual, as well as the manual of the American Association of Developmental Disabilities. So both those are the two manuals that basically cover what the criteria for IQ are. And anyway, the Flynn effect basically states that from the time that the test is published until the time the test is given, there's a factor of 0.3 that is multiplied by those years and then subtracted from the IQ that was actually obtained.
And why is that?
Again, because...
Objection to relevance, Judge.
Yeah, we're gonna break up Bernie over here. But yeah, everybody's like, are you all right, AV? No, I'm just escalating it through the proper channels. I've been doing this for 3-4 years now. I never had anybody threaten to shoot me on this platform. So I'm making sure all the right people know. I'm escalating through YouTube corporate. I'm escalating everywhere. So unfortunate situation, but I am serious because I'm trying to get that email out at the same time and just make sure it goes where it needs to go. So let's keep going.
Overall, go ahead.
IQ is thought to have been higher over the population, so the Flynn is a correction factor that is entered into the IQ score. So an IQ of 72, based on the time that the test was published until the time it was given, actually drops it down 5 points to 67. So with the Flynn effect, his IQ is 67, which is more in terms of the intellectual disabled range than 72, which is also. So both of them are, but it's just a further.
Let me stop you there for 1 second. When you're talking about that lower range, are you first talking about the Flynn, applying the Flynn effect to the 81 IQ score?
So the IQ, when the IQ was given at 81,
yes,
that test was just on the market. The Wechsler Intelligence Scale for Children, so it was fairly a new addition. So there wasn't too much of a Flynn effect based on the test at that point.
Okay.
Versus when I gave the WACE 4, so there was more of a gap between the time of the administration and from the time that it was actually the test was published.
Because now we're into the WACE 5.
Correct. So the WACE 5 would have less of a Flynn effect.
Okay. All right. And based upon all the records that you reviewed, your evaluation of Davion Murphy on those 7 separate occasions over 20 hours, do you have an opinion regarding whether Davion Murphy was under the influence of extreme mental or emotional disturbance at the time of this offense?
Yes.
What is it?
So he was under extreme mental and or emotional disturbance. As I mentioned, the IQ scores technically meet the criteria for intellectual disability. There's certainly enough indication in the records that they are. The reason why I say technically is because from a legal definition, it may miss because of some of the different testing that was conducted. However, I think in reality, he really does meet the criteria in terms of ID.
Okay.
And so that's certainly the mental aspect. Executive functioning is, as mentioned here in the trails, shows this compromise, impairment. The emotional disturbance, also the fact that he reports taking medication for both the attention deficit disorder and the anxiety and depression, receiving a disability. So again, you put it all together, and he was certainly under the extreme mental or emotional disturbance.
All right. And again, having met with Mr. Murphy, Davion Murphy, those 7 times, reviewing all the records that you've reviewed, do you have an opinion regarding whether or not Davion Murphy had the capacity to appreciate the criminality of his conduct or conform his conduct to the requirements of law? And do you believe it was substantially impaired?
So again, there was, as I mentioned, the emotional, the psychiatric, the psychological, the neuropsychological impairment, the deficits that he had in terms of impulse control, in terms of decision-making, in terms of weighing options, in terms of a difficult situation. making better decisions, better judgment, better reasoning. These are all part of executive functioning, frontal lobe activities that he demonstrated impairment, compromise. So given unfortunate circumstances, he was unable to conform his behavior. And he certainly was acted under the behavior that he didn't appreciate it and couldn't conduct his behavior to the requirements of the law.
Are there any other mental health factors in Davion Murphy's background that would mitigate against the death penalty that we have not spoken about, that you can think of?
Well, again, I've conducted testing that shows the neurocognitive from a behavioral point of view. His brain has been compromised with a lot of injuries, a lot of difficulties, academic, a difficult life, meeting the criteria for intellectual disabilities, which certainly would compromise his ability. And again, looking at the structure of the brain, which I recommended, that we look not only at the outer performance, but also actually what the brain looks like in terms of the structure of the brain, which again is another example in terms of what is possibly could explain his overall behavior.
So is that why you recommended that there be PET scans and MRI scan?
Yep, sustained is to leading.
Did you recommend any other tests or anything?
So I recommended neurodiagnostic evaluations, including MRI and PET scan, to further elucidate in his brain behavior impairment that was noted in my evaluation.
Did you review any DCF records?
There was records that DCF was called on at least one occasion, maybe more.
But it was more the other records that you utilized in your evaluation and your rendering your opinions here today.
So those records were just indicative of, again, a dysfunctional family, abuse that occurred, neglect, abandonment. These are all different backgrounds as to a person, an individual, unfortunately 14 schools, lack of stability, lack of follow-through, lack of structure. You're opening yourself up for such vulnerabilities when that occurs. So that's what that was indicative of.
If I could just have a moment, please.
Yes.
Doctor, one last question. Do you know anything about Davion's hand dominance? Like, is he right or left-handed?
He's left-hand dominant.
Okay.
I tested for that as well.
Or pass the witness and I'm.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, jury, it's 4:30, and so we're gonna break a little bit earlier today. So we will continue at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Just remember my previous admonition, not to discuss this case with anyone, listen to listen to any news and social media posts, no independent investigation. We're on track, so we're making good progress, okay? I promised you we'd be done by this Friday, May 15th, and we will. All right, see you tomorrow at 9 a.m.
All rise.
Okay. Okay, so the jury is filing out. I know that last witness, this was Davion's first witness. It can take a little bit of time, but thank you guys for all the positive reinforcement. like I said, I let people cut up and chat, but when you like, this is the first time I've ever gotten a death threat on the internet. That's crazy. And I'm a nerd. I'm not even doing anything. I'm printing off witness lists. I'm just trying to guide. But anyway, it is what it is. I have reported that. It has been reported on YouTube. I escalated it to YouTube corporate. I also escalated it through my YouTube partner manager because people don't know when you get big, you have a direct contact at YouTube. Also, when people chat, we have a record of what you're chatting. And we also have your IP address. So you fuck around with me, you're going to see what happens. But anyway, let's see what else happens here. And we're going to go from that point. I'll give you guys a recap of the afternoon and we'll go ahead and call it a day.
All yours are out there.
Okay, very good. So, Doctor, you are excused for this evening since you've not yet been cross-examined. You can't talk to anybody, including the attorneys that brought you here today, about anything related to this case. All right? And we'll see you back here tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Okay, very good. Thank you.
I just want to hand these back to the doctor.
Yes, Mr. Hernandez.
Your Honor, I have 2 matters. I just wanted to remind the court, I know it'll be out of place, out of turn, but Connie did indicate that my witness, Charmaine Steger, at the Duval County Jail would be available at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
All right, so I tell you what, we'll just do that first, okay? We'll do Charmaine Steiger first and then resume with the cross-examination of this witness.
And one other question, Your Honor. I have to check this to me, but what time should I have my doctor here? Mid-morning?
Well, Ms. Toomey?
Yes, Judge.
Who do you have left after the doctor?
I have Dr. Rubino left, and then I have 2 inmates that are going to be coming, and then I have 1 lay witness, which will be really short.
I mean, I would say, around 11:30-ish, somewhere around
11:30.
there.
And one other question, Your Honor. One of the inmates that Ms. Toomey is referring to is also related
Doctor,
to
you can take off, you're good.
is also related to my client. If the court and the state doesn't, if the state doesn't object, I was thinking I could do on cross, simply do my presentation regarding my client, Rashad Murphy, because it basically the witness is related to both defendants and are listed by both defendants.
I don't care other than if the
Okay.
state objects to you leading, since it's your
sorry.
witness.
Doing it on cross?
Yeah.
Well,
You could just recall the witness on a.
Yeah, let's
I
just
can
do
recall
that.
the witness. I just didn't want him to have to be transported
No,
twice.
that's fine. So whenever that witness testifies, Ms. Toomey will do direct, and then Mr. Harmon or Ms. Doty will cross. And then next we'll just keep the witness on the stand, then you do your direct, and then same thing. Okay?
And I did request those inmates to be brought over for the afternoon, if that's okay. I think I have enough. Or should I have them in?
Well, I think you can brought over in the morning. I mean,
I wasn't sure.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how long the process is gonna last. You've got one more expert, but I don't know. I'd have brought over in the morning.
And Judge, I do have a concern. I know that there's a child in the courtroom and that's fine, but there have been numerous times where we've been able to hear the baby making noise back there. And I would just ask that they remove them from the courtroom when that is gonna happen.
Yeah, so I've also heard the child making noises. It's really, do the children have to be here? I don't know. I can't really hear what you're saying, Ms. Lau. Yeah, I understand, and that's fine for today. I know you guys were witnesses, but I just think going forward tomorrow and going forward to the rest of the trial, I mean, normally I don't allow young children into the courtroom. So I understand today was a necessity because you all were testifying and obviously you need to be here. But now that you've testified, I don't know that it's necessary for the young children to be here in the courtroom. So I would just ask you, please make other arrangements. Either you guys switch off, maybe one watches the kids while someone else sits in the courtroom or something to that effect. Okay. Okay. Very good. All right. See you guys tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
Okay, chat, we made it. It looks like that is all they've talked about. And court is now adjourned for the day. So lots to cover, lots that took place. And again, I know I'm usually high energy, but again, it's very rattling to get a death threat on the internet. Like, what the hell? And usually, if it's just people talking shit, like, we can block it, and that's not a problem. But when we did a little bit of a deeper dive, my team looked at the username. The person had a head covering, and they also had a gun in their photograph. So that's why we're taking this very seriously. It's already been risen. So like, I've already got responses from YouTube. So, that shit is crazy. Now, the babies were in the courtroom because those are Sean's sister's babies. And it looks like she just gave birth 2 months ago to the second baby. So those are Sean's nieces and nephews. I don't know if the second baby is a girl or a boy. It looks like it could be a boy, but that first boy is who you guys saw when Sean was on the stand earlier testifying and looking at pictures, and the sister was looking at pictures too. I gave you your afternoon recap. So your morning recap, but for afternoon, here's what we saw. Not too much. We finished up with Isaiah, and I did give you guys a poll. That poll is up right now. And the poll reads, someone did request this in chat, and they were basically like, hey, can we see, like, after each defendant goes, would be a really good idea to see if that person, what do y'all think, would get the death penalty, or would they have, or would they get life, right? So that's what we're looking at. So for the afternoon, we had Dr. HARTIG, Michelle Smith, Victoria Gray. These are 3 people that we had for Isaiah. So all people went. Isaiah chose not to take the stand. All right. So that's very different compared to what we saw with Sean. And then we got to Davion's only person for the afternoon, which was this first witness, a doctor that is testifying about his IQ. Now, we're learning a lot about Davion. We learned that Davion has been to 14 schools. His father was put away in jail when he was around 11, 12 years old. He is on an antipsychotic medication. So, if anybody, his situation is different. I really do think that maybe the jury will look at this and possibly think about some mental institution options. We'll see if that flies, but that's on the table with him. The Glasgow coma scale came up, and that was 13 out of 15. Nice little nod to the Karen Reed case. Davion, not completing anything past the 10th grade. And they said that it's not even him having an academic delay, it's global, meaning that it wasn't just one subject that he struggled with, it is all of them. So it looks like there is some stuff that they're trying to get at. But with his father being sentenced to life in prison when he was a young man, they're really trying to pull at the heartstrings of the jury here. But at the same time, if you remember the interrogation footage, we watched almost 2 hours of that. Now, looking at it from a strategic legal standpoint, they probably let that run that long for a reason, so people can think that Davion is tapped. I've been asking you guys if you think he's tapped, and a majority of you guys don't think that he is, right? That IQ score, 72, is just one notch above from Isaiah's at 71. Tomorrow's going to be interesting. Tomorrow, we got a few things going on. One, we learned on yesterday, that Charmaine Steiger, Rashad Murphy's baby mama, had a probation violation. They have 4 kids. Dad's in jail, and mama just got picked up for a probation violation. And she is going to be the first, I believe, to testify tomorrow on Rashad's behalf. But because she knows Davion and she's being transported from the jail, they're going to put her up first. So we have that going on tomorrow. Afterward, we're going to go back to Davion's witness list. He has a lot on here. I mean, it's something like 20. But again, they don't have to call everybody, right? There's a few people with the last name Murphy. But what's interesting is they said they have Dr. Rubino, who is another doctor that's going to testify on Davion's behalf. But they said that there were 2 inmates. I wonder if one of those inmates is his father. You got a lot of parents showing up in this situation. You know, we didn't see Sean's biological father, but we got his stepdad, and same thing with Isaiah. With Isaiah, you got Isaiah's biological dad, but you also had his stepdad as well. And then the mothers, both for Isaiah Chance and Sean Gathright, testified as well. So we're going to see what happens with Davion, but it says 2 inmates and 1 lay witness. The 1 lay witness, we can guess that it might be Davion's mother. So let's see. And 2 inmates, maybe one of those inmates will be Davion's dad. The other one is interesting. I don't know who that could be. So that will be an interesting day. As far as Rashad, we haven't gotten there yet. The only clue we have about Rashad tomorrow is Charmaine Steiger, the woman that shared the phone with him, the woman that has a probation violation, the woman that has 4 children with him. And we're going to see what happens. So tomorrow is Murphy Day. After that, where do we go? So I'm guessing that with all of these people, tomorrow is likely going to, like day 3 is going to be all about the Murphys and getting to know their family members, seeing what they have to say, a few cross-examinations, all of that stuff. But because we're going to go to that phase, Thursday is likely coming back to the state for rebuttal. And that rebuttal is going to be broken down into all 4 of them individually. Okay. So Thursday might be a short day. And then the judge just said that the case should be wrapped up by Friday. So we're going to hear full sentencing and the jury needs to make that decision. So they're going to go back, deliberate. We just need 8 out of 12 for a death penalty sentence or a life sentence. Okay. So that's what we are going to be looking at individually. Now the poll, let me just reset. I want to see where you guys are with the poll. I got distracted earlier with that damn death threat. Okay, yep, it's still up. So I'm going to go ahead and end it. 1,600 of you guys have voted. And I asked you about Isaiah since he rested and he's done. Okay, so 7-8 witnesses. He chose not to take the stand. But it appears that 73% of you guys so far think that Isaiah is going to get life. 27% of you guys think that he's going to get the death penalty. Let me come over to our super chats and we'll end it for the day and go from there. I think I left off around here. Shout out to Adrian. Hold on. I think we were here. Melissa became a member. Welcome, Melissa, to the channel. Great community when there's not freaking people threatening to shoot my eyes out. But thank you so much, sis. Appreciate you joining the community. Shout out to Adrian with the 10 says, I believe the one guy is so checked out. Checked out really all of them because I believe they're still in shock. Like, I'm curious how many of them actually fully understand what's going on right now. Yeah, like there's some theories right now that Rashad is like medicated and that's why he's just staring off into space all the time. So we're going to see if that demeanor changes tomorrow. I wonder if they're giving him medication and what that medication can be. But interesting stuff. But thank you, Adrian. I appreciate the $10 super chat. Shout out to Lorenzo. Drops a 2. No comment, no question. Just pure love of the game. Thank you, Lorenzo. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Paint and Sound dropped a 10 on me. Says, well, at least they'll be amongst other gang fellows in prison. A chance to meet new friends. Yeah, and the other thing that we learned about Isaiah is Isaiah's also really young. He's 23, 3 kids. And we learned about, what is the youngest name? Iceberg, Iceland. Cabri, Kylan, and Iceland. So different names, but get to know a little bit more about their families. Shout out to HD with the 2 says 20 to 10, 20 Life was on the billboards in 1999. Was it really? That's wild. That is wild. Thank you, brother or sister. I don't know because I can't see a picture. Shout out to Miss Mara with the 5 says, my son is the same way, but he's 10. I'm doing everything I possibly can to keep him from this happening. Yeah, I don't want y'all to get freaked out. I know today we talked a lot about the different studies in adolescence, especially with boys, but it could happen to girls too. Like I mentioned, like there's a few troubled young ladies in my family, but like now they had like rough teenage years, but now a lot of them are in college and doing really good. So I just think it's teenage years in general, and these kids dealing with hormones and the food in America, like what is in this food, definitely has an impact on development for children, regardless of gender. So for those of you guys with young boys, please don't get discouraged by what you're seeing in today's proceeding. Like if you are doing the best for your kids, like sometimes they do go to the streets. Sometimes there are some things out of your control as parents. And at the end of the day, this channel does skew a little bit older. That's why we like to have these conversations over here. But like you cannot predict it. Like look at Sean. Great kid. His IQ, he's well spoken. But like, could you predict that? At the same time, this opens up the conversation for having guns in the home. They were secured. But at the same time, we're not judging anybody here, but like at the same time, like even Nevaeh had some children young. She's 2 years older than Sean. So if Sean is 21, she's 23 with 2 kids. Granted, that's her choice. She might be in a good situation. We don't know, and we shouldn't judge from the outside looking in. But at the same time, it just seems like whatever happened with their father in the household is coming up, right? It keeps coming up, and it just seems like we can't. We weren't there, right? Like they're saying that it was straight up abuse, and it was not good, and it was not safe for the kids. But at the same time, for Sean to make a choice like this, he was also 18 when he made that choice. I'm not justifying his choice at all. Okay. Taking a life, never okay. Never okay. You know what I mean? And some people are in here and they're like, Foolio made some choices that were not okay. Right. Even if it was not those actual grave sites, but, shooting a video at a cemetery, that is provoking it. I do think that one of the most powerful pieces of testimony that we saw today was Isaiah's stepdad. And he talked about, the judge was curious, like, why is this going on in Jacksonville? Why are these kids doing this? And then he talked about the dopamine rush that they get by trolling each other. But then the consequences on the other side, they don't think about that at first. And then when it happens, it's just so crazy. But anyway, thank you so much, Miss Mara. Philosophical conversation there. I wanted to dive into that one, but please don't worry. I think, if you do the best you can as a parent, that's all that is in your control, Shout out to Ashley with the 5 says one thing about Isaiah Chance is he got them cheekbones down, serving face and a sentence. She said, look at Isaiah's cheekbones. Look at them. Speaking of serving, we haven't had time to cover it, but Beyonce, I don't know if y'all know this because I have a lot of people that follow me from Atlanta. There was a case right around the time of YSL, because we were doing this. We were all watching the YSL case. There was a man that broke into somebody's car and took Beyonce's unreleased songs. I think it was like an assistant's car or something. She had Beyonce's unreleased songs, like literally holding on to millions of dollars in unreleased songs, right? Broke the window. Just got in, right? Stole the songs. I don't know if they were on CDs or shared drives or whatever, but the songs were gone, right? He was in court today. You know who he's in front of? Judge Whitaker. Okay, Judge Whitaker, the same judge that was the second judge to preside over the YSL case, and he got found guilty. So I did see that earlier, and when you said serving face, I just thought about Queen Bee. But thank you so much, Ashley. It's good to see you, sis. Shout out to 174 Mars with the 2 says she is in full denial about his mental disability. Oh, I think this was Isaiah's mom when you dropped this. She has 7 kids. That is a lot of kids, right? But she says that she tried, she put him in football even though he didn't want to be there. It sounds like Isaiah had an interesting upbringing, good people around him, but same thing. When did these neck tattoos start? Like, I want to know about that. When did he start getting into to rap? Like they didn't really talk about that stuff because, like, for us, we're all on the outside. Like, when did it go south? Doesn't make sense. Like we make fun of it, like, oh, the YNs are crazy out here, but at the same time, what happened and when? So thank you, Mars, for the super chat. Shout out to Mike G. Been with me for 10 months. The little do it part. I don't think Isaiah liked that, but they did catch Isaiah's mom with the little do it part. You remember. Shout out to Legally Diamond with the 2 says he's not the setup man, a true do it. Yeah, this is around the do it quote of the day that we saw. DW sent me a $5 super sticker. Thank you so much. Frel, I don't know if I ever say that right, but Frel, Prrel with the 2 says, can they ever be free with life without? No. They won't. And they all mentioned it in their opening arguments yesterday, is these boys are leaving the prison in a body bag, whether it's life or whether it is the death penalty. That's clear. So we're going to see what happens. But big week, big week. Shout out to Scuba with the 2 says, have your people contact local police. Yeah, that did freak me out a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. I can understand if the person was just being a jerk and I delete them or boot them from the chat. That's easy. We can control that. But when we do some digging and we see all of your comments for the last 2 years, and you got a profile picture like that, sorry. You know what I mean? So anyway, thank you, Scuba. But yeah, we're going to be on alert, and I'm just trying to be careful for what I say on the internet too, because, I did mention that I would be moving to a certain state, and I just want to make sure the IP address checks out and it's not going to be a bigger threat. And I mean, this is a part of being on the internet. You guys know I was very close with Kevin Samuels before he passed away. In fact, I just talked to his mother on Sunday. Kevin would ride around with bodyguards. When Kevin was going to come up here to Boston, that's how we met. I was going to do an event for him. I used to be one of Kevin's clients. And he said, I want military grade security. Kevin was not playing. All right. Mr. Kevin Samuels was not playing that shit. He said, give me military grade security, AV. I said, sure. And we did. We were making sure that he was safe and secure. And I mean, he was a far bigger YouTuber than I am, almost 2 million subscribers. So we made sure that he was protected. And, I move with people that are on that level. Like whenever me and Lead went to events and stuff, that was one of my concerns is I'm like, should we get security? Lead is bigger than me. He's at 600,000 right now. I'm a baby out of this group. I'm about to be at 100,000. But you got to be careful out here. Like everywhere Lead and I went in Atlanta, like it was just like lead attorney. And like they wouldn't recognize me. I'm like, I'm the co-host. And they'd be like, ma'am, can you take this picture? Same thing with my brother, MTR. I was just on the phone with MTR the other day. We're on the phone trying to have a conversation. Somebody walks by, I'm like, oh my God, is that MTR? Like it happens. It happens. So I think it'll be all right. But, as long as we're reporting it through the proper channels. But thank you, Scuba. I appreciate you. Shout out to Miss Butterfly with the 2 says, I hate that you saw that message. What a bust. Yeah. And, people think this is a game. Like we can't see you. We don't know what you're doing. We don't know what you're up to. But a lot of people are internet warriors online. But at the same time, you got to be safe always. And, you have people around you. Like, look at this thing with Foolio. And I guess that's probably the lesson. It's probably like Foolio coming from the grave. Like, hey, AV, don't tell people where you're going. Like, don't tell people where you're going. And it's true. you can't really post your movements like that, especially if people don't like you out there. So you gotta be careful. It's unfortunate, but that is what it is. Let me come to some cash apps. I think I have a few for the day. Shout out to Daryl. Daryl dropped this at like noon. Thank you so much, Daryl. Daryl dropped me a 2, says either way, they're serving life behind bars. I mean, it's sad, but that is what it's looking like for these brothers. And then shout out to E. Capone, drops a 7, and he says, for my favorite YouTuber. All right, y'all, 2,000 people in here. I am going to step on out of here for the day. Depending on what we do tomorrow, I think I do want to like bring some good energy and positive energy. So I've been talking about this all week. We're going to probably give away some t-shirts from my merch store. If you have not seen it, let me share a screen. The merch store looks like this. It is ab7power.com. Everything I do is up there. That I don't recall shirt that I wear is up there. This mug that I'm sipping out of right now, the I don't recall mug, is up there. We have some other t-shirts and y'all have been buying them up. You know, people love the law, the true crime, and the debauchery. People have been buying that. We have some jackets and some other things up there as well. So if you're interested in picking anything up, I've been running a spring sale, 30% off using code 87. But tomorrow, I think during lunch, I will give away a few t-shirts for free on me, just so we can bring some positivity back to the chat after that bullshit. I can't believe it happened, but whew. Anyway, I hope you guys have a wonderful evening. I'm going to start the stream around 9 a.m. tomorrow. We're going to pick it up with the Charmaine. It seems like this Bernie Sanders looking man is going to come back after that. And then we'll wrap up with Davion's witnesses. And then we'll move into Rashad. So tomorrow is a Murphy day. And we're going to see what happens. But I hope you guys have a wonderful day. Thank you so much for hanging out with me, hitting the like button. If you want to keep the conversation going, people that watch on replay are usually engaged in the comment section. So if you want to talk to each other after the stream ends, that is how you can do that. I'm going to end the poll as well. What do you guys think about Isaiah? Almost 2,000 votes. We have 1,755. Do you think that Isaiah is going to get life or the death penalty? I'm taking a picture of this because I took a picture of Sean's earlier. Y'all think that Isaiah is going to, 73% of you think that he's going to get life, and 27% think y'all, 27% of y'all think he's going to get the death penalty. So I just put the results in the chat so you guys can take a look at it. Notice that Alicia didn't come up at all today in Isaiah's section. So we will see what happens. All right, y'all, I'm going to get up on out of here. Have a wonderful night, and I'll see y'all in the morning. Stay safe out there. See you in the next one. Bye.